young king. When they heard that, he was extremely surprised. Then Zhang Yilong stepped forward and told the Joey group seriously, "What do I need to do to join the Namgung clan?" Martial artist of the clan. This kid's attitude changed so quickly. Joey couldn't expect it. That also made Namgung Jangho feel surprised. Kang Daeju's face changed immediately, looking after him, pondering. I can't believe he threw the green robe, one of the 3 treasures that Green Forest bandits, onto the ground as if it were a worn-out shoe. The young king that led 10,000 Green Forest bandits now wants to withdraw Luke Lam and join the Namgung clan. Namgung Jangho took back the sword, then talked properly with him, but it seemed that he was not very willing. The mountain bandits wanted to join the Namgung clan. That was stupid, the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Zhang Yilong said with a smile. You've seen it too, right? I'm not a bandit anymore. He feels it's a very simple thing. Just need to brush it off. Joey thought, with muscles and physique like that, it's obvious that you're a mountain bandit that's hard to change. Namgung Jangho didn't want to waste any more time, turned around and said if there's nothing else here anymore, then let's go our separate ways. Zhang Yilong shrugged and repeated his wish. I want to join the Namgung clan. Namgung Jangho was angry, seemingly not wanting to let him join, but he still just be determined. Zhang Yilong wanted to officially declare his desire to join your family in the name of a martial artist. Joey had no choice but to let him sigh. Then Namgung Jangho turned around and said, Luke Lam is a part of evildoers and my family has no place for evildoers. But I have already left the mountain camp. He repeated, the master-disciple relationship is not so easy to break. That's not something you can give up if you want to. Namgung Jangho taught. Then Zhang Yilong got angry. Cursed. Damn, are you deaf? Isn't the righteous side always saying turning around is the way to go? Why, I have never practiced the monk worship ritual before. Namgung Jangho smiled disdainfully and said, if you bring here a letter with the seal of the Luke Lam King, it will prove that you have leave the mountain camp. Then I will consider your joining the Namgung clan, or you can choose to ask for a letter of recommendation from someone directly related to the Namgung clan. I will write a letter of recommendation for you. Namgung So happily showed himself to Zhang Yilong. Namgung Jangho felt betrayed and turned around to exclaim, So, what are you doing? Zhang Yilong bent down, tore one side of his pants, and laughed. Please quickly write me a letter of introduction before he changes his mind. He handed the piece of cloth he had just torn from his pants to Namgung So, smiling wholeheartedly, and asked, do you have a brush? I guess I can cut my hand and take your blood to write. Miss Namgung So felt confused. Joey came over and held out a pen and said, please use this. Namgung So shyly and hesitantly thanked. You think Zhang Yilong is a damn reckless mountain bandit. Hey Mr. Joey. Namgung Jangho behind him saw Joey helping and cried out in panic. Joey pointed at them, silently signaling to Namgung Jangho. Look at this guy's attitude. It looks like he's about to cut off your sister's hand. After a while, Namgung So easily wrote him a letter of introduction. Zhang Yilong felt proud. Excited. Namgung Jangho sighed. His helplessness seemed to spread throughout this forest. He resigned, angrily said, I guarantee you will keep the position of low-level soldier most of my life. Zhang Yilong smiled and replied, no problem, as long as I'm not a mountain bandit anymore. And let it go. Namgung Jangho urged everyone to quickly depart. The subordinates on the side after obeying the order. They set off to continue. Zhang Yilong also left the mountain camp, leaving Kang Daeju's group behind and looked after. A bandit confusedly said, Captain, are you really letting them go like that? The other bandits also added, if we let the young king go like that, we will die when we return. The other bandit was also worried, and he ordered let us come to protect the young king. But now he has left the mountain camp. What should we do now? When the bandits felt scared, Kang Daeju calmly said, if that's the case, should we fight those people in a fierce battle? But what if we light a flare? Something. We will need to fight with the Heavenly Dragon combat squad of the Murim Alliance's Henenbrance. It's not good. The person next to me feels more insecure. So what should we do? I'm very scared. This kind of bandit, that's no good. Kang Daeju said, first pick up the green blood robe. Change clothes and chase after them. Who still has the human skin mask? The people behind raised their hands to signal. At the carriage of the Joey group. They were moving on their journey. Like that, their carriage had another member, Zhang Yilong, accompanying them. Jae Woon spoke up, or if he just joined. Isn't he just a low-ranking soldier with no status? Why is he sitting in the same carriage as us? Namgung Jangho bit his lip, thinking with resignation on his face. Otherwise, if it were because of my sister's strange aesthetic eyes, I would have kicked him out of the carriage. Jae Woon looked at Zhang Yilong and asked him, "You look very healthy. How about you get down and walk?" Zhang Yilong answered her, "My physical strength is not that good." Jae Woon took a breath and said, "Come on, don't make such ridiculous jokes." Miss Namgung So spoke up to defend Zhang Yilong. He may be the lowest ranking soldier, but we must recognize his status as the right thing to do. Not that it is inappropriate to treat someone who was once a great disciple of the Sixth Forest King with disrespect. Is that reasonable? Joey sitting next to me feels it's not quite right. Wait a minute, aren't you a member of the righteous side? Is it okay to support the future leader of the Green Forest world? Namgung So smiled in a friendly way and started a conversation with Zhang Yilong. By the way, how many brothers do you have? Joey looked at her, helplessly thinking, are you gathering information? Zhang Yilong replied, according to her, there are a total of 7 of us. After all, my father is quite strong. Namgung So nodded slightly and smiled at him. Jae Woon interjected and asked, don't tell me your second brother is Irayong. Zhang Yilong glanced at her and praised, you are also smart, and the youngest child is Chilryong. He smiled and replied to her. Joey heard it and thought in surprise. His father didn't even bother to think of names for you guys. Because of your name, of the youngest child that Zhang Yilong mentioned in that child's name means the number 7. Namgung So continued smiling and asked, so he only gave birth to sons? He answered her, no, people, the third sister is daughter. She felt confused and asked more. So her name is still Ryong. Ryong here means dragon. Zhang Yilong immediately answered, no, because she is a girl. Her name is that sister's name is Bong. Bong here means phoenix. So my younger sister's name is Jang Sam Bong. Namgung Jangho is sitting next to him holding back his laughter so much that he can't stand it anymore. He just laughed. Right? Joey asked. It seemed like that. Jae Woon smiled and replied. Then Jae Woon felt confused. But why did you attack us? There must be some reason. Right? I was going to ask you help. He said. Help? Jae Woon was confused. Zhang Yilong scratched his head. His face shyly glanced away and expressed, I really wanted to join the Great Young Dragon Summit, but I couldn't think of it. How to join with my identity. Jae Woon got angry. Unexpectedly, she asked, you did all that just to join the summit? Zhang Yilong smiled shyly and said sorry for that. Joey also looked at him in surprise and thought, he is really very straightforward in speaking. Hwa Seomyoung felt uncomfortable, speaking in a disdainful tone. First of all, we will treat you as a soldier of the Namgung clan. And if you are really 17 years old, then shouldn't you be addressing yourself formally? To all of us, not paying attention to such rituals makes you look like an impolite person. Zhang Yilong wondered, how old are you? Jae Woon replied, grandmother except for the young lady. Everyone is older than you. Zhang Yilong has understood. I will do the same. Because now I am on the righteous side. He said happily while laughing. Then showed a friendly face. Eyes sparkling like a child. Called Joey 2 times brother. Joey felt goosebumps. Startled and said, don't do that. Namgung brother. He turned to call Namgung Jangho in a sweet way. Namgung Jangho also felt goosebumps. Threatening him that if you say any more words I will slit your throat. This guy really knows how to be funny. Then Zhang Yilong turned to another victim. Jae Woon. Brother Jae. She was so scared that she raised the spell as if she wanted to jinx a demon. Don't do that, she shouted. Hwa Seomyoung sat down. Besides, he also felt scared. After that, Namgung So also followed Zhang Yilong. Eyes sparkling and affectionately called out, Yilong brother. He also responded with the same expression. So sister. Too. This person made Joey feel exhausted. So after a day of traveling, it was already dark. Half a month later, the group also went to a certain canyon. Namgung So inside the carriage stretched tiredly, lamenting that, I really want to take a proper bath. Jae Woon said, we are almost there, we'll soon reach the first meeting point. Joey asked, what is the first meeting point? Jagal Woon replied. Even though Mount Hua sect is huge, it will be difficult for them to take care of all the martial artists suddenly coming here. The 5 great families are to gather at Hualin first. We will soon see the flags of other families on this road. Hwa Seomyoung put his head out the window and looked ahead and said, I think we saw there they are. A yellow flage with a black tortoise. Jagal Woon also saw. In front of them was a group of people. They were raising a flag. A yellow flag with snakes and turtles on it. Namgung Jangho was upset. I can't believe I have to live with those brainless bastards. Who are they? Even in the Green Forest camp. It's hard to see people with muscles like that. Zhang Yilong wondered. In front of them were people with extremely muscular bodies. And cold faces, causing a feeling of fear. There was a person sitting on a large log in front of them. Their faces. Hubei Pine Clan's young patriarch New Blade King. Pine Gak. He is thinking about something. Men must be strong. A blade is truly the best weapon with great strength. A sword is just a different. Pine Gak thinking. 3 years ago, because I couldn't fully utilize my own strength and sword technique, I lost to these bastards. Mount Hua young dragon, Chong Wuno, the eye-deceiving bastard with that apricot sword technique. This time I will definitely defeat him. I will make him realize that strength is the only truth in the world. Sword technique is the ultimate. Pine Gak's face was serious. Determined again. Someone came to announce. The young patriarch, Jagal clan and Namgung clan have arrived. No need to worry about Jagal clan and Namgung clan. He was about to continue speaking. Then suddenly realized something. Namgung clan are. So Joey's group arrived. Still looking at the heroic aura of a leader. Pine Gak squinted his eyebrows and looked at them. Thinking that in their family there was someone who looked like a big man. Are you showing off like that? Zhang Yilong started praising you. Your body is good. Then asked, arm wrestle with me. This guy is really childish. Why arm wrestle? Pine Gak wondered. Why don't you use internal force? His eyes now show a fiery spirit. Zhang Yilong smirks confidently. If I use internal force, I will break your arm. Nonsense. He shouted and swung the sword at a big tree nearby. Immediately, that tree fell. The trunk was cut off. Pine Gak put his arm on the log and challenged him to rush forward. Boy, so they arm wrestled each other. Zhang Yilong complimented. Honestly, I really like it. Just one match. Pine Gak asked, are we kids or something? Let's have 3 matches. There is blood in battle. What a man. Pine Gak also praised Zhang Yilong. Other people surround them, watching this arm wrestling match. They cheer. It's already fighting. They're arm wrestling. Joey stood from the outside looking on and asked, why the hell did they do that? Jagal Woon said helplessly, he was just behaving like someone from the Pine family would do. That's it. So cool. Namgung Soso looked at the arm wrestling match of the other two with great admiration. Seeing his sister's expression like that, Namgung Jangho was also helpless against her. Zhang Yilong this side is fighting seriously, using strong strength. Pine Gak also put force into his hands. His tendons appeared. Then suddenly a certain power gradually flashed on his wings. Pine Gak's hand. Immediately Pine Gak knocked down Zhang Yilong's hand in an instant. The people around cheered, as expected of the young patriarch. New Blade King. New Blade King. Zhang Yilong angrily scolded. Damn, you used internal energy. I didn't think you would cheat like that. Is it true? Someone behind heard it and was suspicious. Did you really do that? Young master. Pine Gak didn't know how to explain. And so they immediately felt that Pine Gak had lost credibility. I was so disappointed. Really, they lost interest and left. Pine Gak was extremely confused and suggested that. Can we have another match? No way. Zhang Yilong refused immediately. Joey looked at Zhang Yilong who was angry and thought. I can't believe he won at all. New Blade King. Is he real? Crimson Jade flashed. There was the voice of a senior. Come to think of it, that man must be the descendant of the reckless Blade Emperor. Sword God Zhou Chon said. The righteous faction in the Wanderer rarely values external work more than internal work. They are one of the few. Joey wondered, why is external work more important than internal work? Zhou Chon explained. Training the body before practicing internal energy to have a body with extraordinary strength. Or practicing internal energy to clear all meridians before training the body to be strong. There is no answer. The correct answer to these questions. These debates have existed since the beginning of martial arts. Joey understood. Joe Chon continued. The important thing is to maintain balance. Not to forge something first. Holding too heavy an attachment to one side will cause that person's mind to become narrow and rigid. That's why we can't surpass Shaolin. Even though Shaolin's external skills are the top in the world, they are not negligent in cultivating internal skills. Above all, their biggest problem is that they feel that holding a sword is inferior. So they have abnormal attachments to swords. With such a wrong mentality, it is difficult to completely master any of them, any kind of martial arts. Joe Chon explained to him. Does this mean 100 days spear techniques, 1,000 days blade techniques and 10,000 days sword techniques? Joey couldn't believe it and asked, do you think it only takes 100 days? Zhang Fei lived his whole life going through everything with his snake lance. Even if Zhang Fei used a sword instead, do you think his enemies could pass the Changban Bridge? He explained to you. Joey also understood. Joe Chon continued. It is true that swords have a lot of power and flexibility in their moves. However, it is shallow to think that only swords can become the king of all weapons. Chi. The reason why there are so many sword sects in the rivers and lakes is also because the technique of punching and kicking has not yet been developed in the Central Plains. A sword cannot be combined with the technique of punching and kicking. Only the sword is suitable for all types of punches and kicks. He raised his opinion. He wondered, what? Isn't what you just said about the sword is the best? You feel his words that doesn't match. Does it sound like that? Joe Chon laughed to avoid it. Joey laughed and said, it's not surprising, if you are a sword god and don't believe that swords are the best. That would be strange. There, inside the Crimson Jade, Joe Chon shook his head slightly and said, no, it's just because in the early days of martial arts there were a lot of punching and kicking techniques. Because people captured the moves of animals. No, after the development of those techniques, we are still using bows and arrows. After all, bows are the most powerful fighting method before punching and kicking techniques appeared. Why do you think Zhang Sambong that founded Wudang sect transformed the Taiji first that he invented into the sword technique? Taiji enlightened sword art. It's because it couldn't be done with Taiji enlightened blade art. There was no way to use Taiji fist with blades. He explained to Joey. Joe Chon continued. Although not only the sword can become the king of weapons, but that title was inevitably given to it because of the cultural history of Central Plains martial arts. The king of weapons. Joey listened and secretly thought, muttering about the words. Behind him Pine Gak seemed to have heard him. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, surely you also believe that weak swords are the best? Joey was surprised, feeling the murderous aura coming from him. Namgung Jangho came from afar and said, please just ignore what he says. Pine Gak got angry and said, is there any reason to go to Mount Hua to compete? The battle was inconclusive 3 years ago. Now let's decide here. He's already fighting. Namgung Jangho spoke up in disdain. How could someone who just lost to a newly joined soldier of our Namgung clan dare to challenge me like that? Then Jaegal Woon came closer. She patted Pine Gak's shoulder, said words of comfort. Life has times of ups and downs. Sometimes it's very difficult. Cheer up. It's truly a saying that touches people's hearts. She made him stiffen up. Go away, Jaegal demon. Pine Gak arrogantly waved his hand to push Jaegal Woon away immediately. And then he recounted that. I lost to your sorcery last year and was trapped in your 9-palace illusion demon trap formation for 3 days, leaving me unable to drink even a sip of water the whole time. I want to rip your head off even as I think about it now. He said with resignation. Stop it. Why aren't the Tang family here with you? Jaegal Woon glanced elsewhere and asked Pine Gak. They left. They said they would stay at another inn. Pine Gak replied. Jaegal Woon suggested everyone. The Sima family also said that this time they will not attend. So there must be enough people here. Let's start. With Namgung Jangho's consent. At another place. The peaceful scene in blue. They moved next to the mountainside. Joey thought in horror. How could they live in a place like this? They didn't care about trade. Or keeping in touch with someone else. While walking on the mountainside. At this time Pine Gak was tired. He was breathing heavily from walking for a long time. Zhang Yilong was still full of energy. Turned around to tease him. Looking like you are so tired. Do you want me to carry you? This guy opened his mouth to tease others. Pine Gak immediately felt proud and said loudly. I am not tired at all. I will carry you, Zhang Yilong replied with a smile. For me this is just like taking a walk. Namgung Soso was also very tired at this time. She wished, I hope the 5 great families can host the next Great Young Dragon Summit. Hwa Seomyoung interrupted and said, Miss Soso, let me carry you. Namgung Soso immediately feeling contempt for him. She dodged away. Jaegal Woon heard that and immediately jumped on his back. She cried out, let's go. Hwa Seomyoung suddenly ordered Jaegal Woon to come down quickly. You don't discriminate against men. Go away, she said. Namgung Jangho looked at them and criticized them. Weak bastards. At this time the two of them were still stuck together. After that, Namgung Jangho used an extremely fast speed to go straight forward. Pine Gak also chased after him. Okay, you want to fight with me. But at that time, Zhang Yilong had already passed in front of him. Zhang Yilong also excitedly said, I won't lose my head. At another place near the top of the mountain. This is Mount Hua. They are finally almost there. At this time they grew very tired. Everyone was breathing heavily, with no strength. From inside the gate came an elder. He spoke, welcoming all of you who must have come from the 5 great families. Feeling thank you for coming all the way here. Jaegal Woon respectfully said, This is Jaegal Woon. I pay my respects to the elder of Mount Hua sect. The elder recognized, You look familiar. You are who attended the Great Young Dragon Summit 3 years ago. How could I not recognize who the young master is? He replied with a smile. Then he turned his hand towards the inside of Mount Hua to welcome them. Quickly come in. Mount Hua is a pretty good place for everyone to get rid of the fatigue on the way here. Yes, elder. They entered Mount Hua. Inside the yard of Mount Hua, people wanderers everywhere gathered in large numbers. The participating dignitaries came and politely greeted each other. Then Joey separated and went alone in another direction. He came to a place that looked stunned. Peach blossom petals were flying here, everywhere, becoming a stunning beauty. Joey looked around and commented that, not large but very elegant and quiet. Joe Chon observed the scene. He said, peach blossoms have endured a whole cold and dry winter, so that when it begins to bloom, it is also the signal that spring is coming. The direction of peach blossoms has been the same for many years. Zhang Yilong also came and exclaimed, Look at this scene. It would be great to carry a gourd of wine and climb to the top of the mountain. Then be enchanted by the love-lettered landscape. Joey wondered, Are you already an alcoholic at the age of 17? Zhang Yilong said with a cheerful smile. Shouldn't people be drinking strong alcohol and laughing at the age of 17? What a very laid-back guy. No wonder he's a mountain bandit. Very suitable, he thought. But you, who are you? People from the Namgung clan said they were protecting you. So I thought you were from the Namgung clan. But you don't look like them. Zhang Yilong asked with a smile. Curious about his background, Joey didn't want to say much to him, so he answered, I'm just a businessman. What kind of merchant? He wondered. Zhang Yilong smiled and asked Joey, That trader, what do you sell? So, that means you have a lot of money, right? To those questions, Joey was silent at this time and did not answer. He still quietly looked at the scenery before his eyes. Zhang Yilong rubbed his belly and began to complain. Climbing the mountain all day makes me so hungry. It must be a long time before they serve up the food. Why is cooking in Gypsy so complicated? First grilled, then stir-fried, then fried. Joey glanced at he then explained that they couldn't serve any poorly prepared food to distinguished guests from the 5 great families. Zhang Yilong clicked his tongue and said, In the past the food should have been just a lump of meat, with the bones intact, grilled over a fire and eaten directly. I don't understand why they keep making matters complicated. This kid deserves to go back to the Stone Age. Joey sighed in one breath. He felt helpless. He was truly a bandit. And then he realized something important. Joey immediately felt happy when he thought of something he had never thought of before. Never thought about it. Joey put his hand on his chin and thought carefully. Speechless. What is the breakthrough of the modern food industry? Is fast food. Providing food. The food is quite delicious at a reasonable price without having to wait long. And MC Donald is the boss of such companies. He realized. Joey sighed and blamed himself. He couldn't believe it. I forgot that I am a modern person. Even though I have memorized the most wonderful formulas. But only focused on improving the cooking of the Middle Ages. which was too pathetic, and Joey's expression made Zhang Yilong standing next to him feel puzzled. He thought more. Okay, let's think about it. I need flour and salt to make cakes. What about yeast? I can use naruk. I can get a ton of it at the winery. Roasted meat is so easy to get. Lettuce. Tomato sauce. Although there are no tomatoes, there are many other types of sauce that can be substituted. I think the sugar is already there. So I thought more about the ingredients. He smiled and said, "Do you want to do business with me?" Zhang Yilong wondered. Business? Are you telling the truth? Joey continued. It's nothing too great. I'll tell you the details later. I'm sure you won't regret it. Okay, now I belong to the righteous side. Now I don't need to plunder to save money. Earn more money. Then he laughed loudly. Then Joey laughed strangely as he had just seduced a 17-year-old boy. Naive bastard. It would be nice if the world was full of simple-minded people like him. He pulled out a piece of paper and said to Zhang Yilong, "Here, this is considered a trade contract." A contract. He was interested. Joey continued. Nothing special. What's important is the salary. 50 taels of silver a month. What do you think? 50 taels of silver. He was so shocked, thinking that if he was unlucky, he wouldn't even be able to earn anything in the whole village. 30 taels of silver a month. Yet he wanted to pay me 50 taels of silver. Zhang Yilong couldn't believe it. Then he confusedly asked again, "Really, you will give it to me every month, 50 taels of silver?" Joey replied, "Don't waste your words. If you don't intend to do that, then why should I say anything?" Zhang Yilong felt that this business deal was extremely profitable. He said that I am now a righteous martial artist. Honestly. You don't want to tell me to kill people or something like that. Right? Joey continued. You just need to stand in one place. Just standing. Why is that still called work? He wondered. Then Joey laughed loudly and told him, "Just take it slow. I will gradually explain to you." From the entrance there was a group of people coming. The people inside shouted, "Mount Hua Young Dragon, the strongest uprising martial artist in the Jianghu." Outside the door was a man walking in. He looked so arrogant. Joey stood to the side and observed. The aura around him was truly special. Joe Chon inside Crimson Jade said, "The Plum Blossom energy art they have is also known as the Plum Blossom life art. The only energy arts that train innate core energy, also knows as the innate life force of a person, are Wudang sect's Tai Ching cultivation technique and Plum Blossom energy arts. It's truly an amazing cultivation technique." Joey walked and wondered, is it even better than the great heavenly sword practice that he learned? It seemed like he heard it, his thoughts. But just silence. Zhang Yilong was interested. "Let's go together." That person went to greet Namgung Jangho. "Thank you for coming all the way here." Namgung Jangho also offered, "Dear. It's true, Mount Hua Young Dragon. You look even more handsome than before." Mount Hua Young Dragon smiled sarcastically. "In fact, you impress me even more. Your meridians are really extraordinary. Usually, it's improved quite a lot." Namgung Jangho feels uncomfortable. His way of speaking is what I hate the most. But he's also human, isn't he? Arrogant. He has fallen into the path of deep down and full of arrogance. This Mount Hua Young Dragon really looks full of complacency. Joe Chon inside Crimson Jade said, because he possesses special talent that he can now reach the peak. However, he was too immersed in his own swordsmanship. It was dangerous. Then he shouted, "What the hell is Mount Hua's Taoist doing? I will crush that guy myself." Sir, I don't think it's okay." He spoke up to stop. "You can't crush anyone. This body belongs to me. Please stop." He was angry. If I don't correct him now, then in the future he will be the one who brought disaster to the gangsters. He was determined. Chong Wuno spoke up. "I heard that the reward given by each faction is quite large. Hope that everyone performs well." Jagal Woon clasped his hands. "Hello. Nice to meet you, Mr. Chong Wuno. It's been 3 years since we had the chance to meet again." He also replied to you. "It is always my honor to meet you, young dragon Jagal. I hopefully this time you will also be worthy of the title of humanity's treasure. The ultimate strategist of the Jagal clan." Jagal Woon proudly said, "I guess from the perspective of the great Mount Hua sects, the 5 great generations Jia is just a worm in a cocoon. Right, the influence of the 9 great sects has remained the same for many years." "That's great. You're pointing out his lack of knowledge." Chong Wuno said it well. "You misunderstood. I mean, How dare I speak ambiguously in front of the person who is also known as the ultimate strategist of the Jagal clan? If what I said offended you, then please forgive me. This guy, I'm trying to find trouble. Jagal Woon was angry inside, thinking that even his apology was full of provocation. Pine Gak stood behind him and laughed sarcastically. The weakest person, you only know how to use flowers like you. Right. Chong Wuno didn't pay attention to him and turned away. Miss Namgung Soso spoke up. It's been a long time since I've seen you. But, great rewards, what is the great thing about this year's Shaolin conference? Chong Wuno immediately answered her. You know the 7 treasure pills and the god of clothing. Right, because our sect leader said that those will be the rewards for the next Shaolin conference. He continued, adding that the divine sun sword and ice silver 10,000 years from now. The guests were surprised. The others exclaimed, aren't they all the haven't treasures been found since the Great War in the martial arts scene? That's right, the 1,000-year-old divine sword and silver are all treasures of the Solar Temple and the Northern Ice Palace. Chong Wuno affirmed. Jagal Woon asked, could it be that? Chong Wuno understood and nodded and replied, yes, the family of the martial god brought them here, as a reward for this conference. Joey finished listening, then surprised. What is the martial god's family? Is he talking about the Sima family? A person in the crowd stood up and asked him again. Does that mean the Sima family will also participate in the grand battle? This festival? No, they informed us that they won't be able to attend as usual. Chong Wuno replied. After hearing the guests, they breathed a sigh of relief as if they could give up the burden. Those expressions were caught by Chong Wuno. He seemed to have an evil intention. Secretly sarcastic. Are they so afraid of Sima? Thinking they can overcome Mount Hua sect? Now I understand. Joey stepped out from the crowd to speak. He exclaimed, that kind of narrow mind and wildness of yours should never appear in a person who studies Taoist martial arts. Martial arts, Mount Hua sect's core, and evil should never be allowed to grow in this sacred land of Taoism. Chong Wuno was shocked when he heard that. Within the Crimson Jade swordsman Zhou Chon also became angry. His anger surged as if he wanted to crush Chong Wuno immediately. Joey thought, I didn't mean it like that. I couldn't overcome the sword god's intimidation, so I had to say it. You have no choice. Joey continued. It seems the influence of the demon god has reached Mount Hua sect. Chong Wuno looked like he had been hit with a black heart. He and the people of Mount Hua sect glared coldly at Joey Hunt. He spoke up, the demon god of death. The first demon god to appear on the rivers and lakes. He is the first leader of the demon sect and also the symbol of ultimate evil. His martial arts is called death magic, and the righteous martial artists curse that martial art. Because his body is always covered in purple magic fire every time he appears on the battlefield. This is a saying, stories about ancient ghost gods. But the sudden appearance of Mount Hua sect's inner strength seems like the purple magic. The purple magic, the overwhelming power makes people tremble. The inner strength is limitless, and even the purple magic fire was so similar. After that, secret rumors spread everywhere, and the truth was that Mount Hua sect had gone to other sects in the Jianghu to verify that the death magic method was a type of martial arts. What, at that time, the most respected martial artist in the world, Sage Ilyang, confidently declared in Wudang sect's Tai Than Palace. He said that Mount Hua sect's death magic method is definitely righteous. There is no any bit of magical power in the purple divine magic that he saw. Chong Wuno recounted his murderous intent. So he told Joey, that is a matter that we have resolved since 100 years ago. Years ago, I can't believe this is being mentioned again. You have a lot of courage. Zhou Chon angrily shouted, go away. Joey felt confused. Why do you keep telling me to go away? So, this is my body. If you offend all the people standing around here, how can I explain it to them? Jagal Woon stood up to advise. On such an important occasion like this. But why are you two behaving like that? In the future there will be many opportunities to determine high and low. Right, reveal your name. Chong Wuno asked Joey, and Namgung Jangho to stand up and protect. Speak for you. He is Joey, a guest of the Namgung clan. He is still very inexperienced. That's why he behaves like that. Please forgive me for this. Joey feels uncomfortable, reproached me. In the blink of an eye I became an inexperienced person. It's all thanks to you. Sword God Zhou Chon heard that and didn't say anything. He advised again, please don't be angry. Angry again. I will give you the opportunity to do what you want when there is no one around. I don't like that guy either. Jagal Woon said. Okay, the greeting is over, so let's go to our rooms. Stop. At night at Mount Hua sects. On the side of a small house. There was a dark shadow coming out. Which was Joey, but in the current atmosphere it seemed that it was not Joey but the sword god Jo Chon. He checked his body. After a while, he said, this body is more useful. He looked straight ahead at Mount Hua. And then used some force to make the ground under his feet crack open. Magic sword Jo Chon used a fast speed to cut the wind and ran straight towards. And he used a balloon to fly high above Mount Hua. He landed on a brick floor below in the middle of Mount Hua. His face was blank, and coldness. There was a lot of anger. So from inside a room, Chong Wuno also quickly flew out. He felt scared. Who was giving off such a bloodthirsty aura? They landed together, facing each other. Right now the sword god Jo Chon was in Joey's body. You were. He immediately recognized. Jo Chon glanced at him. His eyes radiated lightning. The sword standing on a nearby shelf followed his control and flew up. Then to his hand, Jo Chon caught the sword. Chong Wuno looked on in surprise. It was spiritual. What a feeling. Even a master can't do it at that distance. At this moment, Jo Chon was full of spirit. Strength poured into the sword he just grabbed. He asked Chong Wuno, show me your moves. He gritted his teeth tightly. Then Chong Wuno also became murderous. Pulled out his sword to provoke. If you want to see it that much then I will show you. Jo Chon smiled and said. As expected, you used your life force to hide your aura. No wonder you were able to fool everything in the world. At this time the bucket radiated a source of power. Something strange like the power of evil spirits. Jo Chon stood from afar and said, even if you can hide everything, it still won't change your true nature. Right, the fight you've had was definitely with the devil spirit and the twin flame body. Chong Wuno thought in surprise. How does this man know of the twin flame body technique? Then he continued, in the end, you will not be able to block my blade with just the twin flame body. Blue spots of light appeared around Jo Chon's magic sword. Then those spots of light immediately turned into sharp swords pointing towards Chong Wuno. Flowing heavenly sword, under heaven meteor swords. After reading the command, those swords were launched, and flew in Chong Wuno's direction. Surprising him, he quickly swung his sword to block, and used the apricot sword technique, a miracle to stop the injury. Peach blossom petals appeared around Chong Wuno's sword. They became a barrier. But that peach blossom defense could not block Jo Chon's sword. The swords flew through the layer, defended and stabbed straight towards Chong Wuno. By the time he realized what it was too late. Chong Wuno was hit. He felt pain. His body was covered in injuries. Blood splattered. Jo Chon said from afar, I've extinguished your twin flames, so what will you do now? Do you have any reason to fight the real person hiding inside you? He seemed unable to move. Chong Wuno was trying to endure the pain, but still spoke back. After all, Mount Hua's sword is not an evil sword. So, Jo Chon, he asked, then raised his sword high into the sky. The tip of the sword gradually appeared a blue light. Chong Wuno's body suddenly had something changing inside. What are you doing? What's wrong with my body? He exclaimed, on Jo Chon's sword strike, emitting a certain amount of power. Then it pierced his body, causing Chong Wuno to scream. Now you are really going against my will. That's it. Show me the truth about the body that people still praise. Jo Chon still controls the sword to attack Chong Wuno. That power penetrates deep into his body. He constantly endures pain. Screamed in pain. Jo Chon coldly said, how pathetic are you now? Chong Wuno's eyes immediately emitted a purple aura, as if about to be transformed. He shouted, shut up. Don't say nonsense. Shut up, you bastard. Now his body seems to be gradually turning into a demon. Jo Chon realized, that's it. It was a demon's mind. The Taoists who should have wished for a peaceful life were swallowed up by such trivial desires. Something flashed, and then the attack came from his sword and rushed towards him. Like a finishing blow, Chong Wuno continued to suffer injuries, his body full of wounds. Finally, Chong Wuno fell unconscious, but Jo Chon was able to catch him. He looked away indifferently, and looked towards the tower over there. He saw a certain dark purple aura. The magic sword Zhou Chon carried Chong Wuno and flew up. Still as if the brick floor had been broken by him with his terrifying force. Somewhere in Mount Hua, there was a room still standing. The light was the room of Mount Hua 28 generation sect leader Amethyst Sword Dan Yang. He was still busy writing something at night. There was a noise that caught his attention. The what? Dan Yang, he was a bit surprised. Appeared. A voice came out. The sect master. He felt surprised. At this time he looked down. His heart seemed to rise some kind of anxiety. Then he looked down at his hands, which were trembling, and realized this aura. Dan Yang walked closer to the door thinking, this is telepathy, a dream state. Why did you ask me to go there? This person must be a great mystic. Then he opened the door and said loudly, I will go meet the great sage. He was surprised by the first thing. In front of him was Chong Wuno, who was unconscious, sitting against Zhou Chon's leg, covered in injuries. Dan Yang exclaimed in surprise. Wuno then ran over and scolded him. Bastard, what have you done? How could you act so cruelly? Zhou Chon said coldly, a person who wanted power infected evil things and his disciples like you. And yet do you dare to discuss cruel things with me? When he heard that, it was as if he was told a secret. He couldn't even move and couldn't say a word. Then Zhou Chon controlled a certain aura glowing, saying, no matter how much you practice religion, you are still human. You can be swayed by ambitions that go against morality. However, that ray of light lasts like a string, reaching towards the sword that he had left behind, circled around it and pulled up. That ray of light wrapped around the sword, and it flew quickly back towards Zhou Chon. He caught the sword, said, if you are truly a cultivator, you must end your greed, lust and suffering with death. He pointed the sword at the head of Mount Hua. The sword emitted a strong light. He reprimanded, but do you dare to corrupt the succeeding generations as well? The light emitted was blinding. Dan Yang immediately vomited blood, thinking, just the sword energy emitted from his sword has interrupted my meridians. The sword energy has transformed. I can't do that. He was like a god. The sword god Zhou Chon was now emitting a radiant power. Dan Yang stood from afar speculating, how could such a person participate in the human world? His face changed. He felt scared and said, this is the matter of our dynasty. Why does the fairy world interfere in our affairs? Zhou Chon answered him, I am a noble sage like you think. I am just a person bound by crimson jade. It is really not a good idea for me to get involved in your matters. However, I will speak up for the sake of the martial arts community. Moreover, I have taken over this body. So now I am also a human. In the name of my predecessors, I ask my descendants again, will you be able to give up your ambition and mentality? My ghost, he asked. The aura of a majestic senior radiated brightly. Dan Yang he felt confused. Who are you to dare? After that, Zhou Chon immediately using the move. His power exploded, overturning an entire area, repelling Dan Yang, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. This destructive power cracked and collapsed the small courtyards. This destruction spread almost to the entire mountain, spreading even more in his anger. In a wider range, it destroyed everything like a huge explosion. Dan Yang watched and was so shocked that he was speechless. He knelt down on one knee, unable to support himself anymore, wondering if it was an illusion. Turns out, this whole time Zhou Chon was just using an illusion to scare him. Zhou Chon was very cold and threatening. If you dare to continue pretending to be someone who preaches morality to Mount Hua sect, do you think you will survive? From the wrath of my sword. Dan Yang was panting at this moment. There was little doubt that in the history of martial arts, there was only one swordsman with such great power. Thien Kiem Fake, the perfect sword in the world with no flaws, is a magic sword. He can guess Zhou Chon's identity. Zhou Chon stood in front of him and continued, even though I warned him, your obsession with the demon path is too great and it is almost impossible to even find a way to return to the right path. The dark-scented plum blossom alone can fulfill the arrogance that comes from being drunk on vitality. Once again show remorse. The opportunity is still there for yourself as well as the Mount Hua sect. Zhou Chon gives advice to the Mount Hua sect leader. When he heard it, he seemed to realize something important. At night at Mount Hua sect, At this time tiny spots of light appeared in the air. They flew up and gradually appeared more. Those small rays of light surrounded Dan Kyo Yang. He was kneeling on the ground. Then he gradually closed his eyes. Around the spread, radiating vitality, Dan Kyo Yang began to work. Surrounded by peach blossom petals flying in the air, Joe Chon observed and said, "The dark-scented plum blossoms have finally bloomed. This must be, could it be that I, Dan Kyo Yang, was in tears?" He realized, wondered something, could it be that I was? He reached out his hand to gently touch the beautiful peach blossom petals of Mount Hua sect. Then shed tears of enlightenment. Joe Chon smiled and said, "This is like a new beginning for you with the welcome of creation. Congratulations to you, Chief. Immortal, legendary Mount Huas, passed down for 300 years. The dark-scented plum blossoms have bloomed." He finally returned to the righteous path and shed tears of immense gratitude. Dan Kyo Yang looked at the sword god Joe Chon was inside Joey's body. He silently exclaimed, "Now I can finally see clearly. He has transcended the mortal realm and has become a fairy." He wondered, "Are you really? Is it a magic sword?" Joe Chon quietly looked at him. The dark-scented plum blossoms still spread everywhere. Joe Chon did not answer, just smiled slightly as if silently admitting that he was the magic sword. Talking about, Dan Kyo Yang was grateful, bowed his head in sincere thanks. "Thank you for the advice and also for saving Wasa." In that moment, Joe Chon left, only remaining there were a few lines of white smoke that were gradually disappearing, leaving only the two of them. The head of Mount Hua approached Chong Wuno and gently touched him, then hugged Chong Wuno, who was in a coma. He blamed himself and hoped that you would forgive me. So tonight's incident ended there. Returned to Joey's room. Joey thought to himself, "Oh God, just a single word carries 1,000 pounds of weight. The one who defeated Mount Hua in just one blow. Moreover, that sword god also defeated both Chong Wuno and the head of Mount Hua's. The strongest person in this dynasty with just sword energy." He bit his lip in disbelief. Joey continued to think to himself, will the soldiers and the emperor be strong enough to confront the sword god who has the power to level a sect with just a single blow? I must convince the sword god, so that he cannot to be involved in mortal affairs anymore. Joey decided at this time very determinedly. If there was an evil in Wasan called the Violet Evil, this is Joey's own evil that he has to deal with. At Mount Hua sect it was morning. So Mount Hua sect leader raised his hand to signal. The tournament started. The people below were screaming loudly. Namgung Jangho thought to himself, "This time I will definitely." While he was thinking, he also looked around to search, wondering where Chong Wuno had gone. Zhang Yilong appeared from behind smiling and asked, "Namgung Bog bro, did you sleep well last night?" Huh. Namgung Jangho saw him and was extremely upset and said, "I warned you." Then he got angry and thought to himself, "Don't call me big brother with that face. It's so annoying." Right now Joey and Jagal Woon came from afar chatting happily. "I would like to hear more about the 10,000-year ice spirit." She also smiled and replied, "Allow me to explain." That caught Namgung Jangho's attention. Then he spoke. "Let me." Jagal Woon said annoyed, "Don't you realize that you're hindering us?" Namgung Jangho didn't pay attention to him. Still continued talking. The 10,000-year ice spirit is the treasure of the North Sea. For people who study and train in the ice elements, it is nothing short of a blessing. He continued as he waved his hand to dismiss Jagal Woon. It is also a very good herb for those a woman with an incurable disease. It can be said that it is truly a priceless treasure. Feeling robbed, Jagal Woon felt angry. Joey asked, "What does it look like?" Namgung Jangho answered him, "I haven't seen it myself, but from what I have heard, they say that it looks like an ice coffin. A person can lie in there and train their ice arts." Joey felt like Beast exclaimed, "Does that mean they can have infinite ice arts?" Jagal Woon smiled friendly. She stepped in to reclaim her position. There was information that it appeared after the war, but according to Northern legend the 10,000-year ice spirit has existed since 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years. Joey was surprised. Then he thought with interest, what a legendary name. Joey continued asking, "Then what aspect of this competition will be fought?" Jagal Woon confusedly replied, "About that, the organizer decides everything. I have no clue." Namgung Jangho walked away, said to Jagal Woon, "You keep standing still like that, because you only know how to think but don't know how to do it." Don't you know how to turn your thoughts into actions? He walked forward and saw a brother was nearby, so he immediately opened a polite greeting. Friend, I come from the Namgung clan. Can you explain to me the rewards for this competition? The other person was immediately happy. He replied, I've heard a lot about you. 9 to meet you. Then he explained the rules of the match. The winning prize of the sparring event is the treasure of the Mok Gong. The sword of the sun will be given to the clan which wins in the military exercise. He said. Joey heard it and thought about it. Luckily he didn't need those things. He went over and asked, what about the 10,000-year ice spirit? He smiled and said, it is give to the winner of literary theory of arts. I've never heard of it. What is it? Joey wondered. Then Jagal Woon continued to say, it is a field where people debate with each other, compete with calligraphy, and evaluate art. If you do not have high literary talent, you cannot win. Well, in other words, it is a field where warriors and martial artists are the weakest in. Joey was excited when he heard that. How can we participate? When did it start? Joey's excitement made Kat Van startled. She immediately said, academics is not like other competitions. Whenever the judges debate, it is time for an academic competition. Started. Joey smiled and replied, is that so? Then last year's winner was. Jagal Woon answered him proudly. Yes, that person was me. Joey silently calculated, since I am mediocre in drawing and writing, I cannot win with those. In order to use Elder Man Sanjo's knowledge, I have to aim for an ideological debate. He smiled complacently. These guys intend to take advantage of your knowledge. This is the senior to win. Jagal Woon looked at the bustling crowd and said, I think it has already begun. A clear scholar shouted loudly, if anyone has enough confidence academic debate with me, please step up. Jagal Woon spread his fan and smiled. Should we try to go up? The first person to step up was the beautiful lady Namgung Soso. She spoke, I would like to challenge. Are you a lady? The scholar was a bit surprised. Then turned his fan towards her and spoke. Inviting you to challenge. Choose the topic. Namgung Soso said, I will debate Han Biz's Odi. Odi is a chapter of Han Biz's book where he lists the 5 pests that destroy a nation. She feels surprised. She dares to defend that corrupt school. Namgung Soso feels uncomfortable. Explain. There is nothing better to debate about when you want to criticize Confucianism. Is there not? What did you say? He got angry. She continued, I'm sure that everyone knows the utopian ideals of Confucianism that had led to millions of downfalls. Jagal Woon gave her advice. There is a reason why the Jin dynasty, which was built on legalism, fell only after 20 years. I recommend changing the topic. You can't win this debate, young lady. Joey opened her mouth to say something. Joey stepped forward and said, the reason why legalism failed in Jin dynasty is because said legal actions were taken only to control and oppress the people. If the legal system was fair and just, the Jin dynasty would not have fallen so easily. Jagal Woon wonders, unfazed by status and money, applying fair and square for every person. That should be the main idea of legalism. What are you talking about? Joey explains. Who doesn't know that? The problem is that it was impossible to follow. The Jin dynasty strictly forbade adultery. If a man was caught having sexual intercourse with married women, he could be executed on the spot. But how many married women do you think the emperor took advantage of? The scholar was annoyed and asked Joey, how could an emperor, who held the fate of the entire nation, have to suffer like a commoner? Joey sighed and quipped, again a hero of justice. What hero of justice? What is that? He was hearing Joey's strange insult. Then he continued, what is the main principle that Confucianism teaches? Between heaven and earth, all men are equal, whether you are an emperor of a nation, or a farmer of a field. What remains changed is the fact that they are all human. He quickly refuted, this is the main idea of Confucianism, is it not? But to assert that emperors and commoners are different. So what you are implying is that one is a person and the other is an animal. Jagal Woon contributed. Confucius said so himself, that a nation is a single family. Its king or emperor is the father that protects and takes care of the people. And the people of the nation are the children of the king. That is why Confucianism is being criticized. Slightly altering the concepts of its teachings for one's own good is nothing but an offering to the emperor for his own privileges. At least legalism is honest. Joey concluded the problem. The people around who heard it were extremely surprised. Confucianism is demagoguery. Those are the teachings of Confucius. Namgung Soso next to her heard it and nodded in agreement. Her face brightened up. Joey continued. In other words, the saying that the emperor is the father of a nation is just a justification for the emperor's privileges. Isn't that right? Now I will ask again. Can you say that Confucianism's teaching of all human beings are the same? And the emperors being the fathers of a nation don't collide with each other? I am asking if they are compatible with one another without contradicting Confucius's own teachings. Joey's question made Jae-gal Woon feel speechless. He continued, if you want to say that all humans are equal, you shouldn't divide emperors and his people into two separate groups, or prove that emperors are indeed different from regular humans and should be treated accordingly. Lady Namgung Soso agreed with Joey's opinions. Was not finished yet. Joey exclaimed, I will say it again. The reason why the Jin dynasty fell is because its laws were not applied fairly for everyone, independent of their status, and this a result of enforcing the law with overly harsh punishments. That scholar feels suspicious. Do you mean there are still other ways to enforce the emperor's orders other than applying punishments? Joey explains, there isn't anything wrong with applying penalties, but the severity of it is excessive. I mean, who the hell kills people for adultery or burn their face with red-hot iron until they confess? And who in the world pulls one's tooth out for lying? Do you honestly believe that such laws can be forced to everybody, fairly and justly? That is why only the weak and powerless are the ones being threatened with punishment. Joey waved his hand to close the matter topic. That is why laws should be classified by mild and severe crimes. Furthermore, it should be separated into punishments that seize their riches and punishments that surrender their body. Enforcement of the law is all about effectiveness. In the other words, if it is not kept, it amounts to nothing. With those sharp arguments, the people who heard them were extremely surprised. Jae-gal Woon felt that his arguments were extremely reasonable. She wondered, asked further, so what are the criteria to distinguish serious crimes from misdemeanors? Joey answered her, it depends on each country. But in my opinion, if a person causes harm that endangers life of another person in any form, that is a serious sin. The rest is a light sin. That is how we distinguish. Jae-gal Woon thinks. He follows the school of legalism, but his understanding of Confucianism is not ordinary. She appreciates Joey. Joey listed. Misdemeanors can include mishandling other people's property, mocking, ridiculing, insulting the honor of others. The former crime can be fined and imprisoned. While for the latter, when Joey is discussing the issue, everyone is focused. Listen. At Mount Hua, today is sunny, peach blossom trees are in full bloom. The color of the flowers has created a scene of love letters. At this moment Joey continues to say, every citizen must be free to vote, not controlled or bound by any law or person. The country has the responsibility to implement correct governance policies to protect its people. Joey finished speaking and thought to himself, damn it. It seems like I've gone a bit too far. He concluded, I'll end here. Jae-gal Woon was thinking about Joey's words. Do the people own the country? Then she spoke up. I agree with all that. But I still don't understand the last sentence. Putting such a huge benefit in the hands of civilians. That's too dangerous. Why do you think that? Joey asked her again. Then the scholar exclaimed, asking for clarification. Yes. Ignoring that argument, why can you leave the fate of the entire country in the hands of the proles? Even if you don't understand a single word. You people, then what do you know to rule the country? Joey looks at you with judgment. You condescending bunch. Joey continued to state his opinion. I respect your education, but that doesn't mean you can consider it. The others are all a bunch of uneducated people. A person's value does not depend on whether he or she knows how to write or draw. Speaking of this, Joey made her speechless. One person, a farmer, knows early in the morning what it is to respect his parents. He knows enough what it is to love to protect his wife and children. He knows enough what it is to be brave to against evil robbers. And he knows enough what kindness is to share food with neighbors after every harvest. Joey proves to her, but you dare say it's just a bunch of uneducated and ignorant proles. The lowest point of view of a journalist is to think that people are just stupid people who always need to be coaxed and enlightened. He criticized her point of view. Joey felt extremely proud. Oh my god, I'm so cool. That scholar felt unconvinced, picked up his pen and asked you. Calligraphy, I will calligraphy fight with you. When Joey heard this suggestion, He stiffened, feeling bad. Leave me alone, refrigerator. Do I have to separate from you from here? Senior Sanjo next door in crimson jade. The sound of avoiding leaving. Joey was immediately scared, quickly obeyed. Yes, yes, this path is yours. We have to be discreet. It's his expertise. So Sanjo Senior started using Joey's body. He answered him. Okay, how do you want to compete? Jagal Woon spread his fan and brought up the topic. I will also participate. The topic shall be Moon Wangji ship of Sigyung. Senior Sanjo considered. Then he told Jagal Woon. Let me borrow pen and paper. Sanjo asked her. Then Jagal Woon ordered his subordinate to bring paper. So the pen and paper were prepared. They put it on the ground. Around the famous people looked at. Senior Sanjo was about to write something. Began to sit down and sharpen the ink, showing the temperament of a literary artist. Jagal Woon looked on in silence. Admiring that elegant gesture, Senior's first handwriting began to be written. Senior Sanjo wrote an article with elegant handwriting. The people they watched were stunned. Jagal Woon stood next to him, his body trembling, unable to believe the events before his eyes. What was this? She thought. How could someone who is only in his 20s have such skillful writing skills? So, it's impossible, that after Senior Sanjo finished writing, Jagal Woon also admitted defeat. Everyone was surprised. Jagal Woon admitted defeat. I didn't expect that she hadn't even touched the pen yet and already admitted defeat. The scholar also spoke up. I have lost. Can you tell me your identity? But Senior Sanjo did not answer. Quietly returned his body to Joey, and he returned to Crimson Jade. Joey gradually opened his eyes. He returned to his body. Then he smiled happily and said, Refrigerator, what a funny name. That scholar bowed his head respectfully and said, Mr. Refrigerator, today you have truly opened your eyes. Just like the immortals always say, if there are high mountains, there will be higher mountains. Joey felt confused and embarrassedly exclaimed, I don't must be the refrigerator. I'm Joey. It's so embarrassing. He's also confused. Yes, Mr. Joey. So the sun also started to go down the mountain. One night in a room the light is still on. Chong Wuno was inside thinking about something. Dan Kyo and Yang walked in. He asked in concern, Are you awake? Are you feeling better? Chong Wuno quietly replied that he was fine. And then he burst into tears. Uncomfortable. The sect leader. He went to comfort him. There was no need to hold back. He was still trembling there crying in front of his master. Dan Kyo and Yang patted Chong Wuno's shoulder to comfort him, feeling like a fighter had lost all his internal strength. How could I not understand? I will help you recover like before. Chong Wuno frowned and said, That is not the Namgung clan's swordsmanship. He answered him, It's better for you to stop investigating in detail and let go of the hatred in your heart. I know this is not easy, but you have to learn to forget. He advised him. At this time Chong Wuno gritted his teeth and said with determination, I will practice my best at any cost. Then a ray of light flashed in my mind. Dan Kyo and Yang's eyes. The shape of a sword gradually appeared. Was a sword covered with peach blossom petals that appeared after he used his power. Chong Wuno suddenly exclaimed, This is, Master, have you reached the realm of practicing mind sword? That's right, he replied. Chong Wuno realized that it was the smell of island flowers. Dan Kyo and Yang said, Even though I was having reached this level, I am not confident enough that I can deal with him. Hearing that, Chong Wuno was extremely surprised. Dan Kyo and Yang continued, The level he has reached is beyond at the level of mortals. It's better not to harbor evil in your heart. He told Chong Wuno. The sky was bright. Everyone was gathering to go to a certain courtyard. There the sound of hitting the table with a very strong force. Was Namgung Jangho, he said angrily. Why give up? Jagal Woon replied. Yes, that Hoa Sun Shao Long guy. Namgung Jangho said angrily. How dare you run away with your tail between your legs like that? Joey stood behind and felt the pressure. He thought to himself, the sword god was playing like that. It's strange that he wasn't shocked. He scared the children, already. Chong Wuno walked in from outside, just as he reminded him that he was here. Joey looked at him and thought to himself, how quickly he recovered. Chong Wuno walked to the side of their table and bowed his head and said, I have to withdraw from the battle for personal reasons. I hope you understand. Namgung Jangho frowned uncomfortably and asked him, What kind of circumstances could make you give up on such a big event like this one? Chong Wuno calmly answered, there is a problem with my martial arts. Namgung Jangho heard it in surprise and said, do you mean internal martial arts? Is not that bad? He answered lightly and glanced away unwillingly. Luckily, Namgung Jangho felt relieved. Chong Wuno continued, you don't know how long I've been waiting for this day. I'm not avoiding you. Please calm down. Next time we meet and I'm sure I won't refuse to compete with you guys. Behind him, there was a hand patting his shoulder as he was about to say goodbye and leave. It's Joey. You speak up. What's going on in this world? Anything can happen, so you must have prepared everything. When he saw Joey, he was surprised, then looked extremely scared, quickly dodged, threw Joey's hand away and called out, come on, stay away from me. Joey felt confused. I was talking to you normally. Chong Wuno at this moment was like encountering a big devil. He was extremely scared, kept shouting, go away, don't come close to me. The people around saw it and didn't understand what it was like. So they glanced over at him. Joey also felt a bit guilty. Jae-gal Woon asked Joey, what did you do to make him react like that? Joey immediately objected, you mean I only know how to cause trouble at night? I'm sad. Is that really sad? Jae-gal Woon didn't quite believe it. Glanced over and said, no, it's just that there must be something hidden in this matter. Then Pine Gak speculated that he must have dragged him into some dark alley. Then gradually beat him. Should we be close? It's not me. It's the sword god. He silently explained in his heart. Joey seemed to be deeply offended by what he said but couldn't tell the truth. Jae-gal Woon stood behind was also extremely suspicious. And Chong Wuno was sitting on the ground trembling in fear. As if Joey was about to eat him. He said it wasn't me. Joey immediately turned to deny it, leaving Namgung Jangho to pay attention to Joey. Then he was somewhat difficult to understand. He thought back to a martial arts genius who could confront the immortal sword. A rare vocal talent can surprise the number one beauty in Hefei. A numerical genius who can control the great strategy of the Jaegal clan. A thinker can change the outlook of scholars. And is also a genius who can put emotions into every word. Who is this person really? Namgung Jangho, after going deeper into the story, felt extremely confused about Joey's identity. Joey sighed and said, oh God, I will leave the mountain now. Jae-gal Woon was going to help Chong Wuno and when he heard that, he asked, are you leaving now? Namgung Jangho also spoke up. The battle hasn't even started yet. Are you afraid of me so you should run away? Joey turned and said in confusion, you are a genius swordsman of the Namgung clan. Of course I have to avoid you. Are you crazy or something to fight with you? Namgung Jangho heard it and stiffened, thinking, not as I imagined. After that, Joey turned away. Namgung Jangho hurriedly followed and asked, so why don't you just leave like that? Don't you stay a little longer? Joey walked to the side of the car. Nearby table, Zhang Yilong was resting his head on the table. Joey called him, Zhang Xiaozhe. He was sleeping soundly. Then he vaguely sat up when he heard Joey call. What is it, Xiao Xiao? Then Joey laughed asked, haven't you already agreed to work with me? You must clearly understand the contract you signed. Zhang Yilong took out a piece of paper from his shirt. Then smiled and said, this is the level rank. It's a position right. Joey smiled and replied, just understand it like that. If you do well, your level will increase very quickly. The higher your rank, the higher your salary will be. He feels excited extremely, and Joey stood there looking at him as if he had caught his prey. He looked at him with bright eyes and thought, if he knew what he had to do next, he wouldn't be able to smile happily like that anymore. Joey continued to tell Zhang Yilong, I don't know when the meeting will come, so please arrange for the Namgung clan to come out first. I will send you a letter. When you receive the letter, go to the place where I request. Zhang Yilong replied, okay Joey, but Joey immediately corrected him. Quickly call Big Brother. Say it again. Zhang Yilong heard it and also called Big Brother. Joey also felt seeing that this call sounded good. So Joey bowed his head and said goodbye to those who had been together from the beginning until now. Thank you for accompanying me. I have learned a lot from everyone. Namgung Jangho didn't hold him back anymore. He said, since you don't want to go then there's no other way. See you again in Ho Fai. Then he wondered, what are you going to do with that 10,000-year ice spirit? So, when Joey heard that, He immediately remembered and was surprised to think that how could he go to the grave with that debt. Joey asked for help. Can I send it to the Namgung clan? Namgung Jangho replied, okay, but I must give someone your head. I will do it. Jagal Woon came out to nominate himself. Thank you. Joey smiled happily, because he was able to get rid of the debt of the 10,000-year ice spirit. In a mountainous area, covered with fog everywhere, in Sum-su, Gam-chun-ian, Joey was sitting on a nearby rock to rest. Joey brought up the crimson jade and called for the magic sword. No one answered, so Joey put it back. Crimson jade entered his shirt. He thought, he hasn't said anything for 3 days. How do I know where the sword grave is? Damn. From far away, someone stomped on the ground. Who is this? A group of strange people, looking very scary. Joey saw that and immediately stood up in surprise. He observed them for a while, appeared alert, recognized that this person is the Red Bean Gust Squad. These people look really scary. The guys in the Red Bean Gust Squad wondered. That guy, how did you know us? Joey answered openly, the chest muscles are gone. At least you guys should know how to cover it up. They were immediately stripped of the mask of the scary person they were wearing. That bandit scolded. This insolent guy rushed in. Go up and catch him. Slowly, Joey raised his hand to stop. But it was too late. That guy used his fist to prepare to hit him. He exclaimed, making him shut his mouth first. He said, if we win, the loser will be us. Joey felt extremely scared and wondered. Why, everyone I meet is always this sudden. Probably because you are the unlucky main character. That guy used all his strength to strike down. Scolded and shut up the dog. It's scary, not civilized at all. Joey on this side also used his strength to block his attack. Both sides attacked at the same time. They were both defending. That bandit gritted his teeth and got angry. This bastard is not ordinary. You're trying to show that you're different. But when you encounter a group of vicious evil sects like us, you're done. Joey also got angry and said, I'm the only one dealing with this. How many of you guys are there in total? You still dare to call yourself a man like this? What a bunch of bandits. If you're uneducated, that's all. Dare to fight 10 against 1. Who would ever do that? Just sit down and calmly drink tea and discuss for the benefit of both parties. He exclaimed, offering conditions to find a way. Retreat. The crowd is angry. Why, this woman? Someone spoke from afar. That's enough. From inside the crowd came a stranger with an extremely muscular body. Near Joey. He looked at him in surprise. Then Joey recognized this person. A big guy with a beard, with 2 tufts of hair on both sides in front of his face. Was the mighty leader of the bloody band. He spoke up. Again, we are destined to meet each other. What is that expression of yours? Joey felt scared. His face changed. Then he spoke up and said, you are really tough as a leech. Now all over Shaanxi is full of all kinds of evil sects. When he heard that, he curled his lips into a strange smile. The martial arts competition conference in Mount Hua is about 25 miles away from here. So no matter how loud you scream, no one will come to save you. But he has the aura of a leading man. That guy. Joey felt surprised and thought, damn, these pig-brained mountain bandits. Why are they? Not only is he less ignorant, but he's even more stupid. Joey shouted, someone like me who has only been to Enwei once or twice has no reason to make enemies with people in the gang. I'm different from you guys. Then Joey held out the gold card and said loudly, do you see anything? I am the honored guest invited to the noble residence of the Namgung clan. Also the owner of the precious heavenly sword. Precious? What? He doesn't understand. Joey calmly scolds them. You bastards. Please squeeze your brain as small as a pea and think. If you dare to touch a single strand of my hair, will I, the famous Namgung clan, leave it alone? You are so brave to stand alone against all of them. The leader heard it and coldly said, if I tear your body apart and throw your limbs all over the mountains and forests, it will be mountain animals. It's going to be a very filling meal. Joey bit his lip, feeling bad, thinking these evil black bastards. Why do they talk about tearing people apart like a feather? Joey didn't show that he was scared at this moment. He said again, do you think killing me will get your wish? He was surprised to hear that. He put the gold token inside his shirt and continued. After a little brainstorming, he immediately understood that you were acting like this thanks to a certain gang leader who had offended the Namgung clan. but using the original method. This barbaric water will definitely not solve the problem. When the guy next to him heard that, he became impatient and said, "Boss, are you going to just let him talk nonsense like that? If we are led by his wagging lips." Joey then threw out a coin. That coin rolled next to this tall guy. Then he quickly sat down and caught the coin. Tawi realized their weakness. So he smiled complacently. He thought that the most effective bait for short-brained people like this group was the sound of money. Another guy threatened with a knife. Shouted, "That damn bastard, what do you want?" Then as before, Joey tossed the coin at him. He quickly let go of the knife and grabbed the coin. The boss shouted angrily, scolded, "You worthless people, how dare you pack your chest like this and call yourself a member of the famous Six Forest Mountain Bandit Alliance?" Then it wasn't a coin anymore. Joey took out a shining gold bar glare. When the old man saw the gold bar, his face showed an extremely greedy look. Staring at the gold bar. "That is a gold coin. You dare to seduce the notorious bandit leader of the Red Bean Gust Squad only has that one gold coin. I want it." What a quick face changer. Likes to look good but inside can't stand the greed. Joey immediately gave up and shot that gold bar. He quickly picked it up in his palm. Then the boss looked friendly and said, "What do you want?" Then Joey took out a bag of money. Told them, "I will leave all the money I have. As long as you guys let me go." No problem. The boss saw that the money bag was so bright and couldn't resist, so he agreed to let Joey go. The bandits around also asked with interest, "Boss, there's our share, right?" In that bag, a lot of gold and silver was opened. They were excited about how much this treasure was worth. "So that kid is so rich. Why?" Joey here gritted his teeth and endured it. Even though he was extremely angry, he couldn't do anything. That Confucius taught a gentleman to take revenge 10 years before it's too late. He helplessly thought to himself, "It's only been 3 days since the day I disobeyed Confucius's teachings. Why do the sage's teachings always pop out at times like this? Is it possible that life is a series of days repeating impossible things? Who could have predicted that?" Inside Crimson Jade a voice rang out. "Do you really feel like that?" Joey felt puzzled and wondered. What did the elder suddenly say? Crimson Jade immediately said, "There's no movement anymore. What are you so confused about?" Then Joey spoke up and asked the bandits again, "So can we go now?" Those bandits didn't pay attention to Joey anymore. Waved his hand to dismiss. Okay, go. No date to meet again." Joey left but still gritted his teeth and endured it. Extremely angry. Because he lost a large amount of money, he still did not forget to curse silently. "Losers. This brave man. We will definitely meet again," Joey wrote down. So he continued alone on the mountain. Joey remembered what the sword god Jo Chon had said before, that he would never appear in front of him again. Joey thought back, looking at this old man, secretly walking in his stomach. Me, and he's been shouting too much. If it was in a game, he'd definitely be a grandmaster. He realized something. Normally if he said bad things like this, he should have made a fuss in the first place. What's wrong? Joey wondered. Are you angry? Crimson Jade made a sound. We must head to Autumn Valley. Autumn Valley. Where is it? The elder inside Crimson Jade came up pointing sound. Head towards that tree. If you pass the ridge, you will be able to see the forest edge of the Dangye mountain. You must climb that mountain. Joey is surprised. Do you want me to climb again? Fairy sir, I have just repented of a big sin. This body of mine is up to you to deal with. If it were you, I would surely be able to go to Autumn Valley or something within a blink of an eye. Right? Jo Chon, the sword god, appeared angry and scolded him. Jumping around so much. The sun is about to set. You should go quickly. Joey immediately resigned and listened to the sword god's words. So he went up the mountain alone. At that time, Joey was climbing on the high cliff below, which seemed to be very deep. He let out a few screams of fear. Joey felt desperate, thinking that this was too scary. So heroic. Why are you making me climb this mountain? Jo Chon reminds us as the sun goes down that we're in big trouble. When it gets pitch black, you'll think you wish you'd left sooner. Joey gritted his teeth and endured it, thinking that this enemy only had to pay back for saying a little bit of bad things but being so stingy. Surely this old man was torturing him on purpose with the shortcut he knew. Jo Chon became even angrier and shouted loudly, "Shut up! What value is there for me to use if you have this much determination? You're always talking about revenge and revenge, but you don't have the will to cross a mountain. Joey immediately remembered the bag of money he had to give to those mountain bandits and became extremely angry. Then he seemed to have regained his will. His feet hurt on the cliffs. The child made a crazy climbing point on the cliff. And so Joey continued to climb that high mountain. Suddenly he slipped and fell down the cliff, his hands only holding on into the cliff, and slid down without time to do anything. While falling down, Joey stepped on a big rock. Joey breathed frantically because he escaped death. He realized that he was lucky to land on a rock. Then he screamed with determination, regained his will, held Joey's hands on the cliff, and frantically climbed up. Continuing the journey alone, Joey used his strength to try climbing to the top. After a while, Joey also reached a stopping point. He breathlessly tried to climb up. At this time the sun was gradually going down the mountain. Joey wondered about this place. Is it really a tomb of the sword? Chong replied, yes. Your enlightenment about what is in this sacred place depends entirely on yourself. Don't bring dirty plans. Just step forward confidently. Goodness is in your heart. He reminded. Remember, right now you are in front of a cave in the middle of a cliff. Joey asked confusedly, what do you mean there's someone else inside here? The evil god replied that there were still traces left inside. Joey pulled out a torch. He asked what the mark was. He answered, what I discovered in the upper sword tomb is the sword seal. It is those sword seals that hold the core value of this tomb. Joey started to light the torch. You wonder, wait a moment, elder, I don't know even the most basic martial arts. Do you want an ordinary person like me to become an ultimate master with just those sword seals? Rude, Chong shouted. Then he said seriously that even though I don't know which predecessor created the seals, you are not allowed to consider him as a mortal. Not a mortal. Is he a god or something? Joey had ignited the torch, the burning light illuminating the way into the darkness inside. Chong immediately explained that the sword seals were the traces left behind by a true god. Even though the sword the king was also considered a god, but he never dared to think of defeating him. He highly appreciated this senior. Cao Thien continued, in the martial arts world, the concept of perfection does not exist. I have been taught everything, but his sword god is truly perfect. How can the son of a mortal reach such a perfect state? Joey gradually entered deeper inside. He asked how good that senior was. At this moment, Joey held a blazing torch in his hand and entered the cave. Darkness covered everywhere. Then he exclaimed in surprise. Impossible, it seems hard to believe what exists before your eyes. Sword god Cao Thien exclaimed. Can you read those ancient books? I have tried copying hundreds of copies and giving them to countless people. The scholars watched, but no one had ever deciphered that ancient language. Joey hesitated. In front of Joey were rows of white letters scattered on the cliff. He read it and was horrified at the value. Vector connecting the points. Instantaneous acceleration. Free fall motion. He calculated all the fundamental moves of swordsmanship using physics, and then divided by the internal force to achieve instantaneous free fall speed. And even create a formula to calculate gravity based on the weight of a sword. He immediately realized that, wait, could it be that you who know these formulas must be someone from the modern world? Sword god Chong was surprised. Why are you saying the person who left this ancient language is people from your world? Joey replied, yes. When was this cave discovered? At least more than 1,000 years ago. Chong replied. Joey wondered about a modern person came to the Central Plains more than 1,000 years ago. But only relying on the strength of one person was able to hone his swordsmanship to this level. Did that person really make a mark in history just because of that? Isn't this relic like that? Cao Thien continued. I also wonder that the last sword mark left by him is no longer the product of humans. Such a great realm of swordsmanship has never been achieved. It's a bit strange if it's passed down or has any reputation in the world. Did Joey realize something about the last sword mark? Chong continued with a serious face. Do you remember that the terrain in the Autumn Valley is very strange? Weird or not? After hearing this, Joey thought about it and realized it was true. Normally, the valley has to twist and turn, but this valley has a straight path. The precious Autumn Valley is the last streak of his sword. Well, after Cao Thien answered the question, Joey was so surprised that his palms were flying. Joey was shocked. That terribly deep valley that was 4 kilometers long was the product of humans. Is it true? Couldn't believe it. So Joey continued walking inside the cave. He brought the torch up to the cliff to continue observing the words his predecessor left behind that. After 24 days and nights studying the painting, we notice that he has eliminated sword techniques that cannot be analyzed physically. For example, he has ignored areas such as demon culture and the like. Then sought out the moves that can apply the vector product with the first variable direction. The moves that need a substitution coefficient due to the second variation. And finally the most complicated moves, capable of causing optical illusions, and after synthesizing all the formulas. 100 days had passed. Joey looked at him. He thought that this man is really persistent. We come from the same world but we are not at the same time. It is truly a pity. To continue the process of that predecessor after 120 days of studying the wall. The basic swordsmanship techniques of different sects have all reached the level. The completion level is higher than 50 for the final move. However, there are exceptions, and the Master King's double consciousness C opening is one of them. The double consciousness C opening is a move that maximizes the cost. The value of the function contains the variable that divides the consciousness into two parts that can use two types of sword skills at the same time. According to mathematical explanation, meaning that more than one variable can appear at the same time. With the constant function as a given move. This move needs to be studied more carefully. The predecessor carefully analyzed. Continuing his narration, after 139 days of studying the only remaining wall. In our minds there are only points, lines and planes. Why do straight lines bend at a certain point in the move? To minimize the deviation at the point of contact instead of focusing on the attack. I have to use linear transformation to change it, even though I tried it. But my tendons and bones can't endure it anymore. And the plan to use gas is gradually reaching a dead end. I'm really that stupid. Why have we only just realized that? The reason it bends is because the limit point of movement that can be represented by the human body. Speaking of this, the seniors must have struggled very hard during the arduous process. This, continuing his predecessor's story, after 180 days of studying the wall, according to physical theory, it was possible to perform at the speed of light. But the problem lies in the fact that the human body cannot recreate it in real time. The process of making a recipe, no matter how perfect the recipe is, if the body cannot endure it, it will all be in vain. Why don't we realize this simple truth? After all, he still had to train his body first. Forge a body capable of surviving and regenerating after going through that formula. He realized the inevitable. After 487 days of studying the wall, I once again realized how fragile the human body is. I placed a random moving point around the wall and tested how many sword thrusts it would take to hit that exact point. Mr. Now another experiment. As a result, a total of 7,206,064,220 times it took us 2 years to reproduce a simple motion vector connecting 2 points A and B. So are those formulas feasible for an imperfect human body? No, this is not something that can be achieved by diligent physical training. We need another method. That was part of the research process of that senior, but it seems that we have not come up with a solution yet. Which result is definitive? He wrote down his journey on the wall. Returning to the present, Joey raised the flickering torch to review the process. He exclaimed, "That is this man still human?" His journey has gone through 4,685 days of studying the wall and following his story. We realize that trying to compensate for factors that cannot be eliminated with physical means doctrine is really stupid. It's not natural that Tao and Buddha exist. That's because if you only cultivate the body and not the mind, you won't be able to completely control the body. The only way to refine the body reaching the level of a god means cultivating the mind. By imagining the hellish world, we can smoothly observe our entire ocean of consciousness. From deep within our minds, can actually separate yourself into tiny atoms, or turn yourself into a huge entity larger than the universe. And finally, in our imagination, every movement of the straight lines and planes were all recreated into a complete whole. Then he realized that somehow, the boundary between our imaginary world and the real world had been erased. Because even when I don't eat, drink, or even breathe, I still don't die. This senior has advanced to another level. The journey continues after 6,932 days of studying the wall. The body of we now have the ability to reproduce and represent all formulas perfectly. But that's not enough. We can see through the essence of all phenomena like anchors in a movie of the matrix of rules, of Mother Nature. Have all been fully integrated into my abilities. Whether I am still considered human or not, I can feel the eyes of the great saints looking at me. Reading here, Joey seemed to sense something, and immediately cried out in surprise. In front of him was the image of his senior performing the move. His entire research process, it appeared clearly in front of Joey. Joe Chon inside Crimson Jade was extremely surprised. Impressive, truly impressive. It took me 7 years to be able to see the star with my own eyes. So but have you seen that starlight? Heaven and earth meteor sword? He asked. Exactly, Joey replied. His face had changed to a serious one. Sword God Joe Chon was more surprised. It was so impressive to comprehend that much in just 15 minutes. That he thought that furthermore, feeling the heaven and earth meteor sword and the stars at the same time was the ultimate realm of heaven and earth meteor sword enlightenment. Especially, having completely merged into this kid's soul. But why is that sword still not strong enough to reveal everything? Joe Chon looked at Joey and felt puzzled, not daring to despise destiny. So heaven has prearranged this kid's destiny and I am the bridge to that destiny door. Now he realizes his mission. After that, Joey fell into the world of consciousness for 3 years without even realizing it. Thanks to him understanding all the moves that his predecessor left behind in the past. He created the birth of the genius sword god. On a clear morning, in Hefei, still as busy and noisy as ever, the young master of Jiam Ga Jiang, Jiam Juxan was walking on the street in a happy mood. In front of him I'm a carriage coming. He said impatiently, hey I told you to take it slow. Then Jiam Juxan pulled the rope from his subordinate's hand. Then scolded him, do you know how much this Thien van carriage is worth? It's just a light business. I'm sorry young master, I'll go get the reins now. That guy bowed his head and admitted his crime. He shouted angrily, shut up. Then Jiam Juxan slowly got on the horse carriage. The horse carriage started to drive away. Because it was suitable for the horse carriage to go on the busy street. Rook-san exclaimed, since buying this carriage, I finally got to the world of Ha Lao. He realized that there was something on the other side. Which was the friendly family. He looked. Inside the Cao Thien Tam Min family. A woman came out and said hello. Hello, welcome to the family's restaurant. I would like to ask if you would like anything to eat. Jiam Juxan said shyly, meatloaf sandwiches and cooling black tea. The waitress happily and friendly replied, I understand. Please wait a moment. Luckily we arrived in time. Jiam Juxan felt excited and excited. After a while, she brought out the food that Jiam Juxan had ordered. She happily said, ladies and gentlemen, here are the guests' food. A total of 99 francs. Jiam Juxan immediately paid for the woman's food. Here is a silver coin. Thank you very much. I wish you a good appetite. She was polite. He thought that for 99 francs, why not take just 1 silver coin? But there was one left over. With money, I feel like I'm getting something. Inside the food bag is a dish that looks like a modern-day hamburger. It's Joey's work. Jiam Juxan he took each bite deliciously. His eyes sparkling with excitement. Delicious taste. After eating, he drank tea to cool down. Then Jiam Juxan exclaimed with joy when he was able to relieve the discomfort in his body. It's so wonderful, he exclaimed. It's so delicious but it's not even a silver coin. It's so cheap. It's truly impeccable. But, then he continued driving the horse carriage. Until there was a certain building in front of him. In front of Jiam Juxan was a guest house with many people standing in line to get inside. He watched with great excitement. It was so great. The brightly lit guest house showed an outstanding attraction in this place. Many people lined up to go inside for entertainment. Jiam Juxan also amused. He looked next to a luxurious horse carriage. He secretly thought that this horse carriage was also a limited companion. The number of carriages of this type produced in a year was only counted on fingertip. A waiter inside walked out smiling. Welcome to the day, young master. Today we will serve you. How is the flower lady today? Young master Seo Moon asked. Lee Seo Long replied. Don't worry, today's flowers are very excellent. This waiter's name is Bruce Lee. With a name like that, he must be very good at fighting. Jiam Juxan nearby heard as he stepped down from his carriage and thought. Then another waiter came out to greet Jim Juksan. Young master, today I would like to serve you. My name is Hong Jianbo. Have you chosen your own moon master? Which moon master? Jim Juksan wondered. Then Hong Jianbo speculated. It must be your first time coming here. Mr. Nawet is the one who is responsible for pairing you with a beauty. If so, objectively just trust me, please come. In my opinion, Jim Juksan was somewhat interested in hearing this. This is the young master's carriage. Take care of it carefully. Hong Jianbo instructed another person. On the other side suddenly a loud voice rang out, attracting attention. Jim Juksan's attention. Why was Jim Juksan allowed in but I wasn't? In front of Jim Juksan, two people were arguing with each other. He looked and thought, so this is the mysterious forbidden place of the halal world that people talk about. There must be a fuss because Pine Gak, of the Pine family in Hefei, is not allowed to enter. The staff member politely said to the other man, no, please excuse me, dear guest, please come back next time. That guy was angry, seemed to be very drunk and said, this liar, do you know who I am? That employee got angry. Objectively, you made me feel a bit awkward. So he got angry and said, if you're drunk, you should go home before we can cause trouble. If not, I will break your back on the spot. What? That threat made that drunk girl scared. From afar there was someone coming. The figure looked very familiar. It was Zhang Yilong. He went to ask, what's wrong, Yung-gu? Yung-gu replied, nothing, I'm sorry you're worried. Manager Zhang, no, it should be boss Zhang right now. Looking at Zhang Yilong's huge figure like this made Jim Juksan feel amazed with that eloquent spirit. Zhang Yilong's expression threatened the troublemaker. I just got promoted the other day. Finished yesterday, so while I'm still in a good mood, I'll take care of myself and go home. That person immediately hesitated in fear, said yes, then ran away immediately in front of Zhang Yi's majesty. Long. He then shouted in the crowd, everyone pay attention, now it's past the hour of death. No more free guests. It's clear, the subordinates obeyed orders. Jim Juksan turned to ask Hong Jianbo is next door. It's free, so it's free until before death. Hong Jianbo replied, this rule doesn't apply to male guests. Young master, only to women. Jim Juksan wondering. Hong Jianbo nodded slightly with a friendly smile and said, yes, all female customers who arrive before the day will receive 3 jars of wine and free breakfast. Zhang Yilong from far away. I could see Hong Jianbo chatting happily with Jim Juksan. Zhang Yilong called out to Jianbo. Yes. He heard it and replied. Zhang Yilong spoke softly. Isn't he too warm? Hong Jianbo answered. He came by carriage, sir. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet for a moment when he said that. Where are you? Preparing to welcome distinguished guests. Zhang Yilong's face immediately changed attitude. The excitement increased. Inside the restaurant, the scene was very familiar. Like a modern bar. The music was loud. This place was also very crowded. People came to entertain. A lot the guests also shouted happily under the stage lights. Hong Jianbo led Jim Juksan inside and smiled. Do you want me to take you to a private room? If you want a beautiful lady to serve you enthusiastically, then I have to use that private room. Jim Juksan felt confused and said, just choose a table for me. Hong Jianbo smiled and replied, the price depends on the location of each table. Sir, really? He asked. Above the stage was full of beauties dancing and singing. Hong Jianbo pointed in that direction and said, do you see the closest seat facing the stage? That table is the most expensive. But it's worth the money. Objectively want to choose that seat. Okay, great. Jim Juksan immediately felt excited because there was a beautiful seat next to a beauty and quickly agreed. So that special seat belonged to Jim Juksan. Hong Jianbo asked, what kind of wine do you want? I will have rice wine. He chose. After hearing that choice, Hong Jianbo's face immediately changed. With a disdainful look, he said, you're joking too much. Objectively, you think a beautiful woman will follow in the footsteps of someone who can only drink rice wine. Sit in a position like this. At least 2 bottles of frozen winter liquor should be ordered. Really? Jim Juksan looked at the menu and felt confused. The 2 jars were 20 taels of silver. The stage light moved, focusing on a certain point. One person stood up and announced, Dad, today our young master CO Moon ordered snowflake wine. Quickly turn on the music for snowflake wine. Juksan wondered. Then a group of beauties brought a jar of wine over under the admiring eyes of many people. Person, she greeted. May I ask who young Master Seo Moon is? That jar of wine looks so luxurious. The outside design is also so elegant and elegant. The table in front of Juksan is a man Mr. Juksan wondered who that guy was. That name was young Master Seo Moon that all the beauties were circling around. They were all excited. Young Master Seo Moon called for snowflake wine. Come here, what are you doing, sir? You're so handsome. That young Master Seo Moon noticed and looked in Juksan's direction. Then he smiled proudly and arrogantly. When Juksan saw that, he got mad and cursed. He's a bossy dog. Then he shouted at the little guy. Give me a bottle. No, 2 bottles of snowflake wine. That's 100 taels of gold each. That bottle, young master. You still have to pay in advance. Hong Jianbo reminded. Then Juksan kept shouting. Don't worry, bring the wine. Hong Jianbo smiled happily. Obeyed. Yes, yes. Please wait a moment. I'll bring it up right away. That caught Zhang Yilong's attention. He waved his hand to call a beautiful woman nearby. She turned to ask, What's wrong, Master Zhang? I'm busy. Then Zhang Yilong told her. Have you seen that person? What is the reward for serving that person carefully? What is the fee? She glanced over and asked. Zhang Yilong answered, 200 taels per bottle. She smiled happily and closed the application. So Juksan, the young half-leader of the Jiam family, was too busy having fun. Less than a month after coming here, he was left with empty hands. At the Zhou clan's business headquarters, General Manager Li smiled and said, The leader is here. Joey walked over to say hello. Everyone sit down, no need to be polite. The temperament of a homeowner. He sat down at the big table, surrounded by people who were already sitting waiting for him to arrive. Joey asked, Is the expansion of the Great Frozen Stone Treasury not done yet? Then one person hesitantly answered, That's it, I think it's a failure. A failure? How much did we invest in it? Explain. Joey feels uncomfortable. It seems like the bigger the scale of the frozen treasury, the effect will be halved. We have tried producing ice in the expanded Great Frozen Stone Treasury, but the output was no different from that before the expansion. He explained to Joey. Then he asked again, You mean it takes a lot of time? It takes more time to freeze. That's right. Before it only took half a day. Now it takes a whole day. It seems like at this rate we can only make about 750 pounds of ice. He said with a sigh. Joey thought with confusion. Damn, the first law of thermodynamics. The total energy in a system remains constant, even though it can be converted from one form to another. Modern people can forget this. The amount of ice we use increases. It's bad. Then he sighed and asked another topic. What about the black pure water? Heard so. The person next to him felt surprised. Then he trembled, brought out a vase of something. A scared look on his face. Joey took it and tasted it. Then he got angry and hit it. The table shouted loudly, What is this? Even worse than last time. Did you go to so many hot springs for 3 months just to find this much carbonated water? The chef felt confused. Yes, I know it's wrong then. Joey ordered him to write 2 self-criticisms. When he heard that, he was extremely shocked. Tears welled up in his eyes. Joey continued asking, What about joint guest house? Zhang Yilong answered honestly. Confidence. Our profits have doubled, boss. Joey felt surprised. At first I only intended to use this name as an entrance employee. Turns out he is a business genius. Teaches one thing and understands 10. Has the power to attract customers day after day. He deserves his current position. Zhang Yilong's status has increased in the comments of Joey. He silently praised. And then Joey considered. Of course making cola is not easy. Right. Zhang Yilong spoke up at this time. Boss, I have something to say. Say it. Joey allows he. Then Zhang Yilong stated his opinion. The eternal frozen essence is the treasure of the Northern Ice Palace. And this is extremely useful in creating ice and is effective for martial artists who practice ice. What about? So what? Joey asked further. He continued. So Big Brother can invite any expert who is already a master in this field. It doesn't have to be someone from the Northern Ice Palace. Zhang Yilong continued asking. I don't understand why you have such an attachment to the ice room. That statement surprised Joey. Zhang Yilong added his opinion. No need to pour money win over these useless things. Instead, if you keep taking the eternal frozen essence into your hands, they will automatically come to Joey to want to work. Moreover, all martial artists are the same. Make a deal with them to practice ice. In return, they have to create ice for themselves. Wouldn't that be better? Hearing Zhang Yilong say that, Joey seemed to have misunderstood. He was secretly surprised and thought he was a genius. Joey felt guilty. What did he do with the 1,000-year-old freezes of the North Sea? So ashamed of himself, Joey looked at Zhang Yilong and continued to think. Unable to believe it, it was clear that I had bullied him by saying he had no brain. At this point, I could no longer deny the rumors that Zhang Yilong was a genius. With that stare, Zhang Yilong felt confused. Then Joey stood up and asked, "Does anyone want to go to the North Sea?" The group of them were all silent, looking at each other awkwardly. North Ocean, an extremely faraway place where it takes half a year to get back from after visiting. It is exclusive to people in the Middle Ages. And during the Great War, the North Sea Ice Palace was brutally vanquished by the Sama family. They dragged the North Ocean King out, tied him up out on the streets of Henan province and let him starve to death. Joey gave them a condition that would benefit them with 1,000 taels of gold, which would be the reward for the person who discovered the true technique of making equal. Zhang Yilong was happy when he heard the money, raised his hand to nominate himself. "Big brother, let me go." Joey shook his head. "You can't. You think you need Zhang Yilong to stabilize the cable room." Wait, Joey thought again. Then, who could it be? He wondered. Seemed to remember something. Joey asked Manager Lee, "What are those bastards doing now?" "Which bastards? Who are you talking about?" General Manager Lee did not understand. "Those big guys with red bear tattoos all over their bodies," Joey said. General Manager Lee immediately recognized them and replied, "You told me to lock them up except for because it's harmful to the people. We have locked them in the prison of this house." "How long has it been? Have they recovered yet?" you asked. He replied, "It's been half a year." And then you continued, "It's been so long. Bring them here." General Manager Lee obeyed. One morning at the place where they were discussing, the sky was clear. A moment later, General Manager Lee returned to announce his subordinates had brought them here. They were waiting in the outer room. Joey instructed, "Probe. Just let the leader in here." He received the order. The leader was called inside. "This guy is really big. General Manager Lee is only half his size." As soon as he walks entering, Zhang Yilong suddenly realized. He immediately exclaimed, "Kang brother, is it you?" "This guy is Kang Daeju." He knelt down in front of them, tears streaming down his face, trembling and calling for "Sir." Zhang Yilong immediately ran closer to Kang Daeju, concerned. "What's wrong, Kang brother? What happened? He's still sobbing like that." Then Joey felt itchy and angry. "That's enough. Don't act like a jerk in front of me. Stop crying and come here now." Zhang Yilong felt scared. Big brother behaved like this. There is only one reason. That is someone once harmed him. Brother Kang must have done something wrong. Kang Daeju quietly walked closer to Joey. He glanced at him and said, "I order you to go to the North Sea." He was confused, but back high was. Seeing Kang Daeju hesitate like that, he continued, "It seems like you still want to eat mantu. Hold your breath." Kang Daeju was so startled after hearing that. He remembered what was inside. Cell. At that time they wondered, why do they give us this show every day? Kang Daeju felt scared and asked, "If we complete this mission, you will release us?" "Me, of course," Joey replied. Having said that, he agreed. "Okay, then we accept." Kang Daeju stood up energetically. Joey glanced at him, gave him an evil smile and said, "If you dare to run away in the middle, you already know the consequences." Hearing his threat, Kang Daeju's hand clenched tightly. Trembling non-stop, he replied to Joey in his heart indignantly, "If we could have escaped, we would have escaped a long time ago. That damned liar, evil, inhumane monster." He was angry but also affirmed that there was no such thing. One morning at Hefei, on the Namgung clan's side, Namgung Bak was having a headache over the books. What happened again? He got mad thinking that it should have been 3 years before he had the chance. "We have to destroy the eternal frozen essence. It's not nice to touch that brat in any way. The merchant who sold us that cold brew tea to cure stomachaches. And even that carrier can arbitrarily bring him to our own page. Because of their popularity, even local mandarins and powerful people have lost their jobs and come here to complain. Mister, I reprimanded, and then thought about it. Not stopping there, the guests who received the food gave something back to the carrier. And then the carrier delivered it to the recipient, causing a vision. The influence is spreading more and more. Because of that, even the escort agencies are suffering. Is not all, they also created a new type of carriage called the automobile, which has completely changed the industry. Currently buying and selling and making carriages. He created the Joe family brewery and conquered all the breweries in Hatby with just one ice glass. He also built a restaurant selling rice cakes. Coke and sandwiches. 6 classes have overwhelmed the entire food industry and food business. Sounds like he's talking about Joey's achievements. Even though Namgung Bak is very angry. He thought further, secretly hating him for a long time. The problem is that every time he starts a new form of business, he waves that token everywhere. Talking about this, perhaps you can also imagine the drawing of Joey's wild brother. Namgung Bak said, that's why so many people flocked to the Namgung clan. We tried to calm the people's mood. Tried everything we could during the past 3 years. But the thing that annoyed me the most was, outside someone came in and spoke up. Sir, the food from the Joe clan shop has arrived. Do you want to eat it right away to make it hot? Yes, bring it here. How do you feel? Actions are so different from thoughts. Namgung Bak took a bottle of coca, then enjoyed it deliciously. I was completely addicted to the taste of Joe clan's food. It turned out to be the previous sentence after kicking the sentence. There was a subordinate and reported, Sir, I have something to say. There is another group of people coming to look for you. Why is it right at this time? He is surprised. He continued. His subordinates thought it was about the inns. I almost forgot. Those damn inns. Namgung Bak shouted while his stomach was already rumbling because he was hungry. Also, the subordinate was about to continue. What else? Namgung Bak was annoyed. The young master of the HWA family sword sect has come again. He helplessly announced. Damn, we did it. What HWA clan of the sword sect? Why do they always want to cause trouble with us? He felt a headache. And also, the subordinate was about to say something else. Namgung Bak kept scratching his head in confusion. Oh God, what is it again this time? He said, young Master Jegal-un came to visit too. Namgung Bak angrily said loudly. He came here to meet his friends, so just let him in. Why bother reporting to me? The subordinate felt confused. Puppet said. He didn't come here as a friend. Then what is it? Namgung Bak asked with a serious face. He came here as a supply inspector of the Martial Arts Alliance, he announced seriously. What? Let's go see him right away. He stood up immediately in surprise. The subordinate obeyed. The subordinate will send someone to bring him here immediately. What's all this about? Namgung Bak, he was extremely confused. Then Jagal Woon went inside. The subordinate announced. Sir, the inspector has arrived. Namgung Bak welcomes you. She also respectfully. Mr. Bak. It's been a while. Are you still well? Namgung Bak replied. I'm very well. By the way, have you become an inspector? This young master is truly a wonderful person. Please come and sit here. He pointed to the nearby tea table. Jagal Woon smiled and replied. Thank you, I will get to the main part. The two of them sat down and discussed important things. Something, Namgung Bak said. Feel free, but let me ask you a question first. Please, Jagal Woon replied. Then Namgung Bak asked. 3 months ago an inspector came here. Logically it will be another 2 years before the next visit, but what is this? Hearing that, Jagal Woon laughed coldly. Then she replied that, a few days ago, the chief inspector came visited Hefei and he suspected some things. What? Namgung Bak wondered. She continued. He suspected that the strong business of the Zhou clan was under the control of the Namgung clan. Namgung Bak suspected, surprised, and said, Aren't you his friend? You understand better than anyone else that the Zhou clan's business is a completely independent organization. How can you say that? Jagal Woon replied what he said. You still don't understand the alliance's intention. Could it be? Namgung Bak felt suspicious. She explained. Hefei's population has doubled in just 2 years and will soon be equal to. No, even surpassing Nanjing. So, the first idea of the alliance was. When it came to that, Namgung Bak seemed to understand Jagal Woon's meaning. He continued, but I'm just a small branch. She said seriously. Chong Ryon's movements are extremely suspicious. Namgung Bak exclaimed in surprise when he heard that name. Chong Ryon. Because of them, now then Hefei has become a battlefield ready to sacrifice his life. As long as we can own the strong business of the Zhou clan and of Hefei. With that huge wealth we will be the disciples. Especially in Samcheon. But the Zhou clan's business is still very vague right now. They are between the two realms of good and evil. This is an extremely dangerous action. The alliance wants to get their budget. You should give me a hand to benefit both sides. Jae Woon proposed a condition to Namgung Bak. He was confused and started thinking. Jae Woon continued to persuade. The man in power controls the largest and most powerful merchant group in Hefei, and is not part of the alliance. So how can we receive support from the alliance? In the worst case scenario, the Namgung clan may have to face Chong Ryon alone. She said she knew it was difficult, but he had to make a choice. Namgung Bak spoke up. How much time do we have? Jae Woon replied. The secret guards have been eliminated. Now the temporary alliance has no eyes or ears. We don't have much time left no more. She spoke seriously about the serious situation at the moment. Namgung Bak looked extremely awkward, not knowing what to do, thinking that the situation between the two sides was obviously broken. It was like a declaration of war. Then Namgung Bak said to Jae Woon, I will call Joey here to discuss immediately. The alliance has already sent him a message. He will definitely come soon. She answered. Namgung Bak felt speechless. In another place, there was someone standing in front of the house waiting. Was the leader of the righteous Sky and Joey. They went to the room together. That house. In front there is someone welcoming. The subordinate said, we have been ordered to exempt you from identity checks. Please go this way. Okay. Joey felt surprised but also followed. Then they said goodbye to each other, hoping that you would behave wisely and properly. Take care. Joey also said goodbye to him. Properly. What did this mean? He had a hard time understanding what he meant. Then Joey walked into this large institute. Inside were the seniors and guests waiting. Joey walked in and felt surprised. It seemed like everyone was gathered here. It's over. In front of them is the head of Namgung clan, Nam Gung Soo, and young master Namgung Jangho. The other is Namgung Songchan and head of Namgung clan, Namgung Bak. The other is Namgung Wu. And there was a guest from the alliance sent to Jae Woon. Jae Woon stood up and flipped the scroll out. Then she said, to the man who represents the Zhou family business. The alliance has a few words to send to you first. Joey Yen listening quietly. After a while of reading the contents of the scroll, she asked for it all. Joey felt uncomfortable thinking, it sounds very complicated, but actually what they want is very simple. They want the Zhou family business to be under the Namgung family. They want us to receive supervision and controlled by the Martial Arts Alliance. And our monthly payment would be whatever price they want. Otherwise, there is no reason left. In order for the alliance to protect us. This martial arts alliance that considers itself a righteous faction is no different from a gang on the streets. He guessed. It seems like the elders of the alliance misunderstanding something. Joey felt angry. What do you mean, misunderstanding? Jae Woon felt confused. Then Joey continued. You are judging me based on Kango's current situation, aren't you? He said in a scary way. Do you think I can't make Hamchang like Hefei? Jae Woon felt scared. What? Joey tapped his hand on the edge of the chair and said. I'm a merchant. It is natural for people to accept risks in exchange for profits. But there are too many people who want to take away the little wealth we have built with our blood and sweat. In this situation, no matter what, every merchant thinks the same as me. He frowned. Which side will gain more profit? Joey asked. Hearing that, Namgung Bak stood up and exclaimed. What are you talking about? Are you willing to become a money dog at Chong Ryon's feet? Joey immediately protested. So I can still, what can I do anymore? When everyone only wants to profit from me. Human greed is bottomless. Sir, have I done anything to affect the business of the Namgung clan? Namgung Bak said angrily again. What? Are you kidding me? If you've ever seen one of our businesses. No, since 3 years ago, Hefei's population has fallen to about 86,000 people. Currently it has reached 170,000 people. I will ask you again. Have I done anything to affect the business of the Namgung clan? Joey glanced at you and questioned. Your words. Joey was very reasonable, making Namgung Bak speechless, unable to say anything. Then he glanced elsewhere and continued. If the elders of the family have spoken up and want to give way, I am very willing, even if I have the same last name. No matter what, I am still a member of the Namgung clan. Not from the alliance. Go back and tell the leader of the alliance. I have no intention of leaning towards a good or evil faction. Joey affirmed his stance, reminding Jae Woon to stay neutral. There was a voice raised. Head of the Namgung clan. Namgung Su said that, throughout history can go the number of people who did yes. I can count on the fingers of one hand. Those people all have a few things in common. You're right, someone I know also told me the same. Joey smiled coldly. Those who fall into the mud of deceit will always standing on the edge of weakness, risking his life to protect his own values and those around him. That is the only way to become stronger. He recalls the teachings of the sword god Jo Chon. Suddenly his pupils lit up. White light flashed. Joey radiated an overwhelming aura and declared, I will follow that path to become the strongest. This aura resounded. Namgung clan. The people sitting nearby were all affected. They were more panicked. What is this? Joey said to himself. The entire world that I see is equivalent to a map. This thing has been ingrained in my brain. Although at first I was not used to it. Ecstasy. Thousands of mathematical symbols appeared in Joey's head. A time immersed in the pleasure of enlightenment. It felt like it had only happened for a moment. He recounted the past events that shocked Joey. But when I woke up, my clothes were old and torn. And the sword god tell me that 3 years have passed. Joey told more about the event that changed him. The sword god was extremely happy for him, calling his transformed body into the omnipotent flesh of the Sword King. Although at first I had a bit of trouble with his ghostly white eyes. The atmosphere inside the room changed, shaking violently. The head of the Namgung clan, Nam Gung Su, looked at Joey in surprise. What? A state where one man's warrior spirit is engraved in their eyes. Joey is still, except for special martial arts such as plum blossom techniques. That phenomenon is definitely for the ones who attain an unfathomable level. He speculated. Namgung Su felt surprised. How can such a young person reach that state so soon? Namgung Songchan felt puzzled and secretly laughed. Does he call himself his disciple? Even though he is a personal disciple. By Mu Gimyong, this is also crazy. Can the detective sense it? Namgung Songchan asked Jae Woon. Why? What can he feel? He wondered. Then he said, that person is at the same level. Ultimate level. Ultimate level. Hearing that Jae Woon was surprised and couldn't believe it. Then she was extremely shocked. Even in the 9 great sects, there were only 4 people who had reached this level. Namgung Songchan told her, you have to try to convince the leader or deputy leader to change their mind. Jae Woon said helplessly, I will return to the alliance. And she left immediately after that. Namgung Su said, what is in your heart, Namgung? Joey's white eyes gradually changed. It slowly returned to normal. Joey replied, just like my uncle. He thought, an uncle who will be willing to protect me when I cause trouble, which I'm extremely grateful for. A fool. I mean someone who will give me everything I want if I'm stuck. That's Joey's point of view. Namgung Su nodded slightly and said, just like family. What do you think about adding this kid to our family tree? Namgung backbit his lip and endured. Then also said, if you want for a person who is not from the official defender line to be included in the family tree, one condition must be met first. Lord, what condition? Namgung Su asked. Is marriage. This will be accepted if this brat is willing to marry a girl in our family. Namgung Bak replied. Namgung Su looked at Jang Ho, seemingly wanting to say something to him. Then Namgung Jang Ho shook his head and said, impossible, father. He recalled that So-So had fallen in love with Zhang Yi. It's been so long that she cooks for him every day. Namgung Su thought confusedly. Then he asked, we still have Somi, right? That surprised Namgung Bak. That's a bit. He felt scared. Namgung Jang Ho spoke up. Father, I mean, Somi just turned 19, just a young age. Listening to them discuss seriously like so, Joey also exclaimed in surprise. What the hell? These old guys. Are you trying to pair me up with someone? I don't want to get handcuffed. Handcuffed? Namgung Su felt confused. Joey said affirmatively. Anyway, no, there's no way I will do that. Ever. Namgung Songchan laughed and said, if you don't want to take the position we give you, you better give us back the heavenly plaque. Are we kidding? Joey pondered, thinking to himself, it sounds great. You guys just want to tie me up next to you, right? Namgung Songchan retorted to Joey. Didn't you just say it? Namgung, the clan is like blood. You're speechless. He glanced at Joey and continued. You can continue doing your huge business and our family won't ever try to lay a hand on it. But, going through life and death situations, isn't that what we call family? Joey sighed and said, yes, this family is really great. He can't escape, he is helpless. And then he also decided that, sir, I agree, but I do not accept the marriage. Namgung Su was silent for a moment. Then he gave an order, gathering all the elders and other members of the family here. Emergency meeting. Why? But what for? Namgung Bak asked. So that we can just change the rules or our family. Namgung Su answered, surprising him. Joey stood there and said, I'm leaving, can I go yet? After speaking, he immediately walked slowly towards the door. A hand immediately approached. Namgung Bak used a strong force to grab his shoulder. Stopping Joey, he exclaimed, it's been a long time. What is this again? He feels annoyed. Namgung Bak exclaimed, don't you see that we have distinguished guests? Because I got here in such a hurry that I didn't pay much attention to them. What's the problem? You answered. He continued, all the powerful people in Anhwi province have gathered here. It's all because of your guest house. Namgung Bak, he reprimanded. Joey wondered, what? How is my guest house? Then he shouted angrily, extremely problematic. The children from the wealthy families are squandering their wealth on your hotel. The children from families with authority are just enjoying their lives instead of focusing on their studies. Namgung Bak continued, what do you think men and women usually do before getting married? Organize a bachelor party. How many relationships do you have? Did the family's marriage go up in smoke thanks to that guest house of yours? He scolded him. Joey felt somewhat guilty and surprised. Then he justified himself, shouted, but I don't force them to spend money on expensive food and drinks. If they spend money on their own like water, then what else can I do? Namgung Bak was extremely angry, and asked Joey to stop doing business for a short period of time. In order to chase away those young diners, you should know your limits. Joey pondered for a few seconds. Agree with him. Okay, then from now on, the Zhou family business will stop operating for half a month. The others heard that and were surprised. What are you talking about? So just close down guest house is fine. Why do we have to close all other forms of business? They wondered, exclaimed in confusion. Not the bakery, not the inn too. The brewery has nothing to do with this, does it? Joey said annoyed. We can't just stop one business. We have to be fair. If we stop one business but the others still operate, it's unfair. You want to make the workers my humiliation. Namgung Bak felt confused and said, if you increase the salary, more people will apply. Isn't that right? Joey was angry and shouted at him. Why do you guys think we have to close? Namgung clan will be responsible for spending more money to pay workers. Do you know that just stopping business for one day, the Zhou family business, we will have to pay how much damage? He was scared and reassured. No, calm down, young Master Zhou. Then the elders of the Namgung clan also began to complain. I can't live without the cold tea from their inn. My son won't even eat rice if there isn't any dried meat in it. Living with such deprivation, I would rather die than complain. Namgung Songchan. Hearing those words, Namgung Bak feel guilty. At this time, Namgung Su stood up and said to Joey, what about that limited edition carriage? Will we receive the goods soon? You're talking about the heavenly cloud carriage, right? Joey asked. Yes, it is it. He nodded and replied. If I remember correctly, it will arrive in about 2 days. You answered. He was surprised. 2 days later, Namgung Su turned to ask Namgung Bak. Dear guest, where are you talking? At the Blue Dragon building. Namgung Bak replied. Namgung Su. He began to use his energy to go away, at the same time saying, I will return after the luck to practice to increase my spiritual power. Namgung Bak now feels scared, wondering, our family, what's wrong? Outside the Namgung clan, Jaegal Woon is sitting alone on the stairs looking extremely sad. She thought with a sad face. I have planned 1,000 possible situations when I heard the news that Hefei was coming. I thought ahead and came up with a solution, but now all my efforts have been in vain. But isn't that too terrible? Who knew he would reach this level? How can he be so strong at his age? Even though he is not a member of any branch of the Martial Arts Alliance, he is still a very successful businessman. His knowledge is profound. His calligraphy is also very beautiful. Is he still human? Jae Woon couldn't believe it. Then she exclaimed, Master, why is God so unfair? She was so jealous. Then Joey walked out from inside and encountered Jae Woon. Joey said annoyed, do you remember how much I paid you for that design? 100 taels of gold. 100 taels. Don't you feel guilty? You just having a foothold in the alliance. He turned around and stabbed me in the back. Inside the Namgung clan, there was thunder and lightning. It seemed like there was a lot of chaos. There was screams and screams, making the two of them pay attention to. Joey waved his hand and said, don't pay attention, I want to hear your defense first. She replied, now that I'm a member of the alliance, I'm not allowed to decide anything on my own anymore. You can only do what you are told above. Joey shouted angrily, knowing that you would say that. Surely your plan is to destroy my business. Please calm down, no matter what, I'm still an inspector of the union. She was scared by Joey's burning aura. He thought again, what else could a lowly employee know to do other than listen to the boss's orders? It's fair to say that. Joey calmed down and continued talking to her. Anyway, don't cause any more trouble for me and report back to the alliance. If you do that I will leave everything to you and you thought about my previous offer. You asked. Jae Woon turned away to answer. I thought I told you I couldn't. Joey continued to persuade. Why? If you accept the offer, as deputy head of the Joe clan's business, you will receive a salary of 200 taels of gold a month. Much more than what the alliance pays you. Isn't that right? Jae Woon bowed his head sadly. It seems like she has her own troubles. Saying, money is not an issue. Young Master Joe, the alliance and the Jae clan are. Behind there is someone coming. Namgung Jangho from behind. Then I called young Master Joe. And said, I want to follow you to study the religion. Joey felt confused about something. I thought everything was resolved. But, Namgung Jangho resolutely clasped his hands together. Respect Joey, because the house owners and the housemasters have all given permission. So in other words, from now on you will have the same authority as the elders. I would like to ask the elders for more guidance. Namgung Jangho added with admiring eyes. I still can't believe that someone my age can reach that level. I'm really impressed with you. Joey remained silent and did not answer. Yes, seemed to tacitly refuse. Then Namgung Jangho bowed his head and begged steadfastly. Compared to him, he still has many shortcomings, but please don't underestimate my will. Inside Crimson Jade spoke up. Don't ignore the sincerity in the swordsman's words. Joey pondered for a while. And then he agreed. Okay, then according to me. Namgung Jangho was happy to hear that. Thank you very much. Joe young master is in the ring somewhere. Someone is holding a sword with extremely strong strength. Namgung Jangho is standing in the ring with Joey. They are preparing to spar with. Let me ask you for your guidance. Joey spoke up. Namgung Jangho then used his sword to start performing Emperor's sword shape. Second forward slash. Then used Emperor's earthquake. He unleashed a powerful sword attack. Strongly rushed towards Joey. He quickly dodged calmly. Namgung Jangho felt surprised. It was transposition. No, that's not it. There should be an illusion left behind. Joey followed, used a fast speed to move towards Namgung Jangho. He felt something was wrong and cried out. Then Joey used the beautiful moves he had learned to rush in. To attack continuously, into Namgung Jangho, made it difficult for him to resist. Namgung Jangho was hit and vomited blood. He retreated back thinking. He overlooked the Emperor's earthquake just like that. How the hell did he do that? Joey's eyes began to change. That white eye appeared again. Namgung Jangho looked straight into those eyes and thought to himself. Those eyes. Is he looking at my chi? Then did he disperse the skill just by looking at the flow of my chi? Namgung Jangho concluded. If not this, there is no other explanation. Can mortals really do such a thing? He couldn't stop wondering, looking at the atmosphere, Joey's heroic stance. It is true that this realm has surpassed the realm that mortals should have. After that, Joey took the opportunity of Namgung Jangho not paying attention and rushed forward. The move that was repeated by Joey just now. Again, such a perfect move. Namgung Jangho looked at him and frowned. Realizing, was it again? He quickly used his hands to create a barrier to block. And then attacked with Emperor's sword shape. Final slash. Emperor's sky-high talent. Namgung Su was outside watching and exclaimed. Jang Ho, Don't. The current one is not good enough to use that move. Joey's eyes gradually changed, then lit up, completely different from usual. Namgung Jangho is very tired from using that move. Meanwhile, his surroundings became pitch black. Joey's sword moved gracefully in that dim space. A sword stroke looked very gentle. Then his sword pointed towards him. The sword energy behind Joey gradually appeared. They were so bright it was blinding. Thousands of swords were rushing towards Namgung Jangho. They stabbed into his body. Namgung Jangho couldn't block it. Namgung Su and the outside observers suddenly exclaimed, "Jangho, Junior Sword Lord, Junior Sword Lord." There was a huge conflict. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, then gradually disappeared, leaving behind a shadow. Someone was stumbling in the middle of the ring. Namgung Jangho choked on blood. He painfully said, "The move you used, may I ask the name of it?" Joey's eyes were no longer white like before, gradually transformed and returned to his normal eye. Then Joey answered, "The technique I used was the heavenly sword flow. This sword is called the Galactic Meteon Gun." So it was a duel of Joey and Namgung Jangho ended to the surprise of many people. Namgung Su jumped up and exclaimed, "How could such a martial arts genius exist in the world?" Namgung Songchan wouldn't admit it. "What's with that guy? Is a genius. Jangho is the one we should call a genius," he said, "although not as strong as others. He is very smart and extremely young." Namgung Su wondered, "What do you call it when you see someone who can defeat a genius with just 2 moves? Namgung Songchan turned to Namgung Bak and asked, "Why don't you go and explain yourself?" Namgung Bak was confused. What do you mean?" He commented, "Just observing with mortal eyes is not enough to describe that brat. Even if the strongest martial artist on this continent appears, nothing will change. With just 1 step, that guy has overthrown the head of our family, one of the 7 great masters above. Kango. This means that the problem is not just martial arts talent." Namgung Songchan speculated, looking towards the 2 people Joey and Namgung Jangho. He continued, "Although that boy's swords looked very harmonious, but within those swords there was something that did not belong to this world. How should I explain? Something that is not within the new reach of humanity." Namgung Su realized, "So it turns out that when you showed me the sword record, this kid is the person you were talking about." Namgung Su asked, "Do you think you can withstand those attacks?" "Not sure," Namgung Songchan replied. The head of the Namgung clan, Namgung Su, affirmed, "His swordsmanship is perfect, beautiful." Those words surprised Namgung Bak next to him. He was surprised to think that he always said that even the Sword Emperor was not up to the standards. Yet he praised that kid's swordsmanship as perfect. American. That technique considers every possible movement he can make. It completely rolls the space and prevents the opponent from getting in any ashix. Thus, it's a puffer cat technique that forces the opponent into only being able to defend. Namgung Su commented, "If he performs that technique sincerely, then he must be a sword god." He concluded. Namgung Songchan darkly said, "We can't call that guy a genius. The word genius is only used to refer to someone with endless talent. Fairy, every time he looks at it, he reminds me of the 3 immortals. The male lead's aura must be like that." Namgung Bak next to him hears them speak. He can't help but be amazed. Wow. This kid is definitely a bright candidate to succeed the immortal's position. We can't let him get away. On the ring, Namgung Jangho knelt there in contemplation. Heaven's meteor sword, a sword reaching the realm of the gods. Although naming it like that is a bit arrogant, it is truly a good sword. Namgung Jangho looked at Joey, giving him a look of admiration. Joey looked at him and felt feeling tired, not very comfortable. "Why are you still sitting there? Stand up quickly," Joey requested. He quickly obeyed, confused, and stood up. Jaegal Woon jumped up from below to fight. The radio spoke up. "I have something to say. First of all, I won't return to the Alliance anymore. I want..." Before you could finish speaking, someone interrupted you. "Hold on." Joey from below the audience went up. "Is it the big brother?" Joey was surprised. "Who are you?" Joey's question made the atmosphere between them suddenly quiet. At this moment it seemed like Joey created a sound barrier to prevent the way they talk. That barrier enveloped the 2 of you. Joey said, "When you took over your father's store that was about to collapse. And even when you started all kinds of strange businesses in Hefei. I still convinced myself that it was just my suspicion. Because you are inherently very smart. Joey looked at him silently. Joey shouted, "But martial arts are different. How could I, your big brother? Look at you, how can you not know anything when you grow up? You are not my younger brother." Joey chuckled softly and praised. He has become a more experienced martial artist. Now he can still see his aura. Then Joey calmly responded to Joey's doubts. "I remember correctly. It was when I was 10 years old. The sunset that day was very beautiful. Back in the past one day. That afternoon, someone was using the force of his fist to punch a tree log." Joey recounted that at that time, for some reason, he started to cry and pounded heavily on the tree behind the house. "When I looked at him, seeing blood on the tree trunk, I thought you were crying because of pain." Hearing this, Joey seemed shy. He continued, "But the older I got, the less I understood why that day was a handsome man. A child like you is crying again. Could it be because of your father who passed away because of bandits? Or because of your mother who was so sick that she fainted in the corner of the kitchen? Or because—" Joey hesitated for a moment. Joey's face changed. He frowned uncomfortably, and then protested. "It was true that I wanted revenge. But that wasn't the reason I cried." "So why did Joey ask him to tell the story? Then after 2 months of living hidden in the forest to hide from bandits?" Joyeon became weaker and weaker each time she got sick, and now just a cold can leave her bedridden for weeks. Joey gritting his teeth, he added in frustration, "And as for you, my little brother, there is a hole right in the middle of his stomach." It seemed like a sharp javelin had injured Joey. At that time Joey was attacked by the bandits. The witch stabbed Joey in the stomach with a sharp spear, causing Joey to scream in pain. Joey saw that scene. Tears welled up in his eyes but couldn't do anything. Speaking of this, he screamed and blamed himself. Even his younger brother and younger sister that I couldn't protect. After that incident, I stopped practicing every day and still. He hesitated with tears in his eyes, unable to finish his words. Joey felt that warmth. It turned out it was because of me. He opened his shirt and said, "But I'm fine now, and look, there's not a single scar." Joey still asked suspiciously, "Are you impersonating someone?" Joey smiled and replied, "We thought there will be a second person besides me who knows the moments in my life that I want to hide in my head. Listening to you tease Joey scolding me, this dog." Joey asked Joey, "What kind of martial arts is that? How did you do it?" Joey smiled. "I still don't understand why." "What do you understand?" he wondered. Joey smiled confidently, winked and said, "I'm a genius, but Joey has no choice. Damn it, I'm going home now." Joey asked concerned, "Now, why are you in such a hurry?" Joey scolded Love, "Because you're taking things too far. Don't you worry, there are so many grudges." Joey laughed cheerfully and said, "Having you guarding the door makes me feel secure." Joey turned away and still said harsh words. Shameless. Joey turned his eyes to follow Joey. Great. Brother is still the same as ever. Even though he said that, there was still a proud look on Joey's face. A warmth of a big brother. After the conversation was over, Joey quietly removed the barrier. When that barrier dissolved, Joey spoke to Jae-gal-woon. "I'm so embarrassed." "You continue," he said. "Since you are a member of the Namgung clan, I think we should discuss this matter with the family head of the male palace." Came out again. At the Namgung clan after the competition ended, they stood in the backyard talking. Namgung Soo asked, "Say it, what's the matter?" Jae-gal-woon stepped up to speak. "Sir," he expressed, "I was originally planning to go back and report to the alliance. But, after watching the martial arts match just now, I wanted to join Joey." Namgung Soo was surprised by this idea. Asked her again, "Have you thought carefully? This is not an order from the alliance. Right? If you fail, you will be severely punished." Jae-gal-woon affirmed, "I will take full responsibility for this." "So you want to jump into Hukchon Ryon's territory? That's brave. So what is your goal?" he asked further. Jae-gal-woon replied, "Although he is an extremely talented martial artist, he is not yet famous in Kango. Unlike most martial artists of the Nam Kung clan, he can do many things and go to many places." So, curious Namgung Soo, she explained further, "The intelligence of the alliance cannot be underestimated. There are definitely still people hiding something from the eyes and ears of Hukchon's secret guards. Ryon, I'm planning to rescue them." She continued with a serious face. "If I can get my hands on the information they've collected so far, Even better, and if possible, I'd like to rebuild the secret police team. Namgung Su asked, do you really think that is possible? The place you want to aim for is Namchang. Jagal Woon replied, he is an invincible expert yet is known. But even if I allow it, if he doesn't want to go, won't it be all in vain? Namgung Su asked. Joey spoke up, they are bad people, want to rob me of money. Right, there's no reason we have to cooperate. But, you refused. But there's something more you want to say. Rebuilding the Alliance's secret police team. That's ridiculous. Joey looked annoyed. Jagal Woon spoke up to convince him. Let's say rebuilding the secret police team is of no use to you. But you will benefit from the information they have collected. Isn't that right? Joey replied softly. Jagal Woon added, who knows if there are any spies in your business right now? If you agree to cooperate with me, you will be able to find them. So what else can you find out? Joey immediately agreed. Okay, I agree. Jagal Woon nodded, just testing his will, but now he just needs permission. She turned to look in the direction of the homeowners. Namgung Su also nodded and said, I have one condition. Jagal Woon seemed to know Namgung Su's intention and immediately spoke. If Sir wants to ask us to take your beloved son with us, then I must say frankly, impossible. Namgung Su heard the refusal and wanted to know, what is the reason? Jagal Woon answered frankly, he is too upright. Namgung Su said again, you are the same. Jagal clan, it's also a famous sect on par with my family. Jagal Woon was confused, but he exhaled and continued, don't tell me you're different. In my eyes you're both the same. They both come from the same background and don't have much experience with Kango. Then he turned to call. Jang Ho, he replied, it's me, father. Namgung Su asked, don't you have a very good teacher? Can teach you about evil sects? Hearing that Namgung Jang Ho was surprised. So do you know Zhang Yilong? Zhang Yilong, he was mentioned. It seemed like he could sense it. Namgung Su was upset, said, there were many heirs to their family who were with you. Do you think you can still keep a secret from me? He taught Namgung Jang Ho, have you ever wondered why? The hot forest king, that impatient person, has never set foot on my family's land for the past 6 years. Hearing that, Namgung Jang Ho was scared and did not dare to say anything. Namgung Su reminded him, from now on, you are not allowed to hide anything from me. He bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Yes, father, he continued, working as a spy surrounded by your enemy means putting your life at risk. All of you go ask Zhang Yilong for advice. All about evil cults. Namgung Su advised for their safety. Joey replied, clearly, in the late afternoon, in another place. Zhang Yilong inside the room was taking off his shirt. He uncle seeing something. Outside, a group of people came in. Zhang Yilong said annoyed, I'm busy, what are you guys doing? Zhang Yilong was surprised to see the group of Joey people. What's the matter? You're here too. Is something wrong? Namgung Jang Ho said shyly and confused. We came to ask for advice on how to behave. I mean, how to act like a pagan. Zhang Yilong tilted his head and wondered. Did he look like a pagan? Jagal Woon spoke up and told. What we mean is that we are soon going to. After listening, Zhang Yilong was deep in thought. For a moment, then he clasped his hands together decisively, and said with a serious face, then I also hope that you, first of all, get out of my room. Both Jagal Woon and Namgung Jang Ho also respectfully listened to him. Zhang Yilong got angry. You don't even have the basics down. You just bow down right away when you see someone act politely. Namgung Jang Ho is confused. That's not the case. People respect you and you have to respect him too. Seriously, this guy is not a follower of an evil sect. Zhang Yilong yelled and tapped his head to point him out. You guys have to immediately stop that bad behavior. This is also pretending to be an evil cult. You guys are missing just one thing. It's written on your forehead that you belong to a famous sect. Jagal Woon was surprised and turned to look at Namgung Jang Ho, who was confused, but I also behaved like that with Namgung Jang Ho. Continuing, Zhang Yilong suddenly responded politely to them. According to the inertia of a member of the political sect, both of them quickly responded politely. Both were confused and quickly retracted his hand. Joey next to him watched helplessly. Zhang Yilong also waved his hand and said, let's give up. The aristocracy of the righteous sect is in your blood. Isn't it? Just a few days of practice won't change anything. Joey now spoke up. Right now there are people who want to use force to take our inheritance. We have to stop those bastards. Zhang Yilong exclaimed up. What? Who dares? Joey said it was Hook Chon Ryon. Zhang Yilong's blood boiled. Hook Chon Ryon, those evil cold-blooded bastards dare to think of such a thing. He shouted determinedly, flexing his strong arm muscles. So everyone here wants to help save our inheritance. Okay, then I will mold you into human beings in just 4 minutes. Day. Zhang Yilong pointed at Namgung Jiangho and shouted. Especially you, Jiangho brother, stop shouting the name of the move in the middle of the match. He blamed. Why the hell did you have to shout? With the name of the move so big. It's like telling me to prepare to attack you from this direction. Should I dodge? Oh but. Namgung Jiangho was confused. Namgung Jiangho's face dropped with self-pity. It's cool to think like that. Zhang Yilong continues to teach. Not to mention far away. Right here there is also a cunning, two-faced bastard. Do you know what his forte is? Which is secretly cheating, a hidden weapon towards the other person while pretending to smile and say hello to them. He is the best example I can think of. Namgung Jiangho was stunned. How could a martial artist be so thick-faced? Such shamelessness. Exactly the thoughts of a person in the political faction. Zhang Yilong continued. Have you ever heard of the nickname affection-sucking happy? They say that he has the most pitiful face a child can have. He sucks out all the energy of the people who try to hug him out of pity. Also, you have to be very careful with a guy with a reputation as a waste. That's just a pretender. Hundreds of people the master had his head crushed by that guy's iron fist magic kick. Zhang Yilong reminded. Joey commented. And none of those guys were normal people. They were a bunch of crazy people. Zhang Yilong smiled and said. After all, the most visible identifying feature of the evil cult is. Joey contributed. Stabbing others in the back. Right, exactly. That's what Zhang Yilong intended to say. Zhang Yilong continues to impart more knowledge. Do you understand why the previous masters of the evil cult were so cold-blooded and cruel? Because without a heart as cold as ice, it would be impossible to live. Surviving in that dangerous place full of traps. There is only the rule that if you stab someone in the back, another person will stab you in the back. Switching subjects. Zhang Yilong turned to Jagal Woon. Now Jagal Woon brother, I'm a little scared. Zhang Yilong started to criticize. You're not allowed to hold a fan like that. And you can't have the eyes of an intellectual like that. Namgung Jiangho turned to laugh at her. Jagal Woon wondered awkwardly. Wait, why not? Zhang Yilong continued. I am a noble. I am a famous scholar. I come from a rich family. You want to continue to? Is it so obvious? Anyone who follows the evil path of pagans has a miserable life. Do you think it's difficult for the people who come to find food? So you can still think about going to a good school, getting a job, from a wealthy family, listening to Zhang Yilong's teachings. Jagal Woon immediately became gloomy. Namgung Jiangho seemed to enjoy this. At this time Zhang Yilong took a breath. He shouted, these stupid, righteous, famous men, if they keep going like this, they won't be able to survive. Give up, go home and breastfeed, he said, laughing out loud. Jagal Woon and Namgung Jiangho were angry. Everyone was preparing to attack, yelling at Zhang Yilong, this bastard. Zhang Yilong pointed his finger at these two excitable people and added, whoever, if your first reaction is to pull out your sword when being insulted, 80% of the time it's someone from the right faction. Jagal Woon can't take it anymore. That's enough joking around. Namgung Jiangho can't stand it anymore. This crazy guy. Zhang Yilong turned to Joey and continued. A true cult member would never be provoked by just a few insults. They would only coldly observe their opponent's eyes and hands. The time spent listening to the opponent's nonsense is more than enough to distract the enemy and quietly launch the killer move. Joey raised his face and confidently said, I guess I was born for this sport. Face of Zhang Yilong at this time became some kind of adulterer. Looking very cunning, holding a sharp knife pointing at them. He played with the knife in his hand to provoke Jagal Woon and Jiangho. That was also creepy, but can you guarantee that you won't get mad when you hear someone else insulting your parents? As if speaking right to the heart. Both of them jumped up. Zhang Yilong announced, now I will start training practice. Jiangho Hyung, Jagal Woon Hyung sit down facing each other and shout every curse you can think of at the other person's face. If you tremble, purse your lips. or any other coping reaction. Anything else will count as a loss. In practice, Namgung Jangho sat across from Joey. He started talking nonsense. You businessman blinded by money. Joey replied softly, your mother too. It's so concise that. Dog gnaws. Namgung Jangho shouted, still like that. Joey just cursed softly but deeply. Your mother. Now Namgung Jangho was mad. He screamed in anger. Zhang Yilong stood nearby, watching and thinking, why would such a talented person waste himself in such a place? He said, I don't think Big Brother needs training. Joey sat there in the mirror. His face shined with immense pride because of his talent. This was nothing compared to the curses from netizens. He was already used to it. Zhang Yilong criticized, why don't you try to keep your mouth shut again? Namgung Hyung, don't get caught up in any fights. Just cover your face with illiteracy and pretend like you're just a passerby. Jae Woon nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. Let's just pretend he's just our master or something. Joey also laughed and said, I can't think of it. Namgung Jangho has been feeling angry and annoyed since a while ago. He gritted his teeth and blamed himself, thinking, why am I still sitting here doing this nonsense? I should have decided from the beginning. He clenched his hands and asked, trembling, when will I leave? Joey replied, first let's announce that we will be absent for a while. After arranging a few more things then we will depart. Namgung Jangho had a strange expression. He trembled and said to Joey, okay, so when the day is done, just send me a letter. I will be there right away. Okay, Joey replied, but he also looked confused. Then Namgung Jangho looked gloomy and had no strength to leave. Joey turned away, went to tell the rest. I heard that in this Hukchon Rayon area there are at least 8,000 martial artists. Jae Woon replied, half of them are already in Namchang. Joey considered, so how could there be? We can trace Hukchon Rayon in Namchang. While there are still many Hukchon Rayon experts there, especially with our little experience. Jae Woon spread his fan and confidently stated his opinion. Ant, life energy detection that can detect anybody, no matter how clever the disguise. Sound technique detecting technology that heightens your sense of sound to incredible distances. X-ray vision that allows you to see through even human flesh. Continued, you can fight more than 100 masters simultaneously, as well as more than 30 great masters and even 5 supermasters. We can use that our advantage. Hearing her raise her level like that, Joey also shined with pride. Jae Woon asked, if you're arrogant, do you want to hear me continue? Immune to thousands of types of poison. Immune to the cold. A body built like steel. One with the sword. Why continue talking? Sword levitation flying on a sword. Joey thinks it's a bit too much. Stop. Stop. He tells her to stop. Joey is secretly annoyed. Immune to thousands of types of poison and the cold. I am not sure about those. Jae Woon continued. All the tactics and plans that have been proposed are not equal to a fraction of his intelligence. That is exactly what Jegal Shinji is afraid of. Joey is silent and does not say anything. More importantly, unless your allies are in danger, you can escape from danger easily. Alone, which is already the most powerful blade on our side. If any problem arises, you just need to push it to the Alliance or the Namgung clan. She calculated. Joey listened and replied, you talk as if I was eating porridge. Jae Woon answered clearly. It was partly correct. Joey silently judged. Does this kid think he is a time bomb? He sighed. You overestimate me. Jae Woon calmly, of course. Because you are an invincible expert. Joey shouted and explained. Not all invincible experts are immortal. I am just a mortal. Why do you keep worshipping me like that? God is not equal to that. Because, unless another expert appears who can defeat him, then he is immortal. God, that's right. The only existence that can make Jegal Shinji scared. No matter what wonderful plans you have, you cannot defeat him, they explained to each other. Inside, Crimson Jade spoke. This child worships things too much, your half-baked invincible martial arts skills. Joey also agrees. That's exactly what I thought. Joey opened his mouth to explain again. It seems like you're misunderstanding something. I'm not the invincible master that you have always worshipped. She was surprised. But the head of the Namgung clan said so. What do you mean by that? Joey explained his problem. To be honest, my transcendence is kind of odd. Other transcendent masters cleanse their internal energy base and train their endurance with power concealing techniques. They use this efficient method for a long time to forge and sharpen it. They must use external energy as to not deviate their transients from the balance and at the same time must also keep their mind and will calm in order to prevent chi deviation. Their philosophy on battle must be moral just. After all that hard work and time, at the top of the wall of transcendence is a plateau, which is transcendence. However, in my case, I did not spend a long time nor have I worked hard. And I reached transcendence expeditiously formed sword grave. Currently, I have 3 things mastered. Red emptiness I obtained from the heavenly Godspeed sword technique and the heavenly sword absolute body and heaven's meteor sword I obtained from the sword grave. Vei Nen, the stuff Jagal Woon said about being all-knowing and invincible, as well as the stuff about the body lightening technique, the stepping technique, shut, mouth sound transmission, face changing technique, and heart-stopping breathing technique meant that he knew none of those fundamental things. Which basically means I'm only a half transcendent. Joey Gi Wai Da Tang Bok Min Kor Roy. This strategy is set up as if you bet all your faith on yourself. If you keep doing that, you will lose. Joey doesn't feel good. He realizes something. Wait a minute. These misunderstandings are all from if it comes out of the mouth of the Namgung clan elders. Then all we have to do is push all the responsibility to those elders and that's it. Joey spoke up. From now on, keep the honored guest of the Zhou clan here. We need to prepare a few things. From now, how long? She asked. He replied, who knows? Who knows? Anywhere from 7 to 15 days or maybe a month. Jagal Woon exclaimed. Then it's dangerous. The current situation is very urgent. We don't have much time. He said. Then let's go straight to Namchang. Jagal Woon threatened. I only give you 4 days. Not much more. Your Zhou clan merchant corporation may go up in flames. I will do my best. Joey replied annoyedly. At Namgung Town Clan, Namgung Su was walking in the flower garden. Joey came to call. The owner. Joey, he noticed you. Namgung Su asked. Has that difficult training session ended? It's all over, Joey replied politely. Namgung Su smiled and said. Then I guess I won't be able to see you for a long time. Although it's you, I'm very relieved. But anyway, still be very careful, he advised. Then Joey's face darkened, making him pay attention to. Then Joey said, do you really think my martial arts have reached a super level? Namgung Su replied, what kind of nonsense is that? Your martial arts is without a doubt morality correct. If that isn't transcendent, then what is? Joey explained, you can create apprehensions after you enter a state of complete absence of ego from the sword grave, but I'll be honest with you, I definitely reached transcendence with a different method. But is there something? Namgung Su wondered. Joey let out a sigh then continued. I have never studied scriptures or any martial arts. I don't even have basic knowledge. Namgung Su wondered. Then what are the sword skills you show us? What was the threshold in that match? Yes, it was. He was speechless and didn't know how to answer. Joey remembered. At that time I just moved quickly to avoid the attack. He replied. Namgung Su, I will to explain later. You have declared my status in the clan equivalent to that of an elder. So how many of the martial arts exercises of the Namgung clan am I allowed to recite? Namgung Su reminded. With the authority of elder. You can read everything, except the secret technique of the family head. Joey begged. So please teach me the martial arts of the Namgung clan. What kind of martial arts do you want to learn? Mister, I asked. You answered. Everything is the most basic. I want to learn everything that is allowed. Namgung Su smiled and agreed with Joey. He thought, if this kid escapes Kango with martial arts of my family, I will be happy because the family's reputation is enhanced. But, he thought of something. Then tell Joey okay, then I will personally teach you. Thank you very much. He bowed his head in thanks. Start the move that Namgung Su will impart to him. Heavenly Wind Steps. Its first skill is the 6-wheeled wind. Namgung Su moves a certain secret technique. Then the binomial, return to the spirit wind. Third, the great wind. He rushed straight to. Fourth, lightning wind, then moved around Joey at a very fast speed creating lightning in the air. Joey also changed his eye color to receive the lesson. Fifth, king's wind. He returned to his position and said, this is the martial arts of our family. What do you think? Joey closed his eyes silently for a moment. When, he also began to practice moving. Quickly Joey redeployed those moves. He moved the same way Namgung-soo had shown before. Although a little different, Joey's movements created smoke like a giant tornado in front of Namgung-soo's eyes. He watched in surprise. Don't say that this is Tin Kai Fong. The characteristic feature of Tin Kai Fong are illusions and clever movements. This is an escape technique used to escape in dangerous situations by creating wind and blinding the opponent. Namgung-soo he thought in admiration, but it itself can also wait to form an attack. A moment later when Joey lands on the ground, the tile floor in the garden was all broken. Because of his steps, Joey looked on in surprise. Then you were so confused and sorry. Because I was so excited to try it. It's okay, but what you just made is really pure kaifeng, he asked. Joey nodded. That's right. Namgung-soo stroked his beard wondering. Why is it so different from the move I taught you? Joey seemed confused. He thought he had eliminated all unnecessary movements and added a few movements to increase perfection. But how dare you explain it like this? He seemed embarrassed. Then Joey started to move again. He continued to observe, just by 1/10 of the speed of the original move. Namgung-soo was surprised. It was impossible. It was like he was occupying the threshold of a completely different move. Could the best techniques in this world be comparable? Can I master this move or not? Although I have been practicing this move all my life, I have never thought of changing its movements in this way. Graceful. Joey suddenly thought to himself that, after adding a bit of physics, the movement looks like people who are bad at performing arts. And this too. This method requires more energy. Unless end of urgency. I do not recommend using this method, he said. Namgung-soo still couldn't help but be surprised. I should not be sympathetic to the idea of transforming the original unconscious. But why am I not sympathetic? Seeing that, he spoke up. Can you do it again? Slowly. Okay, Joey agreed. Then you performed that move again. The lines moved. That movement gracefully created a new move. Namgung-soo exclaimed. Stop. Wait. That movement. What the hell is that movement? How can they connect them together? Isn't it? Looks like the spaces are connected together on the same straight line. Joey seemed confused. Couldn't say anything. He thought he had to study physics to understand this. Joey then answered, pass. It's just a habit. Just consider it that way and teach me the next part. Okay. Namgung-soo sadly let it go and agreed to pass. 4 days later, at the Namgung clan, there was a shocking change here. The two elders of the Namgung clan were observing something. The one next to them awkwardly said, Big brother, what are we looking at? In front of them was Joey skillfully performing his moves, as if the sky and earth were turned upside down. Look, it felt like the traditional swordsmanship of more than 4 centuries of our Namgung clan was being gathered to form into a new sword skill. People often say that the sky is limitless, but now I feel like I can see the limit of the sky. That glowing sword is flying in the sky. It feels like there is nothing in the sky. Nothing compares to it, they exclaimed. When looking at Joey's smooth movements, he said tremblingly, that is a martial art of our family. But, I, a normal person, do not imitate. Namgung Songchan patted his shoulder to comfort him. He turned around and exclaimed, normal, how can you consider us, the elders of the family, to be ordinary people? Namgung Songchan replied, don't judge that flying thing by the standards of the mortal world. I can sense a source of power that doesn't belong to this world. What do you mean? He wondered. Namgung Songchan explained, something that mortal eyes cannot see through. Something that breaks our ancient worldview. Have you ever experienced this feeling when you were in the time of the 3 nobles? Is that a god? He was surprised. Namgung Songchan affirmed, now I'm sure, that kid is the next eternal god. Once the edict was done, Joey put away his sword. Namgung-soo stood next to him and said, I have taught you everything, including the secret techniques of my family's head. Thank you for your teachings. Joey respectfully. Namgung-soo took clenching his palm. He thought, Sword Emperor, I want to teach this technique to him as well. If he can definitely comprehend this technique properly and appropriately. From afar, there was a hand touching Namgung-soo's shoulder. Namgung Songchan seemed to understand his intention, shook his head slightly and said, no, uncle. Namgung-soo also feeling confused. Joey's face at this moment. Dark eyes appeared clearly like a panda princess. Can we go now? He asked tiredly as if he had spent a lot of energy. Okay, you did very well. Please come this way. He nodded slightly inviting you. At this time the sky was clear. Inside a small monastery, in a room, Joey was standing looking at a map. Manager Lee came in and invited. Young Master. On this side is Jae Woon, who came to find Joey. She greeted young Master Joe. Please, sat down. Joey was polite. Then he opened his mouth. Now, before we depart, let me hear your plan and see if it's okay. Jae Woon spoke up. No, didn't I tell you? We will follow the spies. Joey smiled cunningly. Then you said that they are really lucky. So we will meet the spies. Then what do we do next? He asked. Jae Woon asked. Of course we will receive all the information that person has collected up to now. If you ask like that, are you underestimating their power? Not only can we track down the budget, human resources and supply sources, but if we capture them, we can also get a list of the experts who will be involved in the next plot and the time they will carry it out. That conspiracy, that can completely change the preparation method of the martial arts alliance. Joey said coldly, after we present all the information to the alliance. Then what? She said next. If the alliance loses Hwi province, the ancestral land to their ears, then the alliance will be forced to live close to tigers. To prevent that, they will definitely send more troops. At least there will be 3 to 4 powerful armies sent to Hwi province. Joey wondered, are there only 4 armies? Is that too small? Doesn't the alliance have 10 armies? Jae Woon explains. The alliance's enemies are not just them. The alliance also has to protect the border between Hunan and Kwai Chau from Sakyeon. And in the near future the Namgung clan will also send many soldiers. Many soldiers are coming, aren't they? Joey secretly calculated. 4 armies from the alliance. There are also troops from the Namgung clan. You spoke up. Then let's just say that the alliance will win. Then what? He continued. Considering the character of the champion, it can be seen that they will put a lot of pressure on the enemy. But at the same time, they will also prevent fighting as much as possible. Jae Woon given the plan. The best possible outcome would be to negotiate with the north of Jiangxi and annex them and the alliance. Moreover, Joey interrupted. In short, after wasting so many supplies and human resources, the biggest benefit is just merging a part of Hoichonryun. Hearing that, Jae Woon was surprised and thought, he is famous throughout the country as a big boss. Could he not? Do you know how strong Hoichonryun is to ask such a stupid question? Joey was silent for a moment, then declared that, therefore, I decided not to accept help from the alliance. And you can go home already. What? Hearing Joey's refusal, he exclaimed in surprise. I said I refused, he repeated. Then Jae Woon said loudly, it can't be like that, okay? I just said that the spies in the alliance have been killed. But the alliance has assessed the situation and predicted 9 out of 10 that there is a possibility that Hoichonryun will attack the bandits. In that situation, he interrupted him and affirmed that nothing like that would happen. So you can rest assured and go home. Jae Woon still found it hard to believe. He exclaimed, what do you mean? I know there is Namgung behind you, the assistant clan. Moreover, he is an undefeated master. Confidence is understandable. But within Hoichonryun there are thousands of masters. And among them there are dozens of undefeated masters. He reminded Joey. Joey still confidently replied that I have no interest in presenting my secret to outsiders. If I reveal it to you, you must stand on the same front line with me. So when then don't return to the alliance. Jae Woon felt scared. Are you planning to lock me up? Joey smiled and replied, I don't need to do that. You just need to help me carry out the plan, okay? But you can leave the alliance. No way, she replied confusedly. He coldly chased her away. If you don't want to hear it, then quickly go back to the alliance. Jae Woon felt surprised. Then she gritted her teeth with extreme reluctance. At this moment Jae Woon was in confusion. Her body trembled. Then she knelt down and held her head in confusion. Joey smirked, smiling cunningly. He took out something from inside his shirt, which was a piece of paper like a commitment. He told her that we have never heard anyone make an oral promise in our life. Joey pulled it out, added a pen and asked him to quickly sign. Here and here, quickly move his hand. Jae Woon quickly signed the paper. Done. Tell me quickly. Joey smiled. Look there, being an inspector but being so impatient. Joey told her about his thoughts. If the Zhou family left Hefei, what do you think things would be like after that? Well, now she thought for a moment. Joey continued, I have never considered myself a merchant who sells goods to make a profit. So what do you call the trading you have been doing since then? Jae Woon is somewhat surprised. I sell culture, he calmly said proudly. Jae Woon thought in shock. How convincing is this obvious myth? Perhaps Joey can really reach that realm. Culture is something immutable, from black water, cold tea, to the lifestyle of transporting vehicles and ice and snow that are only characteristic of Ho-Fi. Where do you remember those things? If they suddenly disappear, what should we do? Those who have experienced those things will never be able to forget them. And those needs make our business survive. But our business's goal is to control those cultures. Jae Woon pondered the purpose of Joey's actions in Hop-Fi. I will sell those cultures to Jiangxi. Joey decided. What? He was a bit surprised. He said, but it's not like what you think. Doing that doesn't mean we are controlled by them. Joey calculates everything in the palm of his hand. Hoichonrian's power sounds scary, but when they dare to touch us in the slightest, we will immediately withdraw our business from Jiangxi. He bowed slightly and asked if the people of Jiangxi could bear us withdrawing from their place. Also, do you think that without us, the warriors of the Black Sacred Lotus can survive? Once we control the culture, no one can interfere with our family's business. Boy, affirmed. At this time Joey confidently said to Jae Woon, what Hoichonrian, even the Martial Arts Alliance can't touch me anymore. What do you mean? She looked at him somewhat worriedly. Scared. Joey carefully calculated. The idea was already in his mind. Yes, I will put it all in my mouth and chew them little by little. I will make those cheap Hoichonrian people who want to take advantage of me kneel. Come down to my feet and serve me like a dog. She felt trembling and asked Joey, if you had such a big intention, you should have done it quietly and kept a large capital reserve. Right? Joey stood up and continued. Yeah, I think I need 100,000 taels. 100,000 taels of silver. Jae Woon exclaimed. It seems like you're looking down on our Joe family's business. Right? She was surprised. I didn't say it was silver. He looked at Jae Woon and said with a smile. At this moment, she widened her eyes and looked at him. Then she exclaimed, so that's 100,000 taels of gold. Jae Woon couldn't believe it and thought, how much do you guys earn for each win? The truth, well, not only Jae Woon, even most of the surrounding people think their main business is running hotels and motels. But in fact it's not like that. Half of the family's income comes from the furnace forge in Arn-Hwi. Arn-Hwi Forge is the place that provides weapons for the army of 30,000 troops in Arn-Hwi. The amount of money Arn-Hwi Forge sells weapons to that army within 6 months is up to 50,000 taels gold. Not only that, adding in the cost of repairing the army's existing weapons also earns an additional 20,000 taels. Which is the amount of money the family claims to have earned working for the army in Hefei. Just within a year, if you add in carriages, agricultural tools, mining equipment and other items, no one can imagine how much money Arn-Hwi Smithy earns in a year. The reason why we acquired Hefei for 3 years is because we use the money we earn to invest in other companies. Other businesses. He told the origin of the process. Joey helped Jae Woon stand up and said, I plan to invest 100,000 taels of gold. If it's not enough, it doesn't matter if I spend 2 or 3 times as much. I've already decided, if I spend that much money, I'm sure they'll be confused. So why don't you stand up now so we can discuss further? After reading the paper, Jae Woon exclaimed in confusion. What, aren't I going to do this? Manager, even the salary is only half of the previous offer. The price depends on the situation. At that time I was trying to attract you by all means. Now it's different. Don't play dumb with me. What a well thought out plan. At this moment he was motionless and seemed to regret it. Jae Woon continued, can you at least teach me your arithmetic? Arithmetic? Joey asked. That's right, she firmly wanted to know. General Manager Lee spoke from outside the door. Sir, the young master has arrived. 2 figures walked inside. Joey looked over and said, then I will teach you on the way to Namchang. I am looking forward to it. Jae Woon was excited. Namgung Jangho and Zhang Yilong came over to say hello. Sorry for being late. Zhang Yilong smiled and said, hello big brother, are you here too? Then he quickly used it. Greeting ceremony. Suddenly Jae Woon was surprised to see this. She stopped for a moment but did not greet him back. Zhang Yilong praised. You really endured well. Joey asked. Yes, why did you come here so early? Zhang Yilong replied. It's just that I really can't bear to let you go like this. How do you know how they're so cruel? No one understands. Where are they like me? Take me with you, he suggested. Joey looked at Zhang Yilong and thought for a moment. Then he continued. If you care about managing the hotel, why don't you try giving Hong Jianbo a chance? Hong Jianbo, this guy has never had any success before. Okay, Zhang Yilong spoke up in defense. He's good at management and a lot of business. Believe me, bro, looking at how good you are. Joey also agreed. Okay, if you're so happy, then let Hong Jianbo take care of it while you're with me. Zhang Yilong was happy and felt excited. Joey also felt excited, like this is like an Avenger team. What is an Avenger? Jay Gal Woon next to him felt confused and Joey was laughing cheerfully. So they gathered crowded, everyone in spirit. Joey spoke up. Shall we go now and spend money like crazy? One morning somewhere, on the roof someone was standing alone. Below, someone looked up, observed and looked down on him. That bitch was still like that. Just standing on the roof with her hair down as if she was some kind of great beauty. He shouted, You look like that. It looks like a ghost. Do you know, that woman in red is still standing motionless on the roof. Then that woman turned her face. Her face was white and gloomy. Her hand was holding the whip tightly. She was wearing a crimson outfit. Holding her whip, her iron face looked so scary. Afraid to show up, not friendly at all. The guy below said, You creepy bitch. Suits you better. I don't want to talk to you either. Don't go there and play crazy tricks. Get down here quickly, he ordered contemptuously. Then she jumped down from the roof. Stood on the railing looking at him. Her hair flying around. She pulled the whip and spoke. Say it again, he replied. Look at that pale face of yours. Your skin is punctured. You might not even be able to shed a drop of blood. It's just like those zombies. It's so disgusting. She started swinging the whip. Then screamed, If you're good then say it again, you eunuch. Her whip attacked him repeatedly. He blocked it and scolded. By the way, you're being teased by some bitch again. Why are you so angry at me? This woman shouted indignantly. The man used a sickle to hang on his back. He stopped her whip, to see if she was still alive. You're not yet married. You're saying cruel words. No wonder no one dares to pick up that. Woman, put her weapon back and talk. Quickly say it. You're here on business. What if I don't hear it? Then I will castrate you. Women are so scary. The goblin has appeared in Poyancho. He said the situation. The goblin. She wondered now. Her face now became a beauty. Not as scary as before. The woman jumped down from the railing and asked. You mean there is someone disturbing Poyang Lake? How can I know? I'm just reporting to you what I heard from it's just the superiors. Besides, that person bought a lot of land around the lake. She laughed and said, Buying land, maybe after being robbed a few times he will run away. People like him it's not rare. It needs us to pay so much attention. It's not rare to see someone buying 200 square kilometers. What, 200? She exclaimed in surprise. Then silently speculated, So I think this person is another official in the royal court. This man added, Even Minister Dan Wumyong was eliminated. After being beaten to a pulp. Who else is left? Dare to come here again? And burst out laughing. It's ridiculous. What do they think they can do by buying so much land? He said, I don't know. Anyway, the superiors want us to meet that man. Why? She was curious. I heard he wanted to buy all our land. He replied. This woman asked incredulously, Our land? You mean he has still continued to use money to offer to buy Hook Chon Ryon's land? Yes. He smiled contemptuously. Had he been knocked out of his mind or something? She also thought Joey was stupid. He answered the question. I said, You barbaric bitch. Why do you have to use such a disgusting description? She also said angrily, But you were the one who knocked their heads off. He put away his weapon. Stop getting ready. They're coming. She was surprised. She was coming, right into the center of Hook Chon Ryon's territory. Yes, that guy confirmed. Then she laughed in a creepy way and said, Is that so? Remember to lend me the rope, that chain. I want to slit his stomach. See how his intestines, liver, lungs will pour out. The blood is so cold. He judged. She now has a disgusting face. You want to call more people. Other people came to vote to see who is the most cold-blooded and cruel person. He shouted, "You bitch. Voting for that nonsense just shows others how crazy and abnormal you are." Okay, forget it. Where will they wait for me? She took a breath. No more acting. At the Fish Fragrance Building. He replied. At the Fish Fragrance Building. Now Joey's group has arrived. Waiting inside. Namgung Jangho felt restless. Zhang Yilong had a calm face. Jae Woon also felt nervous. And Joey rolled his eyes and watched warily. That guy went home on their side. Jae Woon whispered, "I think it's this person." He swung the chain. The sickle swung down and hit the middle of the table where Joey was sitting, startling them. I asked strangely, "Is it you, the one who wants to buy back our land?" "Sit down," Joey calmly said. He looked down on him. "Look how brave this kid is. You know who I am, but you're not scared at all." Behind Joey is Namgung Jangho with a burning murderous aura. He noticed and said, "So that's why you're so calm." Joey said, "I've come all the way here. It seems like you guys also intend to listen to what we have to say." He rudely sat down, put his feet on the table, and only said one word. "Go ahead." Jae Woon spoke next to him. "I have to open the map to speak. Can you lift that thing off the table?" She looked at his sickle and was annoyed. I take the chain. The weapon back into my hand. "Is that okay?" Jae Woon opens the paper. It's a map. That guy looked and frowned and said, "Don't tell me you want to buy all the places marked." She replied, "That's right." He was surprised. "What the fuck? Have you all gone mad?" Outside, there was a sound of laughter that caught Zhang Yilong's attention. At this moment, the woman brought herself down, hanging herself upside down, her naked hair showing a disgusting smile and staring inside. A muscular body. Zhang Yilong's strong voice was still scared to death by her. He cried out, "Oh my God." Joey looked at him and felt surprised. "Who is this woman?" That man exclaimed. "You have to appear like that to be satisfied. This devil, it almost gave me a heart attack. Why do you always like to swing on the roof?" She turned around and rushed inside in front of her in fear. Everyone's fear. She laughed and said, "If we keep killing them like that, all their money will go to me. Right? It's a bit difficult for me to handle all of them alone. Can you give me a hand?" He took a breath and said contemptuously, "You stingy woman, discussing murder right in front of the target like this." Then she started swinging her whip. The mark of her whip hit the edge of the table and broke it. She shouted, "Shut up, these racing dogs. Let's talk about whether you're on our side or not." Fuck, that guy is also angry. Then he pulled out his weapon and scolded the woman there. "You stupid woman with weapons can't distinguish between friends and enemies." And then he swung that sickle at the wooden table and broke it in half. "Look here, is that clear? Hey, aim accurately." The sickle and whip of these two guys launched towards Joey. Joey quickly used his strength. He blocked these two weapons with all his strength. Joey grabbed, he held them in the palm of his hand. At this point he was angry. Coldly said, "These bastards are no longer human." He felt scared. Could this be the real last insect? He was surprised by Joey's strength. "He blocked my weapon with just one hand. That bitch is just as strong as me." But he blocked both weapons at the same time. Joey raised his cold eyes and stared at they. "You ordered, sit down right away." "Yes." He quickly obeyed. "Sit down immediately." As for the other one, he turned to talk to the girl in red next to him. Clearly, she quickly obeyed. Her face seemed to be very interested. Joey glanced at the little girl next to him. Tu and he nodded in greeting. Objectively, "What do you want to order?" That man freely ordered goldfish soup, fish sauce, fish cakes and meat pies, and brought us a few bottles of strong wine. Joey got mad, flicked something. That thing shot right into his forehead, causing him pain. Joey told the second child to destroy it all. "Just 2 bottles of bamboo leaf water." I held my head and said, "But you're rich." Joey scolded, "You idiot. If it were you, would you want to spend money to treat someone who wants to kill you at first sight?" Joey turned to say, "That demon girl. Why is she still standing there?" "Because there are no more seats." She innocently replied. That man Hook Chon Ryon took a breath, shrugged his shoulders and said, "Are you showing off, aren't you? If you broke the chair, who would have come in here?" Mother, seeing her in the middle of the summer gives me chills. At this moment Zhang Yilong had been so angry that his blood was boiling and he said, "This son of a bitch. That's too much. Big brother, let's kill the quack. He was startled. Who else is this? I thought you were a carriage driver. Joey pointed to a nearby direction. The nearby chair moved closer them. He looked at them admiringly. Moving. Joey asked to stop messing around with us. Sit down. She quickly listened. Yes. Yes. Joey called out to them. Hey, you get to the point. Where are the people who left Hukchon Ryon? Where are they hiding? He realized and asked again. You bastard. You must be one of our people. Right. Seemed to have been told right to his heart. Namgung Jangho paused for a minute. Perhaps afraid of being discovered. Zhang Yilong next to him smirked. Then he opened his shirt and exclaimed. Are people's eyes blind or something? Don't we look like the righteous sect? Zhang Yilong took off his shirt. On the back was a huge red bear tattoo. He looked after exclaimed. Red bear tattoo. You were from Nokrim. He quickly realized and said. Wait a minute. Why are Nokrim's people asking for our manpower? It's almost flood season. Shouldn't you guys look elsewhere? Why do we have to buy land? Zhang Yilong thought. Wait. He means Nokrim will wait until the flood waters rise in the midsummer rainy season and change from being a bandit to being a pirate. What is the place that connects Lise through Poyang Lake? Nokrim is planning to sail across the flood season river and attack the Namgung clan in Nhwi. Zhang Yilong speculates the situation. Then turns around and says. I'm just following instructions. How dare you disobey orders from your superiors? Then he said. That's right. You guys just keep fighting. Then stop. Then fight again. To be honest, the weather is erratic and unpredictable. Zhang Yilong laughed and continued. How can we consider ourselves as black people if we can't put aside our hatred for the sake of a greater cause? He put his hand on his thigh and asked to the point. Then if you have been ordered must buy this land. I think I understand why. You gave us Dangchernpo, a place your people cherished, as a campsite, and you mobilized 7,000 soldiers along with our 3,000 men. If you would allow us to help you, I'm sure our superior will allow us to sell the land. He set the conditions. But, the woman next to him hesitated. She said, that stingy commander of ours is the kind of person that even if half of Poyang Lake was drowned in a sea of blood, he would not give up. But, you say you are not Krim's people but you dog. I mean, that brother, why did he ask us about the soldiers of Hoichenrian? She turned suspicious eyes to Jagal Woon. She seemed scared. Joey spoke up. We just want to test you guys. It's hard to believe if you are really people of authority in Hukchon Ryon or not. They looked at each other in surprise. Then got angry. What's wrong with us? Where is Jagal Woon's face darkening? She felt. It's not good. 7,000 men from Nokrim and 3,000 soldiers from Hukchon Ryon. A total of 10,000 men. All of them would sail down the Jiang River, attacking Nhwi province. So there would be a bloody battle. The history book was lost. She was afraid. We had to return to the alliance and tell everyone this bad news right away. Jagal Woon felt uneasy and decided to report. Joey calmly spoke up. Now both sides, everyone already knows who the other person is. Now let's get to work. Right. At this time, Zhang Yilong brought another table. He put it between them. Joey continued. You must have come here with power to decide the best branch for Hukchon Ryon. They replied. It was the foreman who sent us here. Sir, I believe so. Joey requested. You must have seen the map. That land you want, how much is the price? Member of Hukchon Ryon, he said. The foreman didn't tell me anything about any business. This scoundrel. Joey is upset. He frowned. Annoyed, that is to say. I'm not lying. The foreman just told me what kind of person you are. He didn't tell me anything about selling land. Joey continued. So you have authority but can't decide whether you want to sell or not. If so, aren't you just a hunting dog? He heard Joey scolding him and got angry. What did you say? The woman next to him laughed at him. The hound. He shouted angrily. That sneaky guy. You think I don't know how poor Nokrim is? Why? Where did you get the money to buy Parjang Lake? Has your scoundrel gone crazy? He continued to shout loudly. Answer me quickly. That brave and cunning man of Nokrim. In up above there is a martial arts alliance. Below there is Tambak Shuyan to witness for you. How are you going to take care of the food of all the people there with your small area? We already know. You don't even have grass to eat. Are you planning to fight back like there's no tomorrow? Then he turned to Joey and said. How can your little Nokrim easily withstand attacks? Attacking my side. Do you think you are invincible? He continued questioning. This guy seemed to be going crazy. Someone like you is in Nokram. I have never heard of it. Your name is never mentioned. Even if we pretend to follow you, we should at least say it in a reasonable way. Who do you think you are? You scoundrel. Your family. Joey won't let him continue talking. It's hard for you to be patient with this guy. Has this bastard gone crazy? The second child brought the dishes that Joey ordered earlier. Here's your wine. He felt a little tense in the atmosphere. Wishing you all a good time. The junior nodded slightly to Namgung Jangho. Namgung Jangho also smiled at him, thanking him for his courtesy. The moment he performed that action made him realize. Immobilized on the spot. Joey's group was surprised. He was angry at his recent behavior. What a leopard. Two members of the Black Sky Lotus also looked bewildered. Then those two people quickly ran away. So they really came from the righteous sect. Don't say anything anymore. Now the only thing to do is walk away. Book. So the first step of the plan was a bit complicated. Namgung Jangho was confused. Joey sighed helplessly. The other morning, in a certain forest, the man's name of Hukchon Ryon was buried underground. His head was still above. He smiled coldly. Jagal Woon and Zhang Yilong stood above the ground watching Zhang Yilong say, "Flood, these scoundrels can still laugh in such a situation. They have really gone crazy. I have met many crazy people in this mountain, but people like this have really witnessed this bastard with my own eyes. You, after all, are 6 inches below the ground. So I'm just trying to be optimistic. He's trying to act like he's okay, but deep inside his tears is a wide ocean. His insides are dancing." The woman in red was also buried in the ground with him. He shouted, "But why am I buried right next to this woman? There are things that people should and should not do. Okay, are you planning on glaring at me to death? You look so creepy. Shut up, eunuch. Your breath is so bad that I don't think you're human. Do you think I like this situation very much? Girl, I'm also mad." A foot with strong force stepped on the ground, making her cry out. But behind this face that looked so satisfied, there was a voice saying that this girl was pretending to cause trouble with him while she was struggling to escape. "Here, don't you feel tired? Don't you know when to stop? Joey keeps stepping on the place where she is buried." She cries out with tears in her eyes. "Stop. I don't dare anymore. Don't dare anymore." Joey said uncomfortably. "This demon girl. I've lost track of the amount of times you've said that." The demon girl sounds excited. Jagal Woon spoke up. "Great hero Joe. The rain is about to fall and we have no choice. Now we have to quickly go to the Martial Arts Alliance." She said, "If things go badly, the Namgung clan will have to face 10,000 evil soldiers. The faction will die alone. We should deal with them and leave." When hearing that, Hukchon Ryon's man felt scared. Zhang Yilong said they were disciples of the 8th Emperor Hukchon Ryon there. "Are you sure you want to deal with them? Will they send someone to find out our whereabouts if we deal with them here?" Namgung Jangho started to draw his sword. "I don't have time to rest. That's not the case. We can't waste any more time here. Are you scoundrels still human? You guys are discussing whether or not to kill us in front of us. That's it. Right now the bad guys are you. Notice anymore. He's so scared that he's sweating." Joey pulled something out of his body. This guy is the evil scimitar Yom Sangrok. He achieved the title of Huksal at a very young age. He ranked 200th in Hukchon Ryon, is a hidden guard of the main district unlike his cunning tongue. He is a cunning person in mind and heart. Extremely cruel. And this woman is the Poison Rose, also known as Jingahui Assassin. She is in the 250 rank of Hukchon Ryon. Her position is evil killing assassin. Unable to understand her personality, Joey took out a piece of paper and looked up the information of these two people. He wondered, why couldn't he find out your personality? Yom Sangrok shouted, "You look but you don't see anything. Just a crazy girl with a crazy mind. By the way, where did you buy that information? Why would anyone dare to sell information from Hukchon Ryon? You people that must be crazy." Joey said, "They are just within top 200. Do you really think Hukchon Ryon would send people just to save these scoundrels?" Zhang Yilong commented, "Lined up their external strength is indeed very low. But that is because they are still young. Their real internal strength is much deeper than their rank. Because only their leader can handle it. We think they will soon go to find out their whereabouts." Joey feels bad, thinking that if we let them go and let them reveal all our information and identities, it will be like releasing a tiger into the forest. If we kill them here, we will be sent by Hukchon Ryon again, which will be a headache. If it rains soon, Hukchon Ryon and Nokram will go to Arnhwi province together. Waterline. Joey angrily glared at Namgung Jangho, the group's leopard, making him immobile. Joey shouted angrily, "Why can't you stop? Tell me, is that difficult?" Namgung Jangho was extremely confused. Yom Sangrok gritted his teeth in annoyance at the situation. Joey noticed something. Then he used all his strength to kick the ground where he was buried. "How dare you!" Then Joey used all his strength to kick down, causing him to scream in pain. Okay, I don't dare hide anymore." He spoke tremblingly. Jin Gehui spoke. "I need to pee. Should I do it right here?" "Okay, let me go." Joey has no choice. So two of Hukchon Ryon's men shot out from the ground and landed there at the same time. When Jin Gehui rushed off to solve the big problem, Joey put his arm around Yom Sangrok's shoulder and said with a radiant face, "Sabgrok, you scoundrel, what do you say?" He was angry. Joey continued, "Just now you still call me one word. Brother, 2 words. Brother, why don't I see you call me anymore? I wear your clothes. Do you think someone from Hukchon Ryon would call someone from a righteous sect like you brother?" He was angry. Joey immediately became angry, looking at him like a demon was grabbing him. Yom Sangrok, he felt scared. Then reluctantly called out, "Big brother, very good." Joey felt satisfied. Then he continued, "Yom Sangrok, I will give you an offer." An offer? He wondered. He smiled and said, "I won't kill you." Yom Sangrok sighed in relief and asked again, "Really?" He gave him a deadly look. Said softly, "But I have a condition." A condition? He felt cold all over again. Then Joey pulled out a notebook from his shirt. He asked Yom Sangrok, "You must mark on the map to see where Hukchon Ryon's richest money is. Silver, iron, medicine, armory and all the other places you know. Check them all here." "Is it?" Jae-gal Woon exclaimed. Joey looked at her and said, "Yes, you understand the problem." Jae-gal Woon realized at this moment. The East meets the West, distracting them from behind, because now Hukchon Ryon's experts are all gathered elsewhere. Out of 36 strategies, this must be the top strategy. However, Zhang Yilong spoke up. "Those evil scoundrels are all a bunch of people who love money. Boss, don't you think it's okay if they leave that place empty? I'm sure there will be many experts guarding the places. That's important." Jae-gal Woon also feels bad. He's right. I guarantee that there must be at least 1,000 soldiers guarding that place. Joey smiled confidently and thought, "They don't know how is robbing an uninhabited place. I will show them what a high-class unit control is." Then Joey smiled and said, "My target is not Hukchon Ryon's soldiers. So what are you aiming for?" She wondered. "You come up with an idea. We will bypass the experts guarding that place and just break in and rob them of their resources and money. What do you say?" Jae-gal Woon still feels confused. Namgung Jangho was surprised and exclaimed, "They will definitely guard that place very carefully. So how do you plan to bypass those guards?" "We have the strongest unit." Joey leisurely said, "Unit? What is that?" He was confused. Joey's sword popped out from its sheath. "After learning martial arts from the Namgung clan, I finally realized the reason why the Namgung clan was able to demonstrate such excellent martial arts when facing a number many times larger than them. The royal attacks of the Namgung clan. All attacks were covered by a very large attack range. Joey's sword flew high into the sky. He directed his control towards that sword. What if he, someone who could use swords from afar, used those sword skills? The sword was influenced by his internal attack. Quickly launched a fast force in the sky. It soared high, forming a long line of lightning in the air. Yom Sangrok looked on in surprise. Namgung Jangho exclaimed, "Blue sky sword of heaven and earth." That sword disappeared in the air, walked for a while and then returned to the original direction. Joey quickly reached out to catch it. He smiled confidently. "You think that's the range, isn't that enough?" Joey looked so cool in this pose. With Joey's performance just now, the people they watched were admiring. Zhang Yilong exclaimed, "It's impossible," he thought. "How it's possible? He's only around my age. Why is the distance so far?" Namgung Jangho said with great admiration, "I think that was probably over 1 kilometer. What amazing sword levitation. That was really great." After a while, the woman Jin Gehui also finished solving the big problem. She was returning to them. Jin Gehui noticed that Yeom Sangrok was trembling extremely. She tilted her head in confusion. Is something wrong? Yeom Sangrok was still stunned and motionless at this time. He lamented in his heart. He couldn't compete. He thought, there are only 4 masters in the evil faction who have reached the level of undefeatable. The 4 evil kings of the evil faction who are as strong as the 7 greatest martial artists of the righteous faction. Owner of the heavenly demon castle. Dark Sky Demon. Hyok Ryongang, leader of the Hukchon Ryon Black Sky Massacre. Lee Gyeong-jin, Sakyeon Temple leader. Evil King. Doko Jangchun, world's best assassin. Blood King. Mak Wu. The person standing in front of me is really on the same level as those 4. See Yeom Sangrok replied. Jin Gehui was angry. What's going on? Answer me now, you pig brains. Yeom Sangrok turned around and shouted. You pig-brained bitch. I told you I was undefeated. What undefeated? Jin Gehui was puzzled. Joking isn't funny at all. She was definitely frustrated and said. Your head is just for growing hair, okay? I just watched him shoot a levitated sword at a distance of 1 kilometer. Witnessed it with my own eyes. Yeom Sangrok, he exclaimed. After hearing that, Jin Gehui's face changed. She hesitated. So am I going to die? Joey said. Let's calculate. Suppose we run back to the Alliance to inform them of this news and wait for them to bring troops to Hefei. Then think about how much we will lose. How long? Jae-gal Woon speculated. 2 months. Maybe a month and a half. She continued. But the rainy season will start in the next 2 weeks. For the river to rise will take about a week. Unlike on the Alliance side, they are already in a ready position to attack. So there is a possibility that they will immediately launch war from RNHWI. From now until the rainy season begins. Waiting for the flood increased. The marching speed of the Navy and the ships in tow. If all were added up, they would arrive at almost the same time as the Alliance army reached Hefei. Joey said seriously, but that's just a hypothesis. If the water level rises faster than we predict, it will take less time. In the worst case scenario, they may reach Hefei sooner than the Martial Arts Alliance. 2 weeks. Namgung Jangho commented. Is it true that they have to wait until the rainy season to attack? Jae-gal Woon explained. Because when such a large number of ships are fighting, they will not be able to go through a luxuriant area full of trees. Unless the floodwater rose high enough. Namgung Jangho understood. She took a breath and continued. If I had brought back even 1 messenger bird, I would have had can send a message back to the Alliance. Joey spoke up. What I want to know now is if we create a diversion from behind. Will they postpone their advance on Hefei? Said Zhang Yilong. Compared to other factions, their greed is terrible, so if we continue to destroy their supplies and burn their food, they will be forced to turn back. Jin Gehui happily said that, of course. Hefei would soon be a fish, about to fit in the net. And that bunch of ragweed was already a piece of fat hanging to the mouth. No crazy person would accept that kind of trade-off when you don't know what your chances of winning are. Yeom Sangrok exclaimed. What is that? Why are you talking about it all like that? You said it was Sword Levitian, meaning this guy is even stronger than my master. She doesn't hesitate at this moment. Jin Gehui expressed an evil thought. Do you know how scary that old man's perverted eyes are? I want to see his expression. His face was chopped into pieces. Jae-gal Woon went to ask Jin Gehui. Then can you point out where Hukchon Ryon's important locations are? Money. Porridge. She set conditions. Joey felt that this move might be easy. It seems like this girl is quite likable. She knows how to do business like that. 100 dong. You name the price. She clicked her tongue disdain. He added a golden word, causing the value to increase. Jin Gehui quickly bent down to point immediately, his face beaming extremely. Over there, have you seen that river? She pointed at the map. According to the map, in the northwest of this river there is a tomb area for heroic heroes. And is also a top-secret safe haven for the Sword King. How much wealth did we earn from the fishing business? Everything is hidden there. Is there anything else? She asked. Jin Gehui continued. On the east coast of RNHWI province there is another mountain called Five Land. The entrance to the valley in the mountain is the ancient manor of Iron Fist King. There, she was about to continue talking about an important key point. Jae-gal Woon sat there listening to every word. Yeom Sangrok shouted angrily, this dog. You should also confess honestly. Finished. Joey pulled out his sword to threaten him. He was determined. Joey's sword radiated energy. He turned a cold face to look at Yom Sangrok. He trembled in fear. Damn it, how did he use the legendary sword gang as if it's just a thread? Joey spoke impatiently. You're so useless. Just die. His sword gradually radiated stronger energy. He was extremely afraid of death. Slowly, looking at that radiating aura, he couldn't help but tremble. Those terrifying eyes. He was sure to split his hand in half without any hesitation. Let's see, why does the political faction also have a person like this? I will tell you all. Yom Sangrok exclaimed. Then Yom Sangrok also bent down and pointed at the map. Jingahui smiled contemptuously. Is he stupid? Seeing if I can still make money. He gritted his teeth and endured it. Then pointed out, this place is the largest warehouse in the mainstream. 20% of all the crops harvested on the Yang Plain are gathered here. Also this place, although I don't know what's here, there are always many top experts strictly guarding it. So I guess there must be something in here. Yom Sangrok only went to a place in map. Joey looked at that location and thought. So this is the difference between the scoundrels and the powerful people. The difference is in the amount of secret information they know. 200 gold coins. Yom Sangrok turned to bid with Joey. Joey's face darkened and he prepared to draw his sword. Then he pointed his finger. A stream of light emitting a small lightning bolt stabbed into his body, causing Yom Sangrok screamed in pain. Then those lightning lines gradually disappeared. He was annoyed with tears. What the fuck? Why did you block my inner energy? Shut up, you bastard. Joey was annoyed. Then he turned to look at Jingahui. Joey was a bit embarrassed when he saw Jingahui's scared and timid appearance. She looks so sexy right now, with perfect curves. He thinks that directly touching a woman doesn't seem very polite. Right. But then Joey still used the move. Jingahui ate the entire move. She cried out, but she still looked like she was enjoying it. Joey was disgusted. Asked if you made those moans on purpose. Right. Jingahui replied cheerfully. No, I said that because it feels so good. This is my first time. I'm really happy. Joey sighed. Her words were really annoying misunderstanding. He turned to the people who spoke up. Because these people are still effective, so just follow us. Young Master and Mr. Jegal continue to buy more small lands from the merchants. Joey turned to Zhang Yilong and said, Mr. Zhang, what do you want me to do? He asked. Come with me, you requested. Zhang Yilong was interested. Okay, actually, it was boring playing mental games with those witty merchants. Joey pulled out a rope. Tied it up first. You ordered. Use this. Zhang Yilong wondered. Just tie it up for a while. I have sealed the internal power there. But they still don't feel good. They won't submit so easily. Joey was alert. Then Zhang Yilong obeyed and used a rope to tie them up. Damn, it was humiliating. Yom Sangrok was upset when he was tied around the rope. Continued, the rope was swung by Zhang Yilong to tie Jingahui. She still cried out in satisfaction. Joey turned away and spoke. Now, let's get going. This bitch is really weird. Hey, start walking. Zhang Yilong also found it difficult for Jingahui, who was shaking, but his face looked very happy. It's easy to misunderstand, Jingahui exclaimed as if drowning in pleasure. The two people in front also felt terrible and helpless. Zhang Yilong awkwardly said, I can't do it. Joey sighed deeply. Zhang Yilong said next, by the way, where are you planning to go first? Joey smiled cunningly, and said that he was going to the biggest warehouse in Jiangxi province, the stopping point of Joey's group. Here the majestic landscape, everywhere is crowded with people. On the side of Joey Mountain, sitting and doing good work. He radiates full of vitality as if he is winning a level. Meanwhile, the two Hukchon Ryon looked on in surprise. This guy has reached the level of converting external forces into internal attacks. The one called True Martial Flower. Right, True Martial Flower. The level where a person forms all the blood vessels within the core, which is a phenomenon when attaining an empty core. Since the whole body has become the core, every time the inner energy is controlled, the chi retains its physical form and spreads out. Joey gradually opened his eyes. He stood up. The air currents gradually disappeared in the air. He stood on the side of the cliff looking down. Joey took a breath. Smoke emitted from his mouth. He performed the move. 7th achievement, 8th achievement, 10th achievement. His heavenly sword radiated a powerful force. Joey raised his sword high. Performed the move mind-drawn map. Sword levitation technique. He pointed his sword towards a place. Joey's sword flew away. Into a stronghold of Hook Chon Ryon. The heavenly sword flow radiated sword energy surrounding him. He continuing to perform the Blue Sky Martial Water Sword second technique. Blue Sky Dragon Sword Slash. It immediately emitted extremely powerful force, causing the entire area to collapse. And the watchers were shocked and surprised because it came so fast. Quickly, the sword flowed then immediately turned back. Joey reached out to catch the sword. Then he continued to swing the sword to make another move. The sword was thrown back by him again. Location Hook Chon Ryon. The sword stabs a straight line flying in the air. Joey uses Blue Sky Martial Water Sword third technique. Blue Sky Martial Thunder of Heaven and Earth. The sword radiates power from the side and crashes straight into the target, causing an instant explosion. No one can block Joey's attacks in time. The explosion spread more and more, destroying everything. The two Hook Chon Ryon could only stand and watch without daring to speak. They couldn't help but be surprised. Fuck, that's too unfair. Who would ever be able to block that thing? Yom Sangrok looked towards Hook Chon Ryon's strongholds. The energy of a mind-forged sword suddenly fell from the sky and into the land. No one could ever expect nor prepare for this. Jin Gehui, I thought to myself. His martial arts are truly unique. The leader of the Hook Chon Ryon faction, whose martial arts have reached its peak. I wonder if I will be able to admire that legendary martial arts. Do you have a creepy feeling like this? Inside the blood jade there is laughter. I am surprised by the way this kid handles the problem, not his strength. According to common sense, the self-esteem of a martial arts master who has reached the invincible realm is unimaginably high. So their arrogance is of course far different from that of ordinary people. However, even though it is possible the ability to use that ultimate technique, and then choose to use this method to attack the enemy, considering the level of self-esteem of martial arts masters, an action like this is difficult to imagine. Sword God Jo Chon commented. The heavenly sword flowed for a while then returned to Joey's hand. He continued to launch it again. I think doing this about 16 to 17 times should be enough. His methods he repeated. A surprise attack for Hook Chon Ryon. Everywhere the sword passed exploded, burned to pieces. Smoke and fire flew blindly across the Jiangxi sky. Yom Sangrok stunned. So crazy. He only dared to keep his eyes on. Joey seemed to have run out of energy at this point. He was breathing heavily. Where was the next important place? Hoping it wouldn't be too far from here. Yom Sangrok gritted his teeth hesitantly, but then honestly declared, a mountain in Anhui. All the wealth the Iron First King gathered is stored there. Iron Fist King, one of the 8 great kings. Hook Chon Ryon's name is true to his name. He has taken over the entire demon sect with just his fists. His reputation in the martial arts world is very great. This is proportional to the amount of wealth he was able to plunder, partly thanks to him being the one who held the command card of the group of boats wearing long clothes, dominating the entire Poyangho Lake. The lives of many people passing through the Jiang River were also in his hands, belonging to him. Senior leaders of Hook Chon Ryon. Joey smiled and said that it seemed a bit harder to eat. Until it gets dark. At a mountain in the stronghold under the management of Iron Fist King. Yom Sangrok led Joey's group there. Is this place? Joey asked. They have already arranged the troops in battle formation. And that's right. Now there are no messenger birds in any area. The speed of spreading news is faster than the wind. Surely they have been informed about today's events. Joey began to focus on action. His eyes and the surrounding body radiated a yellow aura. The ball began to swing the sword. The sword flowed quickly with a strong force. Joey controlled it up high. Then he used the Blue Sky Martial Water Sword technique fifth. The remaining heavenly sword dispersed. Joey said the command, Infinite Sky Net Rain. The sword gradually dispersed like a net around the whole base. Then suddenly, it collapsed everything. No one could escape. The whole base exploded under the impact of Joey. Joey used a stronger force. Is Blue Sky Martial Water Sword former technique fourth. The power of the heavenly sword flow gathers into many spheres. Then comes the raining shooting star. They shoot down continuously. Is raining shooting star. They realizing that inside the base, the soldiers guarding the base were using burning bows and arrows to prepare to shoot. Those arrows soared high, and then crashed into the piled blocks of wood. Joey watched, laughing. Look how quickly the chickens react. From the estate came a scolding voice. Namgung Su, you motherfucker, how dare you call yourself a Namgung clan swordsman? After doing is this such a terrible thing? Joey's sword flow returned. Yom Sangrok exclaimed, there's an Iron Fist King. Joey gave him a painful slap on the head. You're really a biting dog owner. He angrily cursed. Who are you that I have to be loyal to you? Joey smirked, glanced at him and said indignantly, I know how to get to this place thanks to you. Even to that point and still not dare you admit that you're not a traitor. And then you looked at him threateningly, wondering if I told the Iron Fist King, there would be a good drama to watch. Damn, he gritted his teeth and endured it. Joey looked at the ruins below and thought, but these people think they are the heads of the Namgung clan. That's right, the Namgung clan has been Hukchon Ryon's enemy for decades. Surely just by looking closely at their swords, they realized. Right below there was a guy shouting, Namgung Su, you little mouse. How dare you run away like a group of cowardly bandits? Huh, in my entire life, I have never seen such a humiliating situation as now. All martial arts, swordsman spears, dogs laugh in my face. Iron Fist King Kubar standing below is angry, shouting loudly. Joey stood on the side of the cliff and said, perhaps you said these words to insult me, but I have no reason to fight you. He smiled and thought, what's the point in fighting? I heard there are two famous masters over there. I still have to fight and protect Zhang Yilong. Who has the spare time to go fight nonsense with a dirty old man? Joey turned and said, bring these two guys to the inn I told you in advance. The place where I arranged to meet Mr. Jegal. Zhang Yilong is concerned. Why is that? Brother, what are you going to do? The Iron Fist King is rumored to be as strong as the great King Nokram. If we duel, I can believe you will win. But there are more of them. Zhang Yilong worriedly reminded him. Joey smiled softly. Then he patted Zhang Yilong's shoulder to reassure him. No need to worry. I'm Joey, you said confidently. Okay, big brother, then take care. Zhang Yilong trusts Joey. Then he pulled the rope tying Hukchon Ryon's two men. Shouted, go quickly. Damn it. Yom Sangrok felt humiliated, and Jingahui still made groaning sounds with a headache. Joey jumped down the cliff, using the Heavenly Wind Step's fourth technique, Lightning Wind. With this, Joey gently rushed down the mountain. He quickly reached the ground and glided, moving continuously to a pile of wood stacked nearby. Joey swung his sword at the burning pile of wood. I know you guys are very well prepared. But, then Joey swung his sword. The pile of wood was thrown into the air by him. They were still burning. From afar, Iron Fist King, when he saw the logs flying in the sky, he was surprised. Then he exclaimed, stop that bastard right away. Block him with your body. Clearly heard. His subordinates heard the order and rushed forward. They cut each wooden stick flying in the air in half in the middle. Those wooden bars were broken, but the flames were still burning. After a while of struggling, the subordinates seemed unable to do anything to Joey. They were annoyed. From afar, those logs were still thrown into the sky by Joey. Iron Fist King couldn't find him, gritted his teeth and got angry. Then he used the technique World of Buddha. Fire Iron Fist Technique 4. Fire Sky 9 Dragon Bullet. His hands radiated strength. They transformed into dragon heads and shot away. He counterattacked. Joey blew up one side. Joey saw from afar and commented that he was strong. But to see how long he could stop me, Joey swung his sword again and threw up the burning blocks of wood nearby. He did so continuously. Each pile of wood outside the estate was thrown up one after another, causing the Iron Fist King couldn't help but be shocked. He gritted his teeth in anger. How could such a strong martial artist be so despicable? His background was from the First Sword Sect, the Namgung clan, but a gentleman must have self-respect. And even if he is the four great kings of the demon sect, he would not do such a despicable thing. We cannot let him cause further destruction. Where are the assassins? Go into battle, and then use another trick. The assassins appeared wearing black cloaks covering their bodies. Those assassins obeyed and rushed outside to chase Joey. Joey was moving. He turned his head to notice them. Iron Fist King, he shouted. Namgung Su is here. Catch him. Joey still moved. He calmly glided quickly. Then Joey turned towards the top of the wall. Iron Fist King and his group, the assassins, were chasing after him. Coward. Where do you think you're going? After chasing him up, they couldn't see Joey anymore. An assassin spoke up. Man down there. What? He cried. Then looked down from above. Joey was far away from them. He was moving at a speed that broke the wind. He headed straight towards Iron Fist's base king, then stabbed straight forward. Joey calculated. He had to reduce his inertia. Wherever he and the heavenly sword went, they would break. Every step Joey stomped was a disaster. Explosion. Quickly the entire manor of the Iron Fist King became a pile of rubble. One evening Joey shocked Hook Chon Ryon's key stronghold. Each fire appeared, making this place become at the center of the night. On top of the cliff, the Iron Fist King watched in surprise. Sir, an assassin hesitantly called out to him. At this time, Kubar was extremely angry and madly rushed down to chase and kill Joey. The assassins also took action. Quickly follow him. The Iron Fist King was crazy. He stomped his feet and broke the tile floor. He looked for Joey. You, where are you? Iron Fist King gritted his teeth in frustration. Then he realized something, turned to look up and saw a beam of light emitting. Joey was standing high above, radiating energy from the heavenly sword stream. I don't know when you appeared up there. Iron Fist King realized, exclaimed, above. He is right above our heads. Joey smiled coldly as if to say, it's too late then. He attacked. The heavenly sword descended, giving them continuous attacks, causing the guests to be killed on the spot. At this time the Iron Fist King was furious, shouting, you dare, that shameless and despicable beast. Everyone of Hook Chon Ryon had gathered at the gunpowder warehouse, which was strictly guarded. Looking from above, this group looked like a colony of ants. Just tie it up for a while. I have sealed the internal power there, but they still don't feel good. They won't submit so easily. Joey was alert. That morning after, the Iron Fist King was still boiling with blood. The fire of hatred rose. The result he received was the green block Buddha statue that was bought with 10,000 silver coins from a freak monk melted. The treasure worth tens of thousand coins became powder. And the best word of the imperial family's best author burned down like used newspaper. The precious horse which was kept for General Yuk Yuinun's favor was set on fire and burned to death. And before that, this place designed by Jin Soen, was built in 3 years with great effort. This place preserves the things I cherish from my rough life. All my 60 years, Iron Fist King was attached to, were all destroyed by you. He hates them. Namgung Su, that bastard. His hatred was so much that blood could only flow from his eyes. Quickly go to the main hall immediately. He hugged and left. In another place, inside the main hall, there was a person sitting on a high chair radiating terrifying magical power. It was the leader of the cult Hook Chon Ryon, Lai Kung Kan. He spoke up. The largest warehouse had been burned. Are you sure? The subordinates knelt below and announced. Yes, my lord. He said Guiyajing's field of 20,000 wheat was burned too. Yes. The assassin shook his head and nodded. Lai Kung Kan asked with an upset face. And all the fleets in Noksan port sunk. That's right. All those assassins affirmed. Old sect leader Lai Kung Kan asked again. And some of the 8 kings were defeated. Seeing how they were after the wealth. This isn't just some rebels. Old man, sarcastically. Everyone sent word that they were attacked by people of the Namgung clan. The assassin announced. He opened his eyes and his expression glared as if suppressing his anger. Namgung clan. The whole area of the big barn was burned. Based on the injured testimony. The technique was sword levitation, which falls under the shape-shifting chi sword category. Suspecting swordsmanship of the Namgung family. Suspecting an indefeatable martial artist. Prime Susect Blue Heaven swordsman. Report from Yangtze River Chosli killer Yom Seoak. 2 dead, 75 injured, 8 boats severely damaged. All merchant ships injured was destroyed. Perhaps the damage was caused by ultimate moves such as shape-shifting blink. Towering celestial ladder, chi surge, overcoming the insurmountable, sword levitation, intentional shaping of sword chi. This is definitely the techniques of the Namgung clan and the ability to use and practice all of them. Besides Blue Heaven swordsman, there is no one else. Namgung Su, Lai Kung Kan commented. If the intelligence is not wrong, then this is shocking news. Even the most vile worms in the evil cult would not use such dirty and inhumane tricks. How could a martial artist in a desperate situation act like that? Well, someone as noble as Namgung Su threw his reputation away like a bunch of trash. He somewhat wondered, those famous political figures who value honor more than life. But it turns out there is also this side. The Namgung clan's face has been thrown to the dogs from now on. Lai Kung Kan is a bit satisfied. He asked, "How much is the total loss on our side?" General Manager answered, "About 200,000 taels of gold in total. We couldn't analyze the personal wealth of the 8 kings, so we can't guess the right amount for them." He pondered, 200,000 taels of gold. That's enough to buy 4 plots of land in prime locations. I didn't expect that guy alone could cause such a huge loss. The power of desperation when throwing away honor is truly incredible. Measured. Then Lai Kung Kan waved his hand. To give an order, passed it down, ordered all armies to stand still. Wait for the rainy season to come and use the Hao clan and storytellers of each region to spread rumors about the Blue Heaven swordsman. Do it quickly, they patrol orders. Our side has indeed suffered quite a lot of losses. But for some reason my mood has not worsened at all, and is even quite lenient and reasonable. Seemed to have an enjoyable feeling in his heart. Then he tapped his foot. Thinking more, 200,000 taels of gold in exchange for the reputation of that arrogant swordsman. Worth it, at most. The loss of money is a small loss. Just 200,000 taels of gold within half a year can make up for it all. It can be even faster if an order is given to increase the exploitation of the merchants and fishermen around here. He calculated, but destroying the honor of the 7 greatest martial artists isn't something we can buy with money. Lai Kung Kan, he laughed loudly and cheerfully. Iron Fist King rushed in from outside. He cried, "The Cardinal, the Iron Fist King is angry. Leader, please give me the special Dark Killer Troop. I will definitely single-handedly destroy the entire Namgung clan." Was your place also attacked? Lai Kung Kan wondered. Iron Fist King said, "Yes. That Namgung Su is so despicable and shameless. His subordinates can't bear it any longer." "What did he do to you?" he asked, after a while of recounting everything. In the main hall, Lai Kung Kan burst out laughing. What a scandal. After a good gangster could do such a thing while still in martial arts. Right. Hearing such stories about people this soldier of the righteous sect made me quite satisfied. But he was satisfied with the conversation. And then Lai Kung Kan said, "I can't give you the special Dark Killer Troop. After all, the rainy season is coming. Our army will arrive soon. When that time comes, just leave it to them." Iron Fist King held hatred in his heart and angrily said, "I have to turn that entire Namgung clan into dust. If not now, then when will you want to attack? The manor that your subordinates wholeheartedly cherished is now completely burned." Lai Kung Kan asked with a dark face, "Are you disobeying my lord's orders?" "Li Gyongjo," he called. The Iron Fist King was completely mad right now. "Have you lost your mind?" He gave off a cold aura. Then the Iron Fist King knelt down, lamenting and crying, "But the manor of my subordinates was burned down, including the remains of my masters." Suddenly there was movement outside. A loud explosion sounded right in their main hall. Broken pieces were flying everywhere. Lai Kung Kan silently realized. Could it be that the roof had a hole in it? A sword was flying in the air. He realized. It was Blue Heaven Swordsman. Suddenly had a strange clawed hand emitting power surrounding the sword. Lai Kung's eyes changed. He cast magic. Thousands of sharp flying knives appearing around a gloomy black color. Killer of Heaves Absolute Art, the 5th killer. 1000 Tribulation Dragon Fang. Those dark sharp throwing knives attacked towards the silhouette of a dragon circling around the dragon fang. Sword. Iron Fist King exclaimed to his subordinates behind him. The ceiling is about to collapse. Run quickly. Those flying knives pierced through the hole in the ceiling, penetrating high into the sky. They watched, thinking to himself, the sound seemed to have gone far away. So the group of people used skylights to chase. Above the roof, Hukchon Ryon and the group observed around. Above, the roof of a small temple nearby was on fire. The demonic cult leader wondered. Did he pull out his sword? He silently thought. More difficult than activating the sword energy was withdrawing it back. Even this one had to risk his life to do that. But he didn't even rest. He immediately attacked the Black Sky place. No, that means the previous attack was at that place. I'm just a decoy, he reasoned. Then realized. Doing it at the same time. Using both moves related to shape-shifting. It's not that I can't do it. But after executing it after that, I will have to be bedridden for at least 2 to 3 months. Joey's heavenly sword flew from somewhere sword high. The sword split into 2 entities. And then stabbed in 2 different directions. No, Lai Kung Kan exclaimed. And then thought in surprise. How is that possible? Surely his body wouldn't be able to bear it. So he still did a shape-shifting attack using 2 swords. Even if it was a desperate situation. In any case, it was impossible. One side was to the northwest. The other was to the northeast. The sword had split into 2 different directions. He quickly jumped away. The weapon warehouse was lying there. In the northwest. While chasing and pondering, hundreds of cannons are hidden there according to Huang Yui's request. The emperor's relatives are including the amount of gunpowder to detonate and the source, the materials for making bullets are also there. If the weapons warehouse is destroyed, then everything will be as good as 2 lives. We must stop that sword at all costs. Even if it means losing our lives. Lai Kung Kan began to draw his sword. And performed the killer of heaven's absolute art. The sword radiated magic power. The 5th killer Thousand Tribulation Dragon Fang. That magic energy chased after Joey's sword. Joey's heavenly sword suddenly shattered and disappeared in the air. Li Jiangjing was startled again. It was another feint. From the other direction, behind him a sudden fire broke out. Lai Kung Kan turned to look and exclaimed. The Great Black AKY Palace. Where are you? He stood on the roof and turned his head to look for Joey. Lai Kung Kan now asked angrily in anger. Hopeless. Where are you hiding? Right now at Hukchon Ryon's stronghold. It's very chaotic. From above the cliff, Joey is sitting there waiting for a story. He smiled happily, looking he's so angry. You praise. The shaman clan's technique is awesome. The first man to lay in the sword grave poured his heart into inventing this technique. A technique that allows you to have 2 separate minds that can do 2 different things. As powerful as it is, the technique consumes a huge amount of energy. He has mastered this skill. Joey gradually sat up. Then he held 2 swords in his hands. Reminded himself, it seems like I need to practice more. Joey jumped down from the cliff. He still moved at a fast speed. Joey controlled the 2 swords in his hands. Then a sword gradually broke. Damn, have I reached my limit? He realized. Dark Demon Place, where the arsenal, gunpowder and the personal safety of the assassins are. There are important places I still have left to target. If I continue on like this, I will reach my limit. I have focus and clear my mind. Then you realize. First I'll attack the armory. Joey decided. The top information dealer in the martial arts world spent 1,000 taels of gold to buy this information from the Great Night Butterfly. They said that the arsenal was Hukchon Ryon's fatal weakness. And according to the information of them, those crazy people have connections to the royal family. Cannons and gunpowder were strictly controlled by the royal court. Those royal family members stole them and stored them in Hukchon Ryon's warehouse. They risked their lives to attack them, just in case war broke out against the royal family. If this story were exposed in front of the people, they would definitely be accused of treason. Joey pondered. This is truly a group of cold-blooded demons. But the greater the risk, the higher the benefit. He moved and thought. Joey secretly thought of one thing. Destroying this place was the only plan. He speculated that, with such a huge amount of gunpowder, it would create a huge stir and would definitely be investigated. If Jiangxi's murderers came here, all these secrets would be exposed before the table. People of the world, and when that happens, can the clan be able to put pressure on the martial arts world? We can't let that happen. We have to take advantage of this opportunity. He resolutely. Joey open your mouth to catch your breath. I want to negotiate with you. You use voice transmission to the old sect leader Lai Kung Kan. At this time, Hukchon Ryon Ji's guys are still roaming everywhere looking for Joey. Iron Fist King exclaimed, You bastard Namgung Su, I will tear your body to pieces. Where are you? Show yourself, you despicable coward. From somewhere, Joey continued to use voice transmission to, Shut up, you hound. I want to negotiate with your leader. The Iron Fist King heard that and frowned angrily. Did he just call me a hound? I am Hukchon Ryon's man. Then he was so angry that he slashed his chopping block into the roof under his feet. Where are you hiding? Come out, you bastard. If you do something like this, you can still call yourself a gentleman. Do you still have a conscience? What the hell are you talking about? You, a petty person who does all kinds of bad things like gambling, prostitution, and murder for money, dare to judge me? Joey retorted. At this moment, Joey's side is still moving inside. You still use voice transmission, beasts, and inhuman creatures, but you still dare to say something like that. Shut up and let your leader come negotiate with me. Joey rushed to a house. You bastard, come out here. Are you trying to show off because you are the leader of the religion? If you don't come out here, I will blow up the king's gunpowder store, he threatened. On the other side, the leader of Huk Chon Ryon, Lai Kung Kan, was surprised when he heard that. How did he know that? And then he also used voice transmission. How could he? Maybe. If I continue to attack, how much of your wealth do you think you'll get? Joey provoked him. Lai Kung Kan secretly thought for a while. Then Joey spoke up again and asked to get out. Jiangxi or I will tell the Jiangxi patrol office. No, he and you are probably in the same family. I can just report directly to the emperor. He gritted his teeth in worry. If I was caught with the gunpowder of the royal family, the promise that river water would not enter the well of the court and martial arts would be broken. If that happened, I guess the royal family I won't care about the so-called famous righteous sects or the evil demons of the pagans. You crazy bastard, you want to kill the fish and the net is torn. Now he knows he's scared but he still keeps his mouth shut. Joey's twin sword shot up high from below. In that position, cult leader Huk Chon Ryon could see two swords pointing downwards. Lai Kung Kan shouted and stopped. Joey repeats again, will you get out of Jiangxi or not? The old messenger replied, we're taking about 8,000 lives of the martial artists here. Don't try to make a deal for something impossible. You don't want to compromise. You think your 8,000 subordinates still will be safe even if I blow up the warehouse. Are you sure you can handle it? Joey angered him again. Lai Kung Kan is all angry now. I want to kill him. But he has his Namgung Su really highly respected or not? Although his martial arts skills are equally profound. This behavior reminds me of a third-rate warrior in the rivers and lakes. Lai Kung Kan is cautious and does not dare to act. He used martial arts when talking, so it's impossible to guess his age. With those thoughts, cult leader Huk Chon Ryon asked Joey, first show yourself. You want me to negotiate with a hidden person? Face like this. Joey took a sarcastic breath. With the Iron Fist King and assassins by your side, you want to negotiate with me face to face? Do you think I don't understand people like you? Joey transmitted his voice to the Iron Fist King and the assassins. Hey Iron Fist, you can't find me. Don't waste your time. Are you trying to buy time to find me? From above, Joey's twin swords radiating power. The two swords separated in two different directions. No, Lai Kung Kan exclaimed. He chased after the sword. That's right, Joey continued to wonder about. Possible, most likely this is just a fake attack. But it's a fake move. So other than stopping it I have no other choice. Because if it were a real attack, then everything would be over. He wouldn't be able to do it. But still had to try his best. Then Lai Kung Kan used the move Thousand Tribulation Dragon Fang to chase the trick Thien Kiem Lu. Again, after chasing it, the sword shattered again, like last time. And so it happened again. The next point was blown up instead of good luck next time from Joey. You bastard. Li Jiang Jing went crazy. The aura radiated brightly. The fire of anger rose deep in his gut. He shouted, okay bastard, let's see if your spiritual energy dries up first or this place collapses first. Rush forward. Everyone gathered and went to the gunpowder warehouse. The old man ordered, yes, my lord. The subordinates quickly obeyed the order and went to guard. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated in the pile of rubble. The air suddenly silent. Everyone of Huk Chon Ryon had gathered at the gunpowder warehouse, which was strictly guarded. Looking from above, this group looked like a colony of ants, with guards on high alert. Joey looked over from the other roof. So they were just guarding the gunpowder warehouse. They even decided to burn the boat. He thought to himself, for the sake of the Zhou family, the best in Jiangxi province derelict. But if that's not possible, I guess I'll have to find another way. You keep using voice transmission. You're too picky. Okay, I'll lower the price you have to pay. Say it. The old leader spoke. Joey set the conditions. There are 3 things I want. First, disband the people you have in Dangchernpo and break the alliance with the Forest Kingdom. Second, put all the businesses in Jiangxi under the Zhou clan's name. Third, Sell land to the Zhou clan. As much land as they want. I am not going to take anything less than this. If I don't see these conditions being fulfilled, I will definitely attack Hoichonrian. Joey's posture right now looks really unique. Li Kung was surprised. He knew everything, even about the alliance with the Forest Kingdom. I did everything to keep this and that a secret. I'm sure that even the Martial Arts Alliance doesn't know about these things. But how could he know? He ponders about the current situation. The Zhou family's business. The giant's business. That's why we are doing this. According to the information we gathered, the Zhou family earns about 700 gold a year. If the current plan succeeds, we will almost own the entire thing. Jiangxi Ministry, but he wants us to allow the Zhou family to start business in Poyangho Lake. Wait, thinking about it carefully, I don't see how that would bring any disadvantage to Hoichonrian. Hefei has now surpassed Soju and Hangzhou. If it appears in Jiangxi, shouldn't we celebrate? And if they start the business in the unorthodox sects area, surely the Martial Arts Alliance will not like it. Is that the reason why does he continue to develop the Zhou family's business? I wonder how the Martial Arts Alliance will react if the Namgung clan allies with Hoichonrian and starts trading in Jiangxi. This is interesting, he thought. After thinking about it for a while, I felt that it was not too disadvantageous. Then Lai Kung Kan spoke up. Agreed with Joey immediately. The subordinates behind stopped him. No, sir. He turned around. Sang said, do you have any other plans? They remained silent and could not respond. Lai Kung Kan added, but if the Martial Arts Alliance prevents us from doing business at Poyangho Lake, you must promise to help us. Find a solution. Joey responded, of course. If that happens, I will punish the Martial Arts Alliance. What? This answer from Joey made him feel a bit surprised. Glared punishment. He said punishment, thinking he heard wrong. He asked his subordinates again. Yes, my lord, I heard clearly like that. They replied. Lai Kung Kan smiled cunningly, thinking Joey was stupid. Is the big Namgung clan punishing the Martial Arts Alliance? He spoke. Namgung Su, are you really crazy? Things are getting more interesting. Then Lai Kung Kan put up his sword. Okay, that's it, is our covenant. Joey laughed. Everything was in the palm of his hand. One morning, at the inns in Jiangxi, Joey's men and two of Hoichonrian's traitors were sitting and eating with. Yom Sangrok spoke up. His mouth was still chewing food. To me he just looked like a kid. Talking about me. Namgung Jangho wondered. He was upset. What nonsense were you talking about so early in the morning? Then pointed and continued. But it doesn't make sense. You look like you're only 20. But that middle-aged guy calls you big brother. So there are two possibilities. Function. Either this middle-aged man is translating, or this old man is wearing the skin of a teenager. Where is the middle-aged man? Zhang Yilong turned to look and then asked in confusion. Yom Sangrok pointing at Zhang Yilong. He continued, I'm telling you, why do you call a teenager like him big brother? And you're a judgmental person. Zhang Yilong got angry. This bastard. His fire is burning with anger. Jagal Woon next to him confusedly said to help him. He's only 23 years old. What? Don't joke. Yom Sangrok didn't believe it. When Zhang Yilong heard that, he got angry and screamed. Yom Sangrok saw that, but still felt doubtful. Are you really only 4 years younger than me? He secretly thought how miserable his life was. Has such an old face. It's a bit creepy. That's the face of someone just 20 years old. Jin Gehui next to him also laughed sarcastically. Zhang Yilong shouted, I'm more creeped out. You fucking ghost who doesn't even look like a real person. These two people looked at each other with disdain. Fuck you, you old ass. She scolded back. Zhang Yilong wondered, does blood even flux through your face? In the distance there was a someone is coming. Namgung Jangho, pay attention. Joey has returned. Namgung Jangho stands up to pay his respects. Sir Joe. Joey says, stop. You really can't stop doing that. Do you suddenly get rashes if you go a day without doing that? Namgung Jangho realized and immediately stopped. Then Joey went to the table and threw out a stack of papers. Jagal Woon wondered, what is that? She flipped open those books and exclaimed in surprise. These were hundreds of land ownership contracts, all from Hoichonrian, but she couldn't help but be shocked when she read them. Wait, already? Aren't all your checks kept by me? Joey smiled brightly and said, Hoichonrian voluntarily surrendered all their land deeds to me. Jae Woon opened his eyes wide in surprise. No one expected Joey to make such a decision. That guy probably manipulated the stupidest guy in Jangho. In the Namgung clan. Namgung-soo was reading a scroll when he exclaimed, What the hell is going on? Namgung-soo carefully read the letter in his hand. I have never stepped foot out of this place. But what is this nonsense? Right now Hoichonrian's internal turmoil is a good thing, but the problem is who caused this. He couldn't help but wonder. Legendary sword levitation technique, and intentional shaping of sword chi. Among others, these legendary martial arts were used for the purpose of destroying their wealth. It's okay to simply show off his martial arts skills. The problem is that he didn't even show himself when he made the move. Which was an ambush. Rumors spread that the swordsman was the culprit. Now Namgung-soo was taking the bullet intended for Joey. He raised his face and thought in despair. Namgung-soo thought that several thousand people from the Martial Arts Alliance did not even know the news about the alliance between the pagan and Nokram. I was surprised when they knew about this, but still chose to disperse the soldiers. That was a huge army from Arnhwi. They could even threaten the Namgung clan. This time it was true. A great achievement, a hero title and a reward from the master of the Martial Arts Alliance might not be enough. But, he thought back. Suddenly, Namgung-soo's body felt unwell. He suddenly felt unwell. After a while, old man Namgung-bak rushed in from outside to care. I'm okay, Namgung-soo spoke. Then he worriedly thought, what should I do now? I don't know if Hoichonrian is okay. What to do next? This rumor has spread everywhere. Even to Arnhwi. Finally, the rumor that someone has impersonated me will spread throughout Gangho. Namgung-bak announced. The old man still has a room left. Letter again. What news is it this time? He is depressed. Then Namgung-soo sighed and said, Okay, give me the letter and finish it all at once. It's a letter from Jangho. Namgung-bak said. Namgung-soo nodded slightly and turned the paper over. After reading the letter, his eyes widened in surprise. This bastard. Namgung-soo angrily read the letter and trembled. Old man Namgung-bak was confused. There is no one in Gangho who does not know that the Zhou family is controlled by the Namgung clan. And yet, they dare to use the name of the Zhou family to buy back all the land in Jiangxi. It seems that Joey is planning to take over the entire land. Set land in that place and turned Namchang into Hefei. Namgung-soo speculated. The Namgung clan's business must be concentrated in the center of the cult's territory. If we start a business, we must share the profits to Hoichonrian. This is a serious matter. It could cause the Namgung clan to be eliminated from the Martial Arts Alliance. Inside Namgung Jangho's letter, it was written, I'm sorry father, it's all my fault. Namgung-soo was upset. Thinking seriously, Namgung-soo stood up and exclaimed, No, I have to go to Namchang. Prepare everything right away for me. Old man, please calm down. Namgung-bak woke up flustered. Namgung-soo was so angry right now. What do you mean calm down? You told me to just watch bad things happen. Namgung-bak saw that and obeyed orders. The general manager went to arrange our luggage. No need to bring anyone. I will go with the master. Yes, the master of the house. The general listens to orders. In Jiangxi, and one sunset afternoon, on a roof over the Jiangxi River, Jae Woon sees Joey after being thoughtful. He spoke up. What are you thinking? Joey replied. I was wondering if people in the Central Plain could live close together. She replied. Living close together, what do you mean? Joey said. That I am asking for your opinion on building according to the knowledge you have. With our current capabilities, how many buildings and how high can be built in the central region? Otherwise, Jae Woon replied. What is the limit of our construction resources? No limit, he replied. She asked further, will everyone stay in the building for that long? Of course. Joey nodded, then went to Jae Woon to think. I think we can build 5 to 6 floors. If we try hard we can build a 7th floor. Joey smiled and said, if the building materials are not, what about wood but iron? And not only iron, but steel can also be used. What about steel? Using steel as a foundation material to build castles and pillars. I can't imagine the huge amount of money that must be spent to build like that, but if there is that possibility. She silently calculated according to Joey's idea. She had some doubts. Jae Woon said, we have to calculate carefully to get a more accurate answer. But I think doubling the amount of wood is enough. The durability, and weight of steel are completely different. So can you tell me if you use steel? Can you rotate it up to 10 floors? Joey asked. Yes, of course. She smiled and replied. Well, 10-story steel building. Let's start the construction drawings from today. Joey decided. Then Jae-gal-woon looked confused and wondered. But why do we have to do that? Wouldn't building 10 buildings with 2 to 3 floors be more efficient than building one building with 10 floors? It's unreasonable. Joey replied. I will build more than 20 steel buildings at the edge of the lake. What? She exclaimed in surprise. Just open the window and you can enjoy the beautiful scenery by the lake at any time. Admiring the majestic scenery of nature from above. The view of the river and grass that welcome you outside the house. That was Joey's calculation. What do you mean? Jae-gal-woon seemed very suspicious. Then, she immediately realized. Wait already. Are you saying that the building will be a house for someone to live in? Joey told Jae-gal-woon his thoughts. I have to first check your design of the building. But for now, I am thinking of 2 houses per floor. On the first floor, there will be a Joe Clan Inn and Joe Clan Bakery. And on the second floor, there will be Joe Clan stores that will sell the products of the Joe Clan industry. Then the people who live in these 10-floored building won't have to travel far to buy cold tea and 6-layered sandwiches, nor go out to buy alcohol. They will be able to see the Joe Clan industry wide open by just walking downstairs. That was all Joey's plan. Hearing this idea, Jae-gal-woon opened his eyes to absorb knowledge. I have never thought of the idea of houses like this. This is revolutionary. She felt interested. I'm sure houses like that would be very high class and competitive. People would fight for it. Joey said. Because it was built from steel. The price would be quite expensive. He explained. Like, being able to see Poyang Lake will also contribute to the increase of price. People always live near rivers and lakes. Humanity cannot resist the attraction of rivers. This is an idea to take advantage of the beauty or nature. We can decide its price after construction is completed. The only problem is that we have to get the right floor to area ratio. You calculate everything thoroughly. Jae-gal-woon was stunned, silently thinking that this man is a business god. She looked at Joey, who stood in front of her. There has never been anyone like him before. And there won't be in the future. Jae-gal-woon affirmed such a great man has brought the concept of a residential complex to this time. The master monk inside Blood Pearl smiled proudly, thinking, his achievements that I have been observing for the last 7 years aren't something that I can easily explain with a few words. He started from a workshop full of debts. At times, he used his smile and other times he threatened people, until he slowly started to consume Hefei's market. Now, not only has he taken over Hefei, but the whole of Anhwi province as well. And that's not all. The things he has done in Jiangxi creep me out. He exclaimed. Cool heed intelligence, unwavering judgment, and flawless execution of actions, and what's most impressive about this is that throughout the whole process, all the gains went to him and the Zhou family industry. The consequences were handled by only using the Namgung family name. A completely pragmatic person, this cool-headedness of being able to abandoning everything, including honor for his personal gain, is definitely a talent for a monarch. He highly appreciates Joey, but what makes me most satisfied is that there are still many talents around Joey. Young master of the Namgung family, Namgung Jangho, great apprentice of the Nokram king, Zhang Yilong, young master of the Jegal family, Jae-gal-woon, Huxal of Hoichonryun, evil, Yom Sangrok, ghostly killer of Hoichonryun, poisonous red, Jin Gehui. They are like water and oil. The future of both orthodox and unorthodox sects are connected to one point called Joey. He commented, whether people admire or fear its martial arts ability, they will not deny its talent. This kid's business skills and strategic vision will all revolve around his existence. Cruel, cold-blooded, scheming, the world describes me with all the bitter words. The harshest, but I didn't expect that the person who possessed the most powerful talent under the throne was the old man. Mr. Zhou was proud. He laughed heartily. You were an incarnation of Zhou Meungdeok. Mr. Zhou smiled complacently. What did he mean? Joey heard it outside and wondered. This brat has no intention of building his own army. He asked the army. Joey was surprised. Do you think this martial arts world is large enough for you? Even though you have achieved all the achievements that people in martial arts dreams. This place is just a very small part of the vast world. Mr. Joe sternly taught. Joey secretly thought for a moment. What this old man meant was that he wanted me to become king. The richer and more powerful you are, the more attention you will attract. This is inevitable, so the only way to get rid of all those troubles is to sit on top of the world. He stated his opinion. Yourself. Are you referring to the Sama clan? The Sama clan is just a small part of the playground. As long as we are in the same world, our Joe clan will also be pitiful. The rise of the Sama clan will definitely be because of them. He said. What could that be? Joey wondered. Master Mayungdeok explained further. Even the current Sant has no way to know. A non-existent existence. Humanity is something that can monitor, explore or even determine lives. Although there are many different ways to describe it, in general everything is still very vague. Joey thought far away. This gem too, is the inheritance they passed down. It can be said that all things are influenced by that existence. Perhaps now you and I are both playing under their eyelids. He explained. Even though I am on the nature level of martial arts, still just a child compared to them. The sword god speaks. We shouldn't dare to offend them with the standards we made. You, with your undefeatable level, shouldn't ever face them. You should run away no matter what. They can even erase the entire Wasan clan in one strike. Joey heard that and thought insecurely. But what about POP who are on the same level as them? No, I mean, what about those above them? Jae Woon outside holding a pile of documents walked quickly inside. She put it on the table and said, I'm about to start drawing the design. Can you take a look at it for me? Joey said, I'm not much of an expert in this area. She turned each roll of paper out for Joey to see. But you're better at calculating than me. Help me. Okay, that's great. First, we have estimated the endurance of the steel. We plan to use and build a layout in the form of square blocks like this. Calculating again and again, we see this is the most feasible way to build a high-rise style house. She presented her opinion, but the biggest problem here is water. People living on the top floor will face many difficulties when trying to move the house. Moving water to daily life is a difficult problem. Joey heard it and realized. That's right, he thought there was no elevator or escalator in this world. So, clearly water is a problem. The problem is difficult. I think we can solve it by making a large water tank made of leather. Then designing a pipe system to lead down to each floor. Maybe that will solve the problem. She commented. And now the problem of underground water was also brought up. He pondered. I really want to install a modern toilet in this 10-story building. He thought that I'm only used to using wall-mounted toilets. But more importantly, are there any potters in this era qualified to make wooden toilets? That probably isn't a big problem. But, he concentrated and tried to think. Now that he remembers, adapting to the temperature is also a problem. If you want to supply enough water for all 10 floors, you only need one potable water tank, one hot water tank and one furnace. Large coal installed on the roof of a building. If you try to use a stone furnace system for heating, the whole building will be overloaded. Joey speculates and wonders. Slowly, why do you have a high-pressure system? Where is the rubber to conduct heat for the heating system? He realized the problem, so he had to use iron pipes instead. But its weight and rust were also problems. If he knew that, he should study engineering. The teacher gave it. He sighed inwardly. Joey sighed with a headache and said, let's leave it for later. We need to find out if there are any other materials to use and also think thoroughly. Moreover, outside there were two figures opening the door and going inside. They were two of Hoichonrian's guys. Jinga Hui asked, so what do we do now? He said, no need for you guys anymore. Let's go back to Hoichonrian. He waved his hand to chase them away. They exclaimed in surprise. What? Are you kidding? Yom Sangrok said loudly. Then promise. You won't tell the pagans or Nokram about it. We gave you information about important bases. Joey yawned and replied. Okay. He was angry. Fuck. I can't believe this guy. It's life, it's just two people. Get serious, you idiot. Joey heard him scolding and felt like it didn't reach his ears. Isn't he the one who bragged so strongly that he had single-handedly destroyed 10 martial artists? But now what are you talking about? It's just the two of you. Joey's blood is starting to get hot. Yom Sangrok feels scared. Fuck you. Those bastards deserved it. You guys are two. You in contempt. He held his head and screamed in dissatisfaction. Then Joey asked. Then kneel down. They quickly knelt down according to his words. Without any hesitation. Yes, sir, Joey said coldly. Do you still want to live? Yom Sangrok answered immediately. Yes, I really want to, sir. That's your style of doing things. Joey threw down 2 pieces of paper in front of him. Them. Rank employee. That is this. After reading it, he found it difficult to understand. It's like a ranking system in our industry. He explained. Is an employee a high rank? Yom Sangrok happily asked. He replied, no, that's the bottom of society. Hearing that, he was reluctant, then had the intention to refute. 7 bronze and 70 iron coins a month. Are you fucking kidding me? Even a server would earn more than this. Joey continued calmly. Read Article 4 carefully. You will also receive more benefits. But this is too harsh. I drank 2 jars of wine and all this money was gone. Yom Sangrok shouted in disapproval. He asked again, do you want to live? He gritted his teeth in resignation. What could he do now? Scolded Fong Long. Damn. All his thoughts were in Joey's head. He smiled cunningly and gave him the job. From this moment on, you should go out and bring me a famous carpentered, mason, potter, etc. Just get me all the famous technicians related to construction. Then you will be paid 5 times more than him, okay? Dumbfounded, he understood. This guy opened his mouth and scolded the bastard. So what about me? Am I just doing my job for nothing? Jin Gahui has some doubts. Joey glanced at her wonderingly. What do you do? She grabbed her own neck with her hand. Her face lit up and said, kill someone. Joey was helpless with Jin Gahui. Then he said, you often crawl onto the roof staring at the lake. Right? Is that crazy woman's hobby? Yom Sangrok nodded in affirmation. Joey ordered, good, then just climb up there every day and observe if there's anything strange around here. If you see anything suspicious, you must report it to me immediately. Can you do it? It's easy. She smiled happily and agreed immediately. At the base of the Hoichonryun leader, Hoichonryun asked, did you find out what he was planning to do? After the transaction was completed, a guy wearing a devil mask appeared. At first we all thought he was the Blue Heaven swordsman, but then realized this was the voice of a young person. The problem is, throughout the discussion we felt the aura of a martial arts master on him. That would mean that it's possible that the man who was bothering us isn't the Blue Heaven swordsman. Lai Kung Kan recalled the incident when dealing with Joey. The subordinate reported, all the candidates for being undefeatable in the Namgung family are in the Blue Sky building. As of now, we are assuming that he is an unknown martial artist of Murim. Then, what of this young master of the Namgung family? Lai Kung Kan asked. The subordinate answered, during the martial art contest ceremony, his martial art skills were at about peak level. It has only been 6 years since then. Even if we do say that he's blessed with great enlightenment and destiny, it would be impossible for him to be on a higher level beyond the peak level. But there is only one very suspicious point. He emphasized. Why? Lai Kung Kan was curious. The man who the Namgung family took in the owner of the Zhou clan industry. He replied. Lai Kung Kan thought about it. Joey asked. Is that guy martial artists? The general manager continued. The chairman of the Zhou clan industry has never shown any sign of knowing martial arts. He is merely a typical merchant. Lai Kung Kan was secretly thinking about something. And the merchant who ordered all the land around Poyang Lake was also that man named Joey. I'm sure he had something similar to the masked man who came. Meet us. We need to investigate this matter clearly. If his opinion, Lai Kung Kan orders, then he will leave it to you to take charge. Obey orders. There is one more thing. Although it is just personal curiosity, but the subordinate still took the liberty of asking. He asked. He seemed curious. It's rare to see you want to ask me anything. Say it. About giving away the land of our clan for free. Why did you make such a decision? There must have been some dissatisfaction in his heart. He replied. He offered me a security through telepathy. So how long will this contract last? He asked. 3 years. He replied. 3 years. He was surprised. Then he gave up. What a brave person. Lai Kung Sin is not ordinary. He calculated. He must be having already outlined his future plans and the future to tame Hoichonryun. Surely after 3 years have passed, he will make unreasonable demands. The general manager silently thought. If he knew it would be like that, he would still be willing to hand over the land for free. The old priest said, he will surely try to rob our storages and building if things don't go the way he planned. But all we have to do to prevent that is just spend a little money to move our wealth to another place. Our current system of guarding the treasure has to be changed. 2. If we transfer it all into money and move that to some place else. It won't be a problem. I'm very worried. I don't know how he will react when that happens. He is a bit excited. Now that he has found land, he will probably pour a lot invested capital in it. Then when this place becomes a prosperous city, I will guarantee to return it neatly to our hands. The day Hoichonryun prospers will also be his demise. Lai Kung scene, nefarious plot. Return to Hefei. At Joey's house. At the gate a gatekeeper saw Joey coming out and greeted him. Sir, welcome back. Is there anything at home? Joey asked. The subordinate replied. The warriors who went to the North Ocean already returned 4 days ago. He was surprised. Was there anyone from the North Ocean with them? He asked. Yes, thanks to this guest, our palace has been making a lot of noise these past few days. He told. What was going on? Joey was a bit surprised. Then that subordinate laughed and said, those heroes brought it back. A pair of men and women from the North Sea. But the subordinates even heard that they were as beautiful as fairies. To the point that many people wanted to come and peek at their faces. But, looked like fairies. Joey found it a bit hard to believe. Yes, just like a god descending to earth. That guy looks extremely admirable. Then Joey walked inside. Inside the yard there were many people gathering, laughing and talking to each other. They gathered at a place to observe from the outside. Joey wondered. They were gathering during working hours. The meeting here was so noisy. He noticed something. A figure of someone seemed to be a woman. She was wearing a cold porcelain outfit. A beautiful woman, with hair as white as snow. Sparkling blue eyes the color of jade. Kang Daeju came from the North Sea and brought back a couple of men and women with the same pure white hair color. He spoke up. You finally came. About. This is young Master Sol Bak and Lady Sol Hyun. He introduced. Pleased to meet you. This is Joey. Joey said hello. You are the owner of the 10,000-year ice spirit, is that so? Lady Sol Hyun asked him. Yes, I am the one who created it. Have my people informed you about the reason why you came here? Joey asked. First, when admiring the 10,000-year ice spirit, we asked not to answer any questions. Young Master Sol Bak refused Joey's question. Joey did not force him. He said, then let's go see. Please come this way. Kang Daeju shouted. What about us? What are we doing now? Are you really just letting us go? Joey waved his hand to dismiss. Do you think I'm some asshole who doesn't mean what he says? Go back to that Daesan mountain or whatever that you saw to love so much. As soon as he finished speaking, the group sobbed with joy, quickly returning to their nest, screaming with joy. Joey wondered, is it okay to treat the guests with mandu first? Then he said, then let's go. It's here. He took them to a place. Looked like a path leading somewhere. Joey pointed his hand towards the staircase leading down below like a secret room. Inviting you two to come down. Sol Hyun was a bit surprised. Okay. Inside is the 10,000-year ice spirit emitted blue gas. They looked at it without blinking. The 10,000-year ice spirit was something that many people wanted to possess. Moreover, they fought over it to the end bleeding. Even I have dreamed of this day for a long time. Finally seeing it with my own eyes. They admired the 10,000-year ice spirit object in front of them. The reason we had to throw away our ancestors. Getting rid of my own last name. Enduring so much humiliation. Just waiting until today. Seeing this makes my eyes blur again. Our mother, even before she passed away, was always there, speaking of this thing called the 10,000-year ice spirit. How could they use such a sacred treasure of the North Sea as a freezer cooling ingredient? Sol Bak pondered, his expression filled with disappointment. Late. I have always wondered why Northerners always have to live in such poverty. He wondered. Joey asked them, did you know about the funerals with ice? About how rare and expensive ice is in the Central Plains? About how many silver coins you can earn just by selling all the ice in this storage? If I were you, I would have taken all the ice from the North Ocean and ruled over the market with it. You state prejudice his personal story for the two of them to listen to. Sol Bak looked at Joey somewhat angrily, as if he was looking down on them. What exactly does he consider ice to be? Ice martial arts. When this showed up in the Central Plains, the people of Gangho trembled. This was because whenever the legend of the North Ocean's absolute Iceman showed up, there were always a huge amount of casualties. Just one hand sign related to this martial art would freeze all the mountains and rivers in the surrounding area. If he was someone who had at least seen tens of martial artists turn into ice, he wouldn't be saying such a thing. But, he said, what? After learning an ice technique, we should just create ice and sell it in the Central Plains. Does he not have any respect or desire for such a great martial art? He despises. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you two have something to say? Right, did you two come here to work? Joey wondered. They looked at him without answering. Now let's talk business. I can lend you the 10,000-year ice spirit for as long as you want like. In exchange you two have to work for me. Surely these words, young lady and young master, have also heard what the person who escorted you two here said. Joey did business with them. Did he really? Are you planning on using it for business? Soulback gritted his teeth in anger. Then he shouted when he couldn't bear it anymore. Held his tongue. You're free to leave. Joey doesn't want to say more to them. I'm the only one here and dare to say that. What a bold as the sky. Soulback called Sol Hyun to prepare to attack Joey. Amazing. Joey's white eyes reappears to gain knowledge. When the moisture in the air, which has been compressed and condensed repeatedly, drops below the critical temperature, it instantly creates numerous waves and grows stronger. The mathematical perfection of the process of instantaneously compressing and condensing air to create extreme sounds is surprisingly the highest level when not considering the martial arts of sword grave. Joey observed the beautiful technique that Soulback was creating. Soulback launched snowflakes towards Joey. He quickly dodged. The ice peacock crashed into the freezes on the wall. Those blocks of water touched the ice peacock and quickly froze. Joey moved quickly behind them, clearly fast and strong, so it was possible to deliver goods to faraway places. The two of them watched in surprise. Sol Hyun shouted, "Damn!" Soulback realized, so he was not an ordinary businessman normally. Damn it, Soulback felt like he was in a passive position. Then he continued to use the true snowflake step to attack. Soulback performed another ice attack. White ice palm. Second technique, north wind chain shape. Ice blocks appeared and attacked Joey. Those ice attribute attacks attacked Joey, but he quickly dodged. His moves all crashed into the wall behind him, and then froze quickly. Joey smiled at them. He was surprised by his speed. He felt happy. This room took 3 hours to enough to freeze water into ice. But just one move of yours has frozen it all. How can you waste such a talent to kill people? Just calm down and listen. Joey pointed at the block of ice around him and continued. The move you just used is the most feasible move to hurt others. Right, and no matter how effective it is, it has frozen the block of ice completely. You are still alive. Do other techniques have the same effect of turning everything around into ice? Soulback replied, of course. We use white ice palm's fifth technique. Heaven and earth freezing white ice. Joey continued asking, how much ice boxes can you freeze with that skill? About 50, he replied. Wow, see, how many times can you use that one move? Joey was beaming like the god of fortune has come. The god of wealth has come. He still replied, 4 or 5 or so. He smiled and said, is that so? Then this move must consume a lot of stamina. But after all, a block of ice is worth 13 taels of silver. Let's do some math. Let's say you can create 50 ice cubes in one cast, and use the move at full strength 4 times. Will that give you 200 ice cubes? At full strength, they wondered. Joey, at this time full of motivation, said, no need to pay attention to that. In short, if 2 people can freeze 200 taels, how much silver will they exchange? 2,600. The exchange is 200, that's 60 gold coins. It can't be more productive. You guys are all mobile ATMs. Joey exclaimed in joy. What a bold idea. Jang Ho is no longer like this. They stiff glue spray. I don't know what to say to you. He smiled happily and said, just think about it. The 10,000-year ice spirit that you all crave is now right in front of your eyes. Create 200 blocks of ice. Rest to recover and then repeat the process again. If you keep doing this 5 or 6 times a day, your abilities will be honed to a certain extent. Joey is so pleased that he should continue like this for 5 years. I wonder what I did at that time. Have you reached any level yet? Have you become a master? You have made important calculations. They still secretly look at you speechless. Joey sets the conditions. I will deduct 10 points, hundreds of money earned for the two of you. Oh my god, there's no other place to get a deal like this other than me. I don't understand why the deal is so good that you two still have such a look on your face. Joey was excited because the money was about to pile up, and they looked at him in confusion. Soulback wondered, what is 10% you said? Joey laughed, and said, this depends on the working capacity of the two people. Soulback thought about his invitation. Considering the many relatives we have in the North Ocean, it's not that bad of an idea to earn some money. Then Joey added, but I have a condition. What condition? They asked. I just built a new facility in Jiangxi, so I need one of you to come with me. That means only one of you is allowed to work professionally on ice. You two should feel free to discuss among yourselves. You explain to them. Nonsense, he exclaimed. Sol Hyun also shouted loudly. I can't be separated from my brother. Joey let out a sigh. Then said, okay, so if you don't want to be separated, there's only one way. What way? Soulback asked. Teach me with the moves just now. Joey frankly requested. You despicable thing. It's impossible. We can't teach the secret life of the entire family to someone who is not a member of the family. He immediately refused. Immediately. Joey smiled cunningly. A snowflake appeared in Joey's hand. Then he concentrated his strength around that snowflake. He gave the power he was concentrating to them. Look, I'm just asking for approval from the two of you. And this request is not something you can refuse. Just agree. They were extremely surprised when they saw Joey using their secret techniques. Soulback was stunned. There isn't any energy of the ice spirit. Ice palm, something you can only obtain by training for a long time in a coldest land. He shouted, how can you imitate it just once? Well, for now, it's just an imitation. It's not cold enough to be compared to your ice palm, is it? This is why people like original things. You're humble. Then Joey smiled devilishly and continued. Yes, but I still remember every bit of your movements. Decide. Either one of you follow me, or teach me the technique and you can stay together. Sol Hyun is cautious. She is feeling scared. Then also spoke up. I will go. Sol Hyun. Soulback spoke up to stop. He said, you stay here. Let me go. But she was determined. If I can't, you should be the one to stay here. My brother is the last hope of the North Ocean. The one who can rebuild the ice palace. Brother, please do well. Sol Hyun turned to him with a warm smile and tearfully sent his words to him. Sol Hyun, if the ice palace was strong enough, she would have grown lips showered with love and treated like a precious child by the people of the North Ocean. But she came all the way here just to go off with an ice merchant as if she had just been sold. So helpless. He clenched his fists, his body trembling, and quickly blamed himself. Then Soulback lifted his leg. He knelt down on the 10,000-year ice spirit to mobilize force. Soulback resolved that, I will become an absolute ice martial artist and kill that man. Joey glanced at him with such determination and thought, as long as I keep this girl in my hands, I will not have to worry that crazy guy stole the 10,000-year ice spirit. And also, we can finally produce a huge amount of ice. Soon we'll be able to double or even triple our influence over people. You hold tight in your heart. Hand like everything was going well. One afternoon in Hefei, Sol Hyun and Joey walked around the market. Everyone looked at this beautiful woman of the North Ocean. Joey took her hand, and quickly pulled her in another direction. Inside a small alley, Joey said that her appearance was too outstanding. So let's change clothes first. What? She was surprised, suspicious, then embarrassed and determined. I can't take this off. Outside, there were people who heard her scream and came to her defense. Hey, you scoundrel, in broad daylight, how dare you bully the daughter of a good family? Kids these days are really going downhill. He was angry because they scolded him in a misunderstanding. He lifted his foot with great force. Stomped on the ground under his feet crumbled into pieces. He shouted, go and do your job. Why do you have to stick your nose into other people's business? They ran away in fear. Joey frowned and said, hey lady, joining the family is up to custom. Since you're here, you should wear our clothes. But you're attracting too much attention like this. Sol Hyun immediately explained that this outfit was sewn by my mother when she was alive. And it took her many years to finish it. She firmly thought that when she finished sewing this shirt, Her mother used many rare wolfskins and made enough clothes for us until we were adults. This outfit contains so much love. What my mother gave me. How can I take it off? Joey waved his hand repeatedly and said, but no matter how much you love that robe of your homeland. Don't you feel hot when you dress like that? Just leave it like that and you'll smell of sweat. Hearing this delicate thing, she immediately blushed. Joey thanged and Noi, did you say something wrong? In this moist and hot weather. If you keep being stubborn about those clothes, you will sweat to death. And can't you feel the attention the people around here are giving you? Are you some kind of attention seeker? What does attracting attention mean? She wondered. It means a pervert who enjoys being watched and getting attention from people. Hearing that, she suddenly became extremely embarrassed. Okay, then I will change. But I won't throw this outfit away. Please keep these stored safely in your industry. Joey nodded in agreement, no problem. At a silk brocade shop in Hefei, two people, Joey and Sol Hyun, walked in. Oh, objectively, please come in. The shop owner came out to welcome them. Joey gave instructions. Ask the boss to choose an outfit that would suit this lady for me. The shop owner happily said objectively. Luckily, this lady is really a beauty. Are you dressed for the wedding ceremony? Joey said angrily. It's still late. Just normal clothes for martial artists. Find something simplest there is can come in. Yes, I'll bring it out right away. The shop owner turned away confused. After a while he brought out a set of clothes. Joey didn't like it. Don't choose such a bright color. The color is dark, and there isn't any softer fabric. You criticize. Yes, I will go change it right away. The shop owner is embarrassed. A moment later he brings out a darker colored outfit. Joey touched it and examined it for a while. Then he said to Sol Hyun, here, you change. Sol Hyun's face was slightly embarrassed. A moment later at the pants store, that shirt. Sol Hyun walked out with a new outfit. Joey and the shop owner were surprised by the beauty, both blushing and looking without blinking. With that plump figure and a mysterious black outfit that highlights her snow-white hair. Oh my god, beautiful silk. Joey admires Sol Hyun's beauty. The beauty is a bit shy in her new outfit. Joey breathed a helpless sigh. Then said to the shop owner, your shop doesn't have any outfits left for middle-aged women. Something a little more comfortable. Another hat to cover your face. Okay, the boss listens to you. Sol Hyun spoke up, but I like this outfit. Joey said, then at least you have to wear a hat and not show it like this very much. She agreed. Sol Hyun shyly felt a bit grateful. The first time I had someone buy clothes for me. At Joe Clan Inns. Joey was sitting at a dining table. President Lee, the manager, walked in. Good morning, sir. Joey was eating a bowl of noodles. He focused on enjoying the bowl of noodles in his hand. After eating the entire bowl, the flavor still retained the original. Well done, Joey praised. You're doing well. In my opinion, an inn without delicious noodles can't be called an inn. Keep using the exact same amount of ingredients used for this soup. Joey told them. The chef was happy. Yes, we understand. Joey then waved his hand for them to leave. Lee, the general manager, came over. Joey asked. He had no complaints about his salary being reduced due to lack of management. Can't handle the chaos in the restaurant. Manager Lee was confused. I wouldn't dare. It's such a shame. This old man promises not to make such a mistake again. Joey said coldly. The two of you, they both committed the same mistake. So we have to punish both of them fairly. Right. The country has its rules. The family has its rules. I hope you two won't be dissatisfied. Also, take care of your clothes. Hey, help me for a while. Joey gave Sol Hyun's outfit to Manager Lee. Manager Lee reached out to take it with both hands. Then he noticed something on the outfit. What did Joey ask? So, General Manager Lee smiled shyly and said, the people of the North Ocean have great sewing skills. These aren't just ordinary leather clothes. Really? Joey wondered. Please take a look. Lee, the general, approached and gave instructions to Joey. We can see the leather itself has an old stain, but the ties that connect the pieces of leather together and the holes in the leathers are still in a good condition. If it was made by the skills of those in the Central Plains, this would have been tattered and unable to be worn anymore. Listening to Manager Lee say, Joey saw a bit of sadness. From upstairs in the inn, Sol Hyun walked down. Joey noticed her. He quickly asked she, who made this cloak for her? Is our mother, she replied. Then Joey asked further, is your mother a saddler? What is a saddler? She wondered it refers to someone who works with leather. Joey explained. Sol Hyun said that in the north we don't have any profession like that. Mother is only in charge of sewing clothes. Joey was surprised. Next question. Do you mean that all women in the North Ocean have excellent sewing skills like this? It's true that my mother is superior. My skills are not as good as hers. She explained. He continued asking, does she also know how to make leather clothes? Yes, although not as good as her mother, she still knows how to do it. She replied. Joey was happy to hear that. Please sign a contract. You see the opportunity to get rich. What does trading mean? She did not understand. Joey happily continued. I would like to ask you to teach my people the technique of making leather. Of course we will also have something of equal value in return. The god of wealth is coming again. Wait, Mr. Lee, what do you think if I open a leather shop? You were excited to call Lee the manager. Lee the general manager also has the energy to respond. Good idea, young master. He glanced at Sol Hyun with a bad intention. Before I only treated her like a subordinate. But this girl is really a true treasure. She still felt confused. Someone came in from outside the inn. A group of people went inside and shouted. Sir, I've brought 70% of the MANHWA iron shop workers. 70%. That will reduce the work efficiency of the ward theory. But there is no other choice. Because I have to make them make a H-beam. Joey pondered while looking at group of workers in front of him. Then he exclaimed, you came fast. Let's get started right away. United Market. Great business rules the world. The people of NHWI Theat Ward exclaimed with determination. Joey walking out into the streets. He calmly and proudly commanded them. And headed straight to Jiangxi. Joey ordered him to obey. Clearly, his subordinates each led a car loaded with goods going to Jiangxi. The sky is a calm blue color. In Namchang, at an inn there is often a stream of people coming in and out. Above the roof there seems to be a familiar dark shadow. It must be Jin Gehui. There is someone approaching the inn. Who is the great king of Nokram? Chol Ungpai. He shouted. Zhang Yi Long, you mischievous bastard. Your master is here. Quickly show your face to receive. He kept shouting. I said come out. You intend to let I smash this place before revealing myself. Right. From inside, Zhang Yi Long opened the door to go out. Why did the master come here? He was surprised. He reached out and grabbed him. His face was dark. Let go first, Zhang Yi Long exclaimed. Do you think any news on this gangho could escape Nokrim's eyes and ears? I tried to be patient but couldn't. He was furious. Then he told him, so you are a righteous gentleman. Zhang Yi Long was scared. He felt uneasy, saying things are not as you think. Listen, I'll explain. Is this great, righteous man going to beg Nokrim for mercy? He raised his fist and threatened. Damn, this is the reason why I left. Why are you still planning on beating me up? Don't even listen to a word I say. What kind of thing is my father? A dog that you raised. Why do I have to endure being beaten like that every day? Zhang Yi Long exclaimed unwillingly. So, are you saying that your iron arm and body is useless? It is a physical martial art that uses reckless beating as a form of training. It's a great martial art skill that has such a high level of training that there isn't anyone who has welcomed it in 100 years. So, do you want me to attack your weak spot that hasn't healed yet? This wound of yours was given to me. I don't mind doing it again. He threatened in resignation. Zhang Yi Long's bag. From the roof, Jin Gehui noticed someone. She shouted loudly, people, Namgung is here. The two monks below were also shouted. She was startled. Chol Ungpai turned to look behind him. In the distance were Namgung Su and Namgung Bak, who were wearing hats to cover their faces. This is a sword emperor. He noticed. Namgung Su and Namgung Bak also noticed. Chol Ungpai, he asked. Namgung Su. He opened his eyes and stared at the two of them. 2 weeks ago Hoichonryun suddenly announced that the army was disbanded. Disbanded before we even set foot on the boat. The number of martial artists mobilized from Nokram was 7,000 people. We patiently waited for orders. Trained hard for 2 months. Waiting for the day the river water level rose. Raising 7,000 troops for 2 months would cost a lot of money. We almost bet our fate on this deployment. The king of Nokram thought about it first. Well, to Nokram, if he couldn't set foot on NHWI land, everything would have no meaning. But they said they didn't want to continue with the plan anymore. He was frustrated. When I had not finished cursing because I had to listen to this nonsense news. I stood on the spot in shock because I heard even more terrible news. Breaking our relationship. He continued. At first I thought I heard wrong, so I shouted at the security guard. But that security guard clearly reiterated that they wanted to break our alliance. They were the ones who proposed the alliance first. Then he broke that agreement. He remembered the incident that made it difficult for him to accept. At this time, he was extremely angry. I really wanted to dig up all 8 generations of Hoichonrian's ancestors. But I still had to try to stay calm, and sent someone to Jiangxi to see what happened. And finally I have roughly understood the current situation. As he thought about it, rumors about what Namgung Su had done were as fast as the wind. Of course we cannot completely trust this strange rumor. But one thing is certain, he is the source of everything. Current confusion. Hey, storage robber. Chol Ungpai let go of Zhang Yilong, raised his hand in a sarcastic salute. It was just a misunderstanding. Namgung Su quickly explained. Misunderstood. He gritted his teeth, clenched his palm, then applied the force to his fist. He got angry and scolded. Do you know just those 2 misunderstandings? Is your power enough to bring Nokrum to the brink of destruction? I'm so scared that I'm shaking. Are you determined to eliminate Nokrum too? Is that what the martial arts alliance really aims for? Chol Ungpai asked. Namgung Su did not answer, thinking that no matter what I say, it will become a defense between the righteous sect and the evil sect, which does not require many words. Namgung Su also turned out the sword. He exuded a cold aura as he prepared to fight. King Nokrum said, please don't drink. If you want to drink alcohol, there's no penalty. He used True Fist Martial Arts as Ain't Tiva third technique. 9 battles against heaven. A powerful force radiated from the strength of his hand. Namgung Su also applied his power to the spear sword. Blue Sky Martial Water Sword Warrior Technique. Heavenly Lightning Stone. They attacked at the same time towards. A loud explosion occurred at Namchang. The 2 people Chol Ungpai and Namgung Su were still fighting fiercely. Namgung Su swung his sword. He slashed down with the Emperor sword shape. Third technique. Deep Emperor Blade. Warrior type Sky Slashing Strength. The ground shook violently. Under Chol Ungpai's feet fragments of stone were thrown into the air. He felt somewhat surprised. My inner energy keeps getting cut off. Is he this strong? Chol Ungpai couldn't help but be surprised. Suddenly something changed. Chol Ungpai realized that the sword energy disappeared. King Nokrum is here and is not worthy. Are you considered a martial artist? I was horrified. There was only one reason why he pulled his sword back. It was mercy. He knew that attack could completely kill me. That's why he stopped midway. Bitch mom. But still trying to act like a gentleman at this moment. At the end of this war, Chol Ungpai is the loser. Namgung Su puts his sword back in its scabbard. Chol Ungpai pondered. My mind was now empty. Since when did he leave me at such a distance? How much energy and martial arts did I have to practice like crazy to be able to be like this? But still, he could only stand like the sky in front of him. Kango had to prove himself to be recognized by others. He stepped forward and rushed forward as soon as he was defeated. It was too bad for the name of a martial artist. Artists. But if it were him, it would be a different matter. He carries the ambition of the whole Nokrum on his shoulders. We can't just sit still and look at him like that forever. He glanced at Zhang Yilong, giving his all, investing the future in him. He moved quickly, went to hit Zhang Yilong's body. Ordered, go quickly. He refused. You have left Mount Daisen Mountain and will not return not there again. He used his fist to repeatedly hit Zhang Yilong. Have you left Mount Daisen Mountain yet? Those attacks were continuous attacks, making it difficult for him to defend. Zhang Yilong stepped back to hold back. He shouted, damn, I'm called your disciple like this. Can't you give a little love to your disciples like the righteous people? Okay, I don't have such high demands. Don't you think that's too harsh? Chol Ungpai feels a bit surprised. Arrow returning energy. It seems at least he's not lazy to practice training. Has your iron armor body has reached the stone armor level? Zhang Yilong replied, it's absolute light, absolute light. Hearing that he was surprised. Absolute level is the 9th level of the iron armor body. He's now away from the absolute level. He wondered, what the hell did he do for 6 years after leaving Mount Daisen to make that possible? How did you do that? You didn't even have the knock elbow. You weren't even able to ingest the bare blood that you used to drink every day. He was wondering. Zhang Yilong explained uncomfortably. I told you, fighting is not the key issue. Since leaving Mount Dason, I haven't trained that hard. I just eat well, sleep well, and get enough rest. That's why I've doubled my strength in such a short period of time. Chol Ungpai was stunned when he heard that. But as far as I know, fighting is the most effective training method for iron armor body. He was a bit hard to believe. Chol Ungpai thought again, although I had also thought about it before, having been abused by his late master for more than 10 years. Could it be that that method was wrong? But it couldn't be. He still didn't believe it. Zhang Yilong opened his shirt. A strong body. His muscular and shiny body was exposed to the outside. People still didn't believe it. It turned out that he had also been tricked by his master. When he saw that figure, Chol Ungpai was horrified. So all those years of being beaten were worthless. It was all useless. The old man realized and cursed inwardly. Father, no wonder master always had such a shy face back then. Then he smiled in a friendly manner and said, well, that's all. Come back to Mount Dason Mountain with me, my dear, and bargain for this and that too. As he spoke, he threw on the ground a green robe that Zhang Yilong had previously thrown away. No, he was determined. Chol Ungpai angrily shouted, this. Namgung Su came and said, even though it wasn't in the way you wanted, he still achieved his goal of reaching that absolute realm. Now my disciple, who is already strong enough to be called a martial artist. Is there a need to rush like that? Chol Ungpai said annoyed, don't stick your nose into other people's business. Namgung Su still continue, are you sure? He is a proud martial artist and also the leader of the Namgung clan's reconnaissance corps. Why is it none of my business? Chol Ungpai angrily retorted immediately. Damn it, but he is my disciple. The future great king who will lead 100,000 disciples of Nokram. Stop it, Namgung Su exclaimed impatiently. He pointed his finger in his face and criticized him. Why is the leader of such a large gang so confused? Of course I cannot deny the discipleship relationship between the two of you. But after someone who treats his disciples like pets he owns, he dares to call himself a master. Why don't you immediately stop that attitude? What? Listening to Namgung Su's judgment, he was upset. Then Namgung Su had the momentum to scream again. Why do you keep trying to step on a man's great intelligence? Shouldn't you as a master support what your disciple wants to do? People just live just once in life. Don't ignore your disciple's personal life because of your selfishness. You can retreat. Then Namgung Su said to Zhang Yilong. Why did he also feel confused? Namgung Su explained that this old man had brought an army of 7,000 people allied with Hoichonrian to come here with fangs and claws. I was planning to spare his life because his disciples were present. But now I have clearly realized that he is not worthy. Hearing that, Zhang Yilong could not help but be shocked. He thought that all the masters of the evil cult he had met on Mount Dason Mountain were the same. Like me, no matter how high my position is, I will still be angry when my friends betray me. Will crave women, will have a desire for wealth, and have all the mundane desires of ordinary people. But Blue Heaven Swordsman is not like that. Every gesture, every word, every attitude, every pore of him exudes the temperament of a true gentleman. Noble, respectful, and famous, worthy of reality, Zhang Yilong realized, and then gave a look of admiration from the bottom of his heart to Namgung Su. I also want to live a life like that. Even if his martial arts go in the opposite direction, the whole world, then his faith will be steadfast and never waver. That is called dignity. He appreciates him, everything that he now possesses. I also want to have. He dreamed. Zhang Yilong clenched his fists firmly. A person can have 100,000 kinds of emotions when standing in front of others. But today, for the first time in my life, I felt the feeling of respect, of a real man. Zhang Yilong stepped forward to speak. A person who only knows how to ignore when his master is in danger. How can he be worthy of being called a disciple? If he really wants to marry my master's life, then I have no choice but to fight back. Namgung Su saw his aura, smiled and said, if your eyes are not blurred yet, look carefully at your disciple's eyes. Boy, he is completely a member of the Namgung clan, no longer under your influence. He reminded Chol Ungpai. He glanced at Zhang Yilong somewhat disappointed. Rotten boy, he said softly and turned away. Went away. Chol Ungpai didn't force Zhang Yilong anymore. Left alone from there, Namgung Su spoke up. Did he regret it? No. No, Zhang Yilong answered decisively. The person who studied martial arts in the world lives by honor. He dared to openly challenge my family. This time I forgive him because you are here. But if there is a next time, then do it according to the law. Can you accept it? No, he asked. Zhang Yilong smiled slightly and nodded, saying, yes. Suddenly an aura radiated around him, surprising Zhang Yilong. Namgung Su at this moment radiated a cold pressure. Coldly asked, then where is Joey? This song is the god of wealth. Inside the inn, there was a loud curse. You two should have stopped that guy. Doing business like this and still dare to think yourself right. The two names of Hoichonrian and Zhang Yilong stood outside listening to the situation. Yom Sangrok felt uneasy. The two of them were scolded and their heads were about to go off. Jin Gehui trembled, feeling scared. Just hit him directly. Wouldn't that help? Better yet, if you keep shouting like this. It's called murder without a whip. Zhang Yilong has no choice. Damn it, the culprit is someone else and now we have to stay here and suffer. He silently thought, pondering, a repeating cycle. It seems that the political sect elders do not only have advantages. He groaned. His ears were about to perforate. Zhang Yilong realized that this is the way people of the political chose to teach us a lesson. Called mental torture. Jin Gehui is right. It's much better to be beaten. Joey suddenly appeared. Saw Joey. Zhang Yilong immediately called out. Big brother Joey. Joey led a group of people from Hefei to bring materials to Jiangxi. Zhang Yilong quickly ran over. He glanced at Yom Sangrok. Why are you still sitting there? What the hell up? He cursed softly. You're lazy. Then Zhang Yilong went and whispered to Joey. Big brother, this time you're definitely dead. Go to the second floor quickly. Joey wondered, what's going on at home? Is there something wrong? The Namgung clan leader has arrived. And the group that came with you has been cursed for 4 hours. Zhang Yilong recounted the situation. Joey immediately felt uneasy. It was true that I expected that the Namgung clan would be angry. But I didn't expect that the poor old patriarch would personally come here. Joey reminded Zhang Yilong. Tell the person who planted the livestock barn to feed the horses. The number is good. It's really crowded out there. So I'll probably have to add a hotel nearby. Zhang Yilong enthusiastically accepted the job. Don't worry about this, boss. Let me do it. Thank you, Manager Zhang. Joey nodded in response. Then he went up to the second floor of the hotel. Hell on earth seemed to be waiting for him. From outside the room on the second floor, Joey had heard Namgung Su shoot armor. Had he completely lost his mind? If you had seen it as friends. We should know when to stop our friends from doing foolish things. A bunch of people calling themselves martial artists can only stand here, opening their mouths. They're all speechless. Joey opened the door from the outside and walked in. He spoke calmly. Sir, are you okay? Namgung Su was scolding him, then turned to glare at Joey. He called him love. Joe carried Namgung Jangho and Jagal Woon's ears and was tortured to the point of spitting out blood. They were feeling relieved. So lucky. They were saved. Joey walked inside. The atmosphere became tense. He placed a map on the table and said, after thinking about it, I finally felt that besides this place, there was no other better place to build a branch of the Namgung clan. Branch. Namgung Su was surprised. He looked at the map in surprise. Branch. It can be understood that a branch is located in a separate location under a family until now. There is no large family or clan. No small child has ever established a branch. Even powerful organizations like the Martial Arts Alliance or Hoichonrian have never. But the place this kid is trying to target, Yeol Lake, the trading center on Poyang Lake. All the goods and materials of the boats returning to Poyang Lake were gathered there. So no one knew about this place. He considered to place the Namgung clan branch in a bustling place, attracting people, such attention. If it is possible, it is true that heaven has chosen the Namgung clan. But what about Namchang? This place is directly in the middle of Hoichonrian's territory. Namgung Su still thinks about it and wants everything to be perfect. Joey said, these are the details of the deal the Zhou clan made with the Hoichonrian. Let's read it together. He agreed. Namgung Su looked at the contract for a while. Then he was surprised. Frozen. Joey solved the card. Now there is no one who doesn't know that Namgung and the Zhou clan are fighting side by side. We will use this point as an advantage. And you can do the same. so I hope you approve of lending me the martial artists team of the Namgung clan. In return, you can disguise yourself behind our business. He still has questions. But, listen, Joey, you interrupt. Continue. This is how we put everything into its full cycle. Have you never heard the proverb that if you throw a javelin then you have to follow the javelin? Anyway, it's already happened, so that's it. You can rest assured. Hand over Jiangxi to us. You are truly a fox that specializes in chasing chickens. Namgung Su was stunned, holding power over this Jiangxi land, a land that even Hoichonrian and the Martial Arts Alliance could not dare to touch. And yet this kid wants to take over that whole place with just the little effort of a small industry and family. Joey asked proudly. He read the terms where they agreed not to interfere in any activities. He added, everything is fine as long as it has the sign of the Zhou clan. Just like how you helped me when I was in trouble. I am now going to repay my debt. I will lend you the name of the Zhou clan. What do you mean? Namgung Su still doesn't understand. Joey continued, look at the size of the land the Zhou clan has been purchased for the past 2 months. 21 million square meters. I am going to sell a quarter of this land to you at the same price I spent when buying it. That much land. He was shocked. Joey calculated. What did you subtract? All you have to do is just use our seal. You should also connect with relatives near and far. Otherwise, if Hoichonrian finds out about this case, it will be big trouble. Namgung Su was silent, pondering for a while. The atmosphere became a bit quiet. Namgung Jangho and Jigul Woon, who were kneeling on the floor, also felt anxious and worried. Then Joey exclaimed, you are obviously one of the 7 martial arts. Right, what's the point? Think about it. All Yole Lake will be your people. You'll get a better deal than Hefei. This trading district is a mountain of gold and silver. Namgung Su is still there, secretly pondering something.